We are our own liberators. Jalil Abdul Muntaqim. This book is dedicated to all our comrades who lost their lives as a result of the U.S. government counterintelligence program and other reactionary and racist forces. To the many political prisoners of war languishing in U.S. prisons and subject to slavery and involuntary servitude as mandated by the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution in violation of the UN Minimum Standard on the Treatment of Prisoners and the Protocols of the Geneva Accords. And, to our many political exiles who were hunted and exiled due to COINTELPRO activities. 5. Contents. Acknowledgements. Introduction. Abomination. We are our own Liberators. Africans in the diaspora and the black bourgeoisie in those times on the Black Liberation Army, a case against domestic neocolonialism for the National POW. Amnesty Campaign. For the liberation of North America. Concepts of our evolutionary leadership, our evolutionary organizational development and our responsibility mass and popular movement national strategy for Fraulein and front for the liberation of the new African nation. Hat color is your blues. Fraulein and Handbook national and international struggle toward a new global our evolutionary pan-African strategy. Sentencing statement of May 12, 1975. Scream Black criminalization of poverty in America. 6. Outpost Cold War of the 90s ethnic cleansing of America. Katrina. America reaps hat it sows. U.S. international warfare initiates World War III and denies human rights in wartime. Bush family our religion and our evolution. Perverse slave mentality. Chair Manfred and Captain Mark. A political Isinus journey in the U.S. Isin system. Tribute statement for Na Washington Philibert 2 song. A challenge to the black bourgeoisie and black progressives. Hitchway for Ward. Obamamania. Last word. About the author. 7. Acknowledgements. ENEW edition of this compilation of selected Isin writings spans over 36 years of the political development of the Black Liberation Movement. Although several pieces have been edited or revised, the original content remains. His book has but one purpose, to raise political consciousness and broaden the base for revolutionary activity. In this regard, I urge readers to organize study groups, and for these study groups to evolve into active militant political cadres working in support of NALF or the JICO-AMNESTY movement. His is more than a mere political book, more so it informs what should be done and how to get it done in the interest of CLASS and national liberation struggle in North America. I would like to again, in this NEW edition, express my eternal gratitude to Bonnie Kernis for her painstaking typing of the original manuscript onto computer disk, and working step by step with me to get it into print. From the beginning when this project was introduced to her, she never wavered to ensure it manifest into an actual book. Neil Badley and Matthias Bolton assisted within the original manuscript and securing the photo array to expedite the project's completion. Additionally, I want to acknowledge WPS, as WELL as RAQ and Alex is bus for their EORTS in transforming the disc into an actual book. I need to thank the PUN Foundation, WIL Liam M. Kunstler Foundation, and many others for their NANC contribution, grants and donations to the printing of this book. Thanks also go to Kilu Nyasha and R over TJ Boyle, W Ho Provided editor ELADV ICE or research material for the original WR writings of We Are Our Own Liberators. And National POW Amnesty Campaign, Asanta /Shukran. Obviously, this NEW edition expands on the original manuscript providing additional essays, analysis, and poems that are essentially commentaries of the state of the black struggle in the United States. Leslie J. Pickering, the author of Mad Bomber Melville, proposed that I consider publishing a NEW edition of We Are Our Own Liberators. He was responsible for 8. Contacting ARISA Media Group, www.arissamediagroup.com, and interested AMG in accepting this project. I am ver y great ful to L. Esli Pickering and AMG for having the insight and courage to publish this NEW, expanded edition of We Are Our Own Liberators. Jalil Abdul Muntaqim. 9. Introduction. Essentially, the course of our struggle has been defensive, marginally organized, and sectarian. There exists across the country hundreds of revolutionary nationalist cadres and formations. Many of these cadres are members or alliated with the very few organizations that apply the politics of revolutionary nationalism to our people's national oppression. A revolutionary nationalist organizations, for the most part, have not established a national strategy or program to galvanize a serious independent movement in this country. Not since the advent of the Black Panther Party, have black people, especially youth, been empowered with the sense of their ability to liberate themselves. Various formations have sought to restore the militant posture and in the BPP garnered in black communities across the country. Albeit no single formation has successfully evolved either the organization or the political momentum that the former BPP developed between 1966 and 1975. Nevertheless, revolutionary nationalist formations must be credited for their continued noble efforts in the struggle for national liberation. FBI's COINTELPRO operations and reactionary forces destroyed the Black Panther Party. Same entities continue to sow seeds of dissension in an effort to deny black people self-determination. Various existing revolutionary nationalist formations have sought to keep the spirit of militant resistance and struggle alive. Have brought the issue of political prisoners of war before international tribunals, LL of which lead to the creation in 1998 of the Jaico Amnesty Movement. Pan-Africanism has broadened the understanding of the global nature of white supremacy, as more black people understand the similarities between old South African system of apartheid and U.S. institutional racism. More black people are making the link between themselves and Africans on the continent as Mafa ritual SRG are owing more prevalent, seeking to bridge the cultural void. Furthermore, the issue of reparations is no w in a bill pending before the U.S. Congress, and as the issue grows black in 10. America and Africans on the continent will seek to merge in their common interests to resolve the reparations struggle. In respect to the issue of reparations, it addresses more than compensation for inhumana exploitation sued during the Atlantic slavery trade. It addresses the socio-economic condemnation black people presently suffer, and argues against U.S. government's inequitable distribution of wealth. Ideological and political discussion of our existence in America has been, for the most part, subject to ideals of integration and assimilation, absent the demand of reparations. Ideological/political argument for reparations airs debate on the historical condemnation of being in America, and has evolved since the 13th Amendment and ed. L. Slavery. It airs greater historical analysis based upon a new understanding of national identity in opposition to African American assimilation and acculturation. It seeks to hold the U.S. government and corporate entities with direct relations with the Atlantic slave trade condemnationally responsibly for the socio-economic disenfranchisement of black people. His struggle qualifies the argument that there exists a neo-colonial relationship between black people and the American government based on the history of slavery and national oppression. Ultimately, reparations bring to the debate a human rights issue of independence and nationhood. Also, it is important that the issue of UN-sponsored plebiscite be raised on a national level. Is a method by which the politics pertaining to our national identity are addressed in a national forum governed by international rules of law. However, this task needs to be subject to a report issued by a Truth and Reconciliation Commission that takes testimony regarding U.S. human rights violations as it pertains to COINTELPRO and reparations. Our evolutionary y nationalist formations should unite to build the means and method s to forge a movement to accomplish these tactical initiatives in condominium m nation of USCRIMs against humanity y. Our evolutionary y nationalists across the country agree our people's national oppression requires a national response. His national response should develop with the greatest amount of principled unity amongst as many revolutionary. 11. Nationalists as ideologically and politically possibly. Greater the ideological and political unity y, the greater the movement to combat national oppression and racism. Black people and the human rights movement cannot tolerate revolutionary nationalists engaging in intern sina str ugly. It is of utmost importance that revolutionary nationalists, of LL trend s and tendon ies, resolve internal contradictions and develop the independent movement. Plight of black people in this country demand national representative leadership by revolutionary nationalists. Such leadership will provide standing and direction in encompassing the political ideal of national liberation and independence is means establishing a national strategy inclusive of a socio-economic program for jobs, food, clothing, healthcare, and shelter the necessities of life many black people sorely lack. When considering the ermith of her icane Katrina, it is more than obvious that revolutionary nationalists must be in a position to ensure the bas needs of black people are met. Eprimry question that needs to be resolved is, here is the movement going, and hat is its ultimate objective? Answer to this question presents another question, how can we best reach our objective/goal? Henke, hen revolutionary nationalists unity for the expressed purpose of answering these questions, a national agenda, formation and strategy will arise from these questions. There has been much rhetoric and propaganda about the condominium of national oppression and racism, about the destruction of capitalist imperialism, but there has been work toward building hat will replace the system of racism and national oppression. Hat is the national agenda subject to the ultimate objective/goals of the movement. In the course of building and sustaining the national liberation movement, how will the national agenda be implemented? Stand the proposition, there are three alternatives in answer to the prevailing questions. Are we to GHT for an integrated social democratic capitalist America? 12. Are we to lead the GHT to build a multinationalist socialist United States? Are we to GHT for domestic self-determination and independence of the Republic of New Africa? The ideological and political determinants of these three questions represent the essential trend and tendon the movement confronts. The answer to these questions will resolve a major contradiction among revolutionary nationalists. His book is an ode to the revolutionary nationalist movement, presenting criteria for building a revolutionary nationalist front. I expect much controversy will be raised for and against these writing so are. In this regard, I have aired a spicy idea toward the development of a revolutionary nationalist front. My sincere hope is that interested parties, individuals and formations, will give serious consideration to hat is aired. Discussion amongst revolutionary nationalists on this issue, within the parameters of the contents of this book, may ensure the manifestation of Fräulein's national strategy. It is my hope the various trends and tendencies in the revolutionary nationalist movement will reconcile and build the revolutionary nationalist front. At would make this compilation of writings well war thl of the controversy anticipated. In fact, sine the original cal for the building of Fräulein in this book, various trends and tendencies in the movement have formed the new African Liberation Front. ENALF has incorporated the theoretical proposition of the REFAS and many of the concepts and programs presented in Fräulein's national strategy. However, the NALF is still in its formative stages of development, requiring the contractibution of many revolutionary nationalist groups in order to become the foremost political entity representing the interest of new Africans. With the reissuing of this book, it is expected many more revolutionary nationalists, and those seeking to 13. Involve themselves in the overall movement for human rights, will seek to join and assist NALF in the development of its decolonialization programs. It should be noted W hat is WRI, NR Miao N word S and do not necessarily represent the ideological and political thought of the Black Panther Party or the Black Liberation Army. 14. Abomination. WILL the abomination become an abomination if it fails to stop the bombing of nations? From Gaza to Afghanistan, the American people must take a stand and tell Obama to forge a plan to free the land of Zionist and the Taliban to stand up against corporate bailouts while prisons are out for change, like a bazine SS without clout as 2.3 miles lion prisoners remain in chains. Change became a mantra de ned on a political precipice forged in steep word sunp rect and by 1w ho 1 the RI to be the 44th president. Supported by belief sold in edices of worship, bonding the ideal shoe, aired in the here ts of the dispossessed w ho's hope for tomorrow has no regressed. Yet, time sours faith in hunger why bell lies as the unsheltered endure the storms of lies, alibis, and corr upped government undisguised as the media realized, exposing the truth could result in a covenant Pulitzer Prize. A future is born with a change of power on this day and in this hour with an oath of OCE the abomination must stand in al-Leghiani, against torture, Abu Ghraib, Guantanamo Bay, rendition and detention, just to mention how the U.S. derelictions became the world's action. Evolving from 8 years of disconnection, disaction, humiliation, dissatisfaction with the Bush administration, corporate alienations that led to U.S. Nank eel ruination. Democrats believe they can, Sini Obama told them, yes we can, Americans hope this is no sham, as participator y Democrat y is more than a 4-year election, Sini each day the Americans should strive for perfection, healing the plain T as they heal themselves of racism, sexism, and capitalist exploitation, to improve America's place in the world of nations. No drama in the abomination is the expectation, void of hesitation, false anticipation the 44th will elevate the level of peace div ident sg Ivan in Clinton sques deliberation face to face with world's representatives, like Ebony and Ivor y side by side, champion US hegemony in perfect harmony. AS Gates secures the gates of the Pentagon to sustain an imperialist presence from 15. Iraq to the China Sea, WHO is to believe change can be conceived with national security y secrets up their sleeves. Continued embargo of Cuba and Haiti a scandalous exercise of power, as aid in America excises North America in its revolutionary shine ing hour. Iran seeks nuclear advancement as the CIA creeps to hind its expansion, an inexplicable situation even the arms race has moved as far as outer space, continuing to militarily arm Israel and Taiwan. While North Korea produces nuclear energy, the USA empts to prohibit proliferation not of its control, using food as a weapon toward an obvious starving nation not keeping with its humanitarian goals. Afrika stumbles into the 21st century with corporate proxy wars, no any keeping score as economic Davis Tashin brings multiple horrors, including the killing of babies and raping of girls, arming of children, leaving the land trampled with scars. Africans hope the abomination will plant seeds of democracy, negating the hypocrisy of years of neglect without regret, and yet, Africum is a serious misstep. With Asians in Malaysia, the largest concentration of Islamic moderation found US inclination to front jihadist of Al-Qaeda's pursues ion in its population. On the home front, Martin L. King Jr. proclaimed we as a people will get to the promised land while Malcolm X said it will be either the BAL lot or bull let, so could it be hard to understand the 44th like a man hurrian candidate manipulating the political landscape, per my, ing the Patriot Act to prohibit progressive or revolutionary tact, believing TRUE liberation today has become a point in fact. By VIR Tuesday of the BAL lot, the revolution has been hijacked, the black bourgeoisie has been no TIED, America is no W sank TIED, and the promised land gentried as the abomination is satisfied. But in PR ISIN, COINTELPRO victims remi NCLASSIED, yet to be rectied with TRUth and reconciliation, no way to start T on a W in the abomination. So with a historic inauguration by pomp and circumstance though CRYing eyes, a NEW error to inspire a generation of possibilities beyond reader IC. ANXE is for the audacity of hope to SPRing eternal in humanities, fratricidal brotherhood. 16. With service to the nation negating race or class as society's class test pomp and circumstance with stark cold reality of growing unemployment line with the economic situation continuing to decline. My warning NG to L while the band plays high L to the chief, with a military 7G unsalute, to no T become hoodwinked or bamboozled, no R forego the political determination to end the embargo of Haiti and Cuba, to free pure to RICO and Palestine. For this is no T the time to recline in building struggle. To keep US hand SO of Asada, because we go, AF real US political prisoners in the spirit of no Wing we are our own liberators. 17. We are our own liberators. In the quest to develop a NEW economic order for and about black people, it becomes necessary to isolate the political mechanism of the black bourgeoisie and develop a national strategy for the economic empowerment of the country's black majority. It is essential to formulate political goals that are wholly responsive to our economic determination. Is must be done on all fronts in a CLASS struggle within our movement toward national liberation. Black bourgeoisie must make its no W ledge and skills available to the black community. Is would serve to for TIFY and ensure continued economic growth and development, creating practical, moral, ethical, and cultural ties that could unify us for economic and political empowerment. Such cultural ties are based on the philosophical position that we are Liberators. Is conviction should be internalized by those responsible for my anti-NING and reinforcing our cultural and political institutions nationwide. Existing racist institutions operate to perpetuate our people's physical and mental dependence on their oppressors. Our movement to secure economic and political empowerment will liberate us from those establishments, and greatly enhance our culture and politics. One of the principal FAI lures of the Black Liberation or TS in the 60s and 70s was no T formulating and instituting a national economic strategy combined with a national political strategy. For example, the Black Panther Party evolved survival programs pending revolution, but these programs did not have the Nankeel foundation to support the revolutionary movement. No economic strategy was created to sustain the political apparatuses, i.e., the PARTY. Similarly, while significant gains were made politically and socially during the civil rights movement, it FAI led to introduce and maintain a strategy for economic salvation and total liberation. 40 acres and a mule promised black people immediately a cha, slavery was abolished obviously and never materialized. Instead, black people became a dispersed, colonized and impoverished people. Despite the historical touting of individual black success. 18. Store IES, the overwhelming majority of former slaves were landless and homeless to survive on their own while ostracized racially from the means of production and gainful employment. O'Hares became sharecroppers subjected to the exploitation of white landowners, or migrated to the urban areas of the North. Here they were crowded into vicious living condominium relegated to domestic and mini Alabama labor. Considering the enormous will whites said as a direct benefit from the slave labor of entire generations of African men, women, and children, it's an outrage that to this day, black people have a median income of less than half that of whites, and according to the 1984 census report, the net worth of a typical white household is 12 times that of a similar black household, no to mention the disproportionate social ills black people suffer. Our token political and social gains, have no changed the economic condominium of the black major Opportunities available to the nominal few still depend on the gratuitous hymns of the white ruling mino leaving us a relatively poor and powerless people. As long as Negro politicians and Negro political activists continue to my anti and constituent allegine to the Democratic or Republican party, no thing will change except to get much worse. It is we nally resolved to build independent political and economic power, uniting with those groups, organizations, and parties liquise opposed to the status quo, that we will deny ourselves and determine our own destiny. In short, without a revolutionary party, there can be no revolution. There must be a political horse on which the people can ride to power. Back in the 1960s, Black Panther party emptied just such a task, forming coalitions with Asian, Indian, Latino and oppressed white organizations. His international movement met the full force of the government's domestic and international military, including the FBI and the CIA Bureau's counterintelligence program targeting black nationalist and revolutionary. 19. Organizations for any neutralization no stone unturned when it came to destructive tactics, including documented cases of assassinations, beatings, false arrests and ups. In short, our aspirations for independence, self-determination, and revolutionary change were considered a threat to the national security of the country. Clearly, the U.S. government will only allow for limited democratic participation and dissent, providing the illusion of inclusion while ensuring our continued dependence on the government for subsistence. Today, even that government dependence is being denied as millions of people increasingly are to die from the ills of homelessness. Despite the fact that we lost the lay of the 60s, a fall in the pit, again in the a luta continua, the war is no over, and veneramos in the long run. We can and must recover from these setbacks, and continue to function in total opposition to the white power brokers. Cine will is power in the context of this reactionary system of monopoly capitalism. We must harness and control our real economic power as consumers to at least begin to change the disastrous economic condominium in our own black communities now. For while black people yield an annual purchasing power of $300 by lion, we remain economically and politically powerless. Therefore, a national strategy for economic empowerment must be forged within a national political strategy for total liberation. Class and color caste struggle is an undeniable necessity for promoting unity within our oppressed nation. EPRMRY obstacle to the development of such togetherness is sectarianism, i.e., the splitting into myriad cliques based on color, class, gender, culture, etc. Unfortunately, the SoCal-led progressive political forces have placed their own agendas and program above black people themselves. In an intern struggle to be recognized as the vanguard representing the best interests of black people, these SoCal-led progressives spend inordinate time and ling amongst themselves, competing instead of cooperating, dividing. 20. Instead of uniting. EYFAIL to understand that they are in essence servants of the people whose principal obligation is to formulate the CR adhere for the class struggle for national unity. Such a formula is inconceivable. When those responsible for establishing a national strategy are themselves grappling over political linf anti-LE ERS, ERS that have LE to do with developing NE-aided programs to broaden the spectrum of political and economic empowerment for black people. It is therefore incumbent upon those leaders/activists who genuinely love and serve black people to educate, organize, and mobilize them to challenge the black as well as the white bourgeoisie, particularly those upper-class Negroes who function as neo-colonial agents of the oppressor government providing support to the colonial, racist institutions that operate to delude our people into believing the American dream, which for most of us is a nightmare. Negro agents of repression must be exposed as traitors of the black nation in collaboration with our enemies. How can these so-called our representatives in Congress, for example, function in our best interests as a tiny minority in a barrel of apples? Ever know that it takes only one apple to spoil a whole barrel? Is standing applies liquise to Negro corporate America, whose business SS is primarily maintained by black people's patronage and exploitation. Corporate Negro es must be made to understand that they are ing pro ts before people in supporting the verwise system that keeps our people impoverished, disenfranchised, ignorant, chronically moribund and powerless. Of course we realize that these people can't change overnight, but in the words of Jonathan Jackson, if there's a big job of growing to do, the soon are begun, the soon are done. As a dispersed and colonized nation within America, we are collectively supporting corporate capital to the tune of $300 by lion in annual purchasing power. Yet we ourselves control, manufacture, or produce is negligibly. We are basically laborers and consumers. A tiny percentage of this multi-billion dollar consumer power serves to secure or develop our own black communities. Most of these billions are used to purchase goods manufactured and 21. Led by those who inyan and or control the political apparatus that keeps us powerless and oppressed. Capitalist system operates to my anti-na population of consumers who will also serve as a ne-aided labor force, the cheaper the We must struggle to transform this exploitative relationship, and in the process create social cultural institutions that will support and reinforce our political and economic struggle for total liberation. Simultaneously, we must evolve the military skills and weaponry necessary to defend and protect this revolutionary movement. Along with the creation and development of a national political party, there must be a national economic strategy that seeks to harness, control, and redirect our $300 billion purchasing power. In this way, we will support our own liberation movement instead of continuing to support our own oppression. For example, one of the means by which we can wield our potential economic power as consumers is through boycotts of corporate and products, especially those practicing discrimination against black people. At the same time, we must begin to produce cooperatively, no exploitative businesses of our own, and give them our full support as consumers. Again, a national strategy for economic empowerment is an essential and necessary step toward full element of the objective of political empowerment, as well as the affirmation in each of us that we are Liberators. Liberation in our lifetime. 22. Icons in the diaspora and the black bourgeoisie. It is estimated between 50 to 100 miles lion African lives were lost during the Middle Passage. Another 25 to 50 miles lion lost their lives during the course of slavery at the hands of our slave traders and plantation owners. Is historical devastation of Africans has not been recorded, documented and historically preserved as it should have been. Due to the lack of this history being properly preserved, taught, and understood, it has led to severe consequences to Africans in the diaspora. One consequential aspect of the death of millions of Africans is the great loss of African Indianity in the world. If it weren't for the tragedy of the slave trade, Africans, like the Chinese, would be over 1/4 of the world population. Secondly, FAI lure to historically record and continuously make note of the tragedy has allowed for continued slaughter and decimation of Africans throughout the world at genocidal proportions, and at no consequence to humanity yirdly, while other people, particularly the Jews and Eastern Europeans, keep the world mind full of tragedies of historical imperty to their ethnic group, allowing them to maintain a form of national unity and unity against such future events. Africans in the diaspora have FAI led to GIVRISE to this form of national self-determination, remaining vulnerable to such practices as being presently cited upon them. In this regard, history would act as a foundation and catalyst to forge national cultural institutions that would function to recover our loss, and preserve the nation. Point is, hen people do not have a FOLCONCISE and profoundly documented account of here they have been and hat they have sued, they will not have a psychological and cultural foundation, as a people, to know hat they want to struggle to AIN is reality has given RISE to a people who are mentally, and on manifest intellectually, without historical continuity as to who they are, hat they represent, and their contributions to humanity. 23. Henki, the historical event of the Middle Passage and the absence of consequential Rami cations by Africans in the diaspora, are the most significant issues demanding rectification. As the Jews proudly say, never again, reminding the world of the Holocaust, Africans in the diaspora should proudly proclaim we will never forget, reminding the world of the millions of Africans who died during the Middle Passage and the slave trade. It is hen Africans in the diaspora, as a people, begin to forge an understanding of historical imperti to African survival, that a national determination may evolve of cultural and political cance to combat every aspect of genocide. Unfortunately, those black who have assimilated into modern high-tech culture of American consumerism have divorced themselves from an African national self-determination. ECLASS and national divisions of American capitalist society has Forrestal led any TRUE movement toward national rectification. Black who have assimilated, especially the black bourgeoisie who are in support of this system of government, which as a result of slavery, is overwhelmingly institutionally racist, have served as neo-colonial agents. As agents, they condominium one government's policies subverting the struggle of national self-determination of Africans in the diaspora. Historically, when a nationally oppressed people begin to organize toward self-determination, their colonial oppressor seeks the means to divide and conquer the movement. Such was the case in the late 1960s with COINTELPRO's destruction of the Black Panther Party. During the civil rights movement of the 50s and 60s, the government facilitated, formed, and consolidated a black middle and upper middle class. SACLASSES of black S were appointed as spokespersons and leaders of the aspirations of Africans in the diaspora. Such leadership aspired integration and assimilation as the principal objective to be won. Also, they diligently worked to undermine and prevent the national revolutionary movement for self-determination. In the 60s, when young Africans took to the streets ragging against racist police brutality and murder, it was these so-called responsibly Negro leaders who were led to quell the riots. Is eventually developed into a ploy. 24. By these Negro leaders to threaten the racist colonial government for more token reforms. These de facto agents of the state ultimately served the PRMRY interest of their CLASS status and the interest of the government to prevent the black liberation struggle. Black bourgeoisie policy of integration and assimilation deni es the existence and development of a revolutionary national culture that would further support socio-psychological liberation of Africans in the diaspora. Author, the black bourgeoisie policy instituted mental shackles that armed the neurosis as a result of our tortured experience in America. Such neurosis, de as a loss of personal identity and delusions, is readily indicated in the character and personal of many Africans in the diaspora. More importantly, black SW who assimilate are profoundly suffering from this schizophrenia cdysfunciation, as their identification with their people's national oppressor denies them a level of self-identification wholly embracing the reality of their people's existence and struggle in this country. Most recently, the black bourgeoisie has been debating how Africans in the diaspora should be identified, opting to be called African Americans is identification automatically qualies a dual connotation and dilemma expressing the condominiumational dysfunciation caused by this neurosis. Furthermore, the black bourgeoisie CLASS and their neo-colonial policies and practices, has allowed for the benign neglect of the African lower and clause SSA sanctions on behalf of their CLASS status and values, and in the interest of descendants of slave traders and plantation owners, serve to maintain condominiumations of abject poverty for the no identity at African American, the descendants of slaves. Between 1970 to 80 the African American poor rose by 24%, from 1.4 miles lion to 1.8 miles lion, with 3 times more African American families living in poverty than white families. Poor white impoverishment fell 20% from 1.6 miles lion to 1.3 miles lion. 25. Over the same period, African American mid-LE class rose from 15.7% to 21.2% in 1986, according to government statistics. Malcolm X, in one of his many analogies, compared the house Negro with the field Negro, and how the house Negro helped to save the masses house from burning while the eld Negro prayed a strong wind would ensure it burned to the ground. His analogy appropriately explains the present relationship the black bourgeoisie, as house Negro, maintain with the colonial U.S. government. Same mental prevails, hereby the black bourgeoisie have become neo-colonial agents of government policies. Having been raised to the esteemed positions of mayor, governor, congressman, senator, chief of STA of the armed forces and astronaut, and in Bizine SS, CEO of major COR port ions and multi-million dollar bojangles, Steppenfetchits and fiddlers in the entertainment world. The house neurosis persists to the detriment of the oppressed nation assimilation denies an identification with the historically determined reality of Africans in the diaspora's total relationship to / with American capitalism in all its racist exploitative manifestations. In this regard, Malcolm X proclaimed, "I'm black RST. My sympathies are black, my allegiance is black, my whole objectives are black, I am not interested in being American, because America has never been interested in me, no, I'm not an American. I'm one of 22 million black people who are victims of Americanism. One of the victims of democracy, nothing but disguised hypocrisy. Henke, Africans in the diaspora endeavor futang ibly issues being addressed by those with the power to inyani prevailing condominiumations of poverty in our cities and southern rural communities. Although many studies and reports have been made that 1 out of every 4 black males will at one time 26. During his life be imprisoned, no solutions have been established to root out the condominiumations for such imprisonment. In L985, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Margaret Heckler, published the report on Black and Minority Health which purported 1. By the year 2010, 40% of all African Americans are predicted to have contracted AIDS. 2. Lung cancer claims the lives of 48% more African American males than white males. 3. Infant mortality rate for African Americans will be 20 deaths per 1,000, about twice that suffered by whites. 4. Homicide is the leading cause of death among African American men between 25 and 44 years old. 1 in 22 African American males will be murdered by other blacks. 5. African Americans suffer considerably more strokes than their white counterparts and are more than 20 times as likely to die from symptoms. It should be added that there are more black single-parent households than ever before, that black youths are consistently 35% to 50% unemployed, and US prison populations are made up of 57% black men and women. Meanwhile, chronic drug addiction amongst black SGIVs for their credence to powerlessness examples indicate the prevailing genocidal condominium that confront Africans in the diaspora, allowing us to be cognizant of the true vacuum in leadership the black bourgeoisie represents. Inspiring reader IC of our Reverend Jesse Jackson and Minister Elwes Farrakhan Provide Le solace to the degree of oppression Africans in the diaspora suffer. Is especially significant when they fail to formulate and implement national campaigns and programs that directly address the pervasive genocidal condominium of socio-political and economic disenfranchisement. Needless to say, the electoral process has consistently led to alter or change to any large degree the general condominium of black impoverishment. 27. Political election of black s more and then no t serves to verify and arm the neurosis and delusions of being American, the illusion of inclusion in the American political process. Is especially true when black elected ochales my anti and the policies of their class status and values, and perpetuate the system of Benny Gnneglect. Is no t to say electoral politics is an absolute was te of time and energy, rather, the electing of assimilationists hind ers the forward progress of the oppressed nation. It would be to our greater advantage to struggle to elect more progressive political representatives rather than those seeking to appease and reform by assimilation, to elect those who would challenge the power structure to make drastic changes acting our extreme situation. In comprehending what is here postulated a struggle for true national self-determination in the diaspora, we must engage in a movement for rectification. A new movement of national rectification and unity must be organized from a revolutionary nationalist perspective. It is essential and necessary that the errors of the civil rights movement are recognized and corrected. Is inevitably instigates the scrapping of the no bank r up strategy of integration and assimilation. A new strategy must be formulated that creates national programs and institutions that serve to ensure the continued existence and vitality of the oppressed nation. As an example. 1. To demand reparations for the loss of millions of African lives during the Middle Passage from all nation/country IESW who were active participants in the slave trade, and for the center IES of the Brutal Cha, slavery in this country. 2. To build a national independent black political party that challenges the TWO-party system of government, on behalf of the misrepresented oppressed nation. 28. 3. To formulate a national strategy for economic development of the African community, including the means and method to centralize the annual $300 billion in purchasing power to be, serve struggle for national liberation. For the establishment of a national association of African businesses for economic independence. 4. To establish a national program for the feeding, clothing, housing, and education of our children, who are living and suffering in dire poverty. Includes the development of a national healthcare campaign, W hereby our OW and heal th physicians become responsibly for the heal th care of our communities. To establish and my anti and community heal th clinics as had previously been done by the Black Panther Party. 5. To demand community control of the school board and city bureaucracies that appropriate funds for our schools. 4. COL leg students to organize a national alliance of African students associations and unions to establish a program for tutoring high school and elementary students, and developing liberation schools for the political training of our youth. 6. To build a national prison movement for penal justice, addressing the problem of the 29. Overwhelming number of African men and women in prisons across the country. 1. To stop the implementation of the death penalty across the country. Opponents of the death penalty must develop a national network and campaign to expose the racial and economic injustices of the application of the death penalty in this country. His campaign must develop into an international forum to bring this issue to the United Nations on the basis of human rights violations subject to the disproportionate black and third world men and women UNDER death penalty sanctions. 2. To end the establishment and use of maximum security control units that are used for behavior or modification and confinement of political prisoners of war and other prison activists. 3. To build a national campaign for the amnesty and release of all political prisoners of war that they be given an opportunity to be transferred to a no-capitalist, no-imperialist country that will accept them. 4. All political prisoners of war to be retried before a United Nations Court, demanding the U.S. recognize the existence of political prisoners of war in the United States. 4. To end forced labor, slave wages, and involuntary servitude in U.S. prisons as mandated by the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, and for the implementation of the United Nations Standard Minimum Rules for Imprisonment. Therefore, this NEW movement of national rectification and unity must evolve into a CLASS struggle within the nation of Africans in the diaspora. The importance of the CLASS struggle within the nation of blacks is to identify and weed out any colonial agents still serving the massa to the detriment of the oppressed nation. A strategy and program based on national unity must be constructed to confront the national oppressor from a position of strength socio-politically and economically. E-class STRUGLE for national. 30. Unity will establish the means and method for a national strategy and agenda to be developed. Such a strategy will operate to broaden the basis for national self-determination and independence. We are an African people, we will never forget our Holocaust, and we are our own Liberators should be the MO of the CLASSSTRUGLE. W hereby an Afrocentric cultural perspective will be the creative spirit, inspiring and G4ing impetus to this NEW movement toward real black socio-political power and economic freedom. Liberation in our lifetime. 31. In times. It was a time when yesterday's dreams were preferred, a period here personal sacrifices were not abandoned, but were regarded as doing one's part. It was a time when young women and men had faith and sought to realize their truths for the future. Eyknew it was no aim of peace while at war, but rather peace the revolution. Stu Jimmy Hend Rix's per ple haze was a diversion, here the memory of being a slave was head away in acid, ripping down and the steep abyss of confr midway to racist oppression. It was a time when the target oink in the masquerade of law and order. But the only order at KNEW was to ensure corporate supply and demand continued to exploit the community. In those times, young black men and women matriculated in the lessons of street warfare, in the art of survival while building survival programs, lay wearing the uniforms of black leather jackets and berets. EIR slogans were power to the people, and black power to black people. Yet, they knew the revolution would no be telefized, except for W hen one of them was murdered or captured or ran into exile. COINTELPRO would permit this broadcast in order to distort the real it of revolution. 32. It was a time W hen black love reigned supreme, and the babies were held in esteem. Mackie babies for the revolution and before I die, was the war CRY, and ally had caught the in fiction dream, that if you believe it, then you should be it, and live it, or let it be. And, we believe it, we live it, and W had we let be, had no relevant in those times. 33. On the black liberation army, hide nothing the masses of our people. Tell no lies. Expose lies whenever the why are told. Mask no difficulties, mistakes, failures. Claim no easy victories. Page 1965. History of our national liberation struggle is one of the most important factors upon which the political party, the oppressed masses and the liberation armed forces may understand the nature of their oppression and the task before them toward independence and freedom. In this article, I would like to present to the masses the general history of the evolvement of the Black Liberation Army. Is will be a brief historical overview no providing specific historical data in order to protect people who are either functioning in the BLA, or in other areas no longer associated with the BLA. Black Liberation Army is a politico-military organization, whose primary objective is to GHT for the independence and self-determination of African people in the United States. The political determination of the BLA evolved out of the no WFUNCT Black Panther Party. It was in October 1966, with the advent of the Black Panther Party for self-defense, that the question of armed struggle and resistance to racist oppression emerged as a plausibly strategical maneuver in the developing liberation movement. It was in late 1968, early 1969, that the forming of a black underground RST began. From Los Angeles, California, to Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, armed units were formed in rural areas, trained and caches were established. In Oakland, San Francisco, Detroit, Chicago, Philadelphia, Ohio, and New York, Black Panther PARTYOSs were established to formulate a political relationship with the oppressed black masses in these and other communities across the country. From 1969 to 1972, the BPP came UNDERVICHSA, act by the state and federal government. E-government. 34. Employed COINTELPRO as a means to destroy the above-ground political apparatus that held the black underground. But it was until 1969 that the BPP began its purge of many of its most trusted and militant members, many of whom eventually joined the Black Underground. By 1971, contradictions perpetuated by COINTELPRO forces in the leadership of the BPP caused the split between Newton and Cleaver, which eventually split the entire Black Panther PARTY into two major factions. It was this BPP split and factionalism that determined that the elding of the Black Underground would begin to serve its primary purpose. Is no to say that armed action against the state did no occur by the Black Underground or to the split. On the contrary, by 1971 the Black Underground was becoming rich in in the tactics of armed expropriations, sabotage and ambush assaults. It needs to be said that, prior to the split, the Black Underground was the ochale armed wing of the above-ground political apparatus, and thereby had to anti and restrain in its military activity was ver YWELL for the Black Underground, although in many areas in tactical military guerrilla warfare, it was still INF anti-LE politically, and although becoming organizationally wielded as a ding apparatus, it did not establish an INFRASTRUcture. Completely autonomous from the above-ground BPP cadres and PARTY chapters. In turn, became one of the major determinants of the Black Underground, the split of the Black Panther Party. Based upon the split and factionalism in the BPP, and 18D repression by the state, the Black Underground was ordered to begin establishing the capacity to tackle the defensive, offensive in developing urban guerrilla warfare. Henke, in 1971, the name Black Liberation Army surfaced as the nucleus of black guerrilla GHTers across the United States. It is no tea to say that the name Black Liberation Army was RST used in 1971, for in late 1968, during a student strike and demonstration in Mexico City, many students and demonstrators were killed by Mexican police. One of those students was reported to have had a piece of paper 35 in his pocket, upon which was WRI, and the name Black Liberation Army. Whether or no there was a connection to the elding of the Black Underground with the uprising in Mexico in 1968 is no wn. Cine the split in the BPP and the Cal-L of the defensive, offensive command, the Black Underground, which in May of 1971 bore the name Black Liberation Army, had come, many armed acts against the states as part of the BPP, many of which are unrecorded. Here I would like to present the Justice Department LEAA Task Force Report on BLA Activit Y. 1970. October 22, San Francisco, California. An antipersonnel time bomb explodes outside a church, showering steel shrapnel on mourners of a patrolman slain in a bank holdup. No one is injured. EBLA is suspected. 1971. January 13, Hunters Point, California. A police officer is shot by BLA member. January 19, San Francisco, California. 2 police officers are wounded by BLA members. March 30, San Francisco, CAF. Here is a BLA attempt to bomb a police station. May 19, New York City, 2 black men lure patrolman Kerwai and Bine, I by dr4ing the W wrong way and ignoring atrocity light, W hen apprehended, the driver drops down and the passenger resa machine gun at the doors and winds of the patrol car, the Black Liberation Army is suspected. May 21, Harlem, NY. Patrolman Piazzantini and Waverly Jones are killed in an ambush by alleged members of the BLA. June 5, New York City, 4 men associated with the Black Liberation Army attempt to hold up a NIGHT club cal led the TRIPO. 1 cab driver is killed. 36. June 18, New York City, BLA members rob a bank for funds. August 20, BLA members leave New York City and rent a farmhouse in Fia, Ville, GA. Here they condominium ukta guerrilla warfare school for 1 month, during which they hold up a bank and kill an Atlanta policeman. August 23, Queens, NY. E-Bank ERSTRUST company is robbed, Black Liberation Army members are identified as PA participants. August 28, San Francisco, California. 2 BLA members attempt to machine gun a San Francisco Police Department patrol car. An exchange of gun they are apprehended. Service revolver of Slay and New York City patrolman Waverly Jones is found in their possession. August 29, San Francisco, California. A police sergeant is killed at his desk. Wo black men repeated blast into the Ingleside police station. The BLA is suspected. October 7, Atlanta, GA. Peters Street branch of Fulton National Bank is robbed, reportedly by the Black Liberation Army. November 3, Atlanta, GA. Officer James R. Richard Green is shot in a paddy wagon. The scene of the shooting is 3 miles away from a residence used by the Black Liberation Army, and this organization is believed responsible for the shooting. December 12, Atlanta, GA. Reported Black Liberation Army members and TWO other prisoners escape from the Dek Albi Count YJL. December 21, Atlanta, GA. /New York CITY, 2 police notice a suspicious car NEAR Bank ERSTRUST company in Queens. When they approach the car, it speed S away. AERIND 4 S in the car roll LA grenade toward S the police car, the grenade explodes, causing considerable damage toward the police car, and injuring the policeman. TWO suspects are identified as Black Liberation Army members. December 31, Brooklyn, NY. BLA members engage in a shootout with a rival group of OSAs of Youth in Action. Odessa, FLA. A BLA member is killed in shootout with the FBI. 1972. 37. January 12, Houston, Texas. Members of the BLA are charged for the June 6 shooting and wounding of the ODUTY housing police detectives. January 19, Philadelphia, PA. 2 BLA members are arrested with TWO Sutkas Eskantai NINGGUNS. January 27, New York CITY. In the morning TWO patrolman notice a car going through TWO red lights. When they approach to ask for a driver's license, the driver start TS shooting. 1 patrolman is seriously wounded. In the evening TWO policemen, Gregor Y. Foster and Arako L. or IE, are shot in the back by at least 3 persons. 4 suspects are members of the Black Liberation Army. 1 suspect is later killed in a street BALE with St. Louis police. The recovered pistol matches OSER L or IE's. February 16, St. Louis, MO. A Black Liberation Army member tied to the shooting of OSER's Foster and L or IE is killed in AG on BALE with police. TWO others are arrested. May 10, Columbia, SC. 4 BLA members are arrested with GUNS. August 8. Newark, NJ. A BLA member WHO escapes a shooting a sergeant and patrolman on a PRIL 19, 1971 is captured. September 9, Brooklyn, NY. BLA members, including 1 WHO escaped from Dek Albi Count Y, GAJL, are arrested. October 7, Los Angeles, California. A police car bombing is claimed by the AFRO American Liberation Army. December 28, Brooklyn, NY. A NER of a bar is kidnapped by the BLA and held for $20,000 ransom. 1973. January 2, Brooklyn, NY. During the robbery of a social club, BLA members shoot and kill a victim. January 10, Brooklyn, NY. AER being confronted on a subway station by a patrolman, a BLA member is shot and escapes into the tunnel. January 12, Brooklyn, NY. 2 housing detectives are shot in front of a bar stopping TWO BLA members. 38. January 23, Brooklyn, NY. 2 wanted BLA members are shot and killed by members of New York CITY Police Department. They are trapped in a bar. 2 detectives are wounded. January 25, Brooklyn, NY. 2 patrolman brothers assigned to same machine G Dow and by the BLA. January 28, Queens, NY. 2 patrolmen on patrol are machine G by the BLA. February 9, Bronx, NY. Members of the Black Liberation Army rob a bank. February 23, Brooklyn, NY. 2 BLA members are arrested with a carload of explosives. March 2, Brooklyn, NY. A group of BLA members, stopped by OSERs looking for a robber suspect, engages the OSERs in AG on BALE. March 6, Bronx, NY. BLA members are recognized by TWO detectives, and engage them in AG on BALE. BLA members are joined by T.wo more and escape by stealing a car and machine G-Uni and a police radio car. March 27, Brooklyn, NY. BLA members rob a supermarket. April 10, Queens, NY. BLA members rob a bank. April 12, Brooklyn, NY. 2 telephone company men are held at gunpoint by the BLAW and they are suspected of being police. EY are told that they will killed if they have GUNS, radio, or shield S. May 2, New Jersey Turnpike, members of the BLA are arrested at a shootout, 1 state patrolman is killed, 1 BLA member is wounded, 1 BLA member dies, the driver, 1 escapes, but is subsequently captured in East Brunswick, NJ. May 19, Mount Vernon, NY. 2 policemen are shot and they stop 3 BLA members pulling a stick-up. June 5, New York City, a transit detective is killed and he stops T.wo BLA members from entering without paying. Before he died he shot both of them, 1 is captured, and the other escapes. June 7, Brooklyn, NY. A BLA member is captured by New York City police and FBI. 39. June 8, Brooklyn, NY. 2 other BLA members are captured. July 18, Bronx, NY. BLA members rob a bank. September 2, New Orleans, Law. Members of New York City Police Department, New Orleans Police Department and the FBI capture a BLA member. September 27, New York City, a BLA member is charged with the murder of Patrolman Foster and L.O.I.E. He escapes from Kings County Hospital, but is captured on October 3. November 7, New York City, a BLA member is arrested as he attempts to turn himself in for being absent without leave from the Army. November 14, Bronx, NY. Member of the Black Liberation Army is slain after 3 years of pursuit by police. His member is the 7th BLA member to die in police shootout, 18 others have been arrested. December 27, New York City BLA sympathizers are caught emptying to every BLA members from the Tombs and police see one of them emergencying from a sewer manhole T.wo block S away, outside the Corrections Department design and INER unity that houses blueprints. 1974. April 17, New York City, inside the Tombs, 4 BLA sympathizers, armed with T.wo hand GUNS and acid Wileen torch, empt to every 3 BLA members, the EEW hand torch RUNS out of fuel. May 3, New York City, AER failing to release prisoners at the Tombs, BLA members to New Haven, Con W here they rob a bank and shoot T.wo policemen. Are captured, and others escape. June 2, New York City, BLA members empt to shoot T.wo policemen on the Delaware Bridge and are arrested, they have a large supply of GUNS. August 5, Brooklyn, NY. A family is arrested at ERA, emptying to smuggle hacksaw blades to BLA prisoners. August 15. Brooklyn, NY. 1 BLA member escapes, 1 is shot, and a third gives up a ER and escape empt. Escapee is captured a few blocks away. 40. October 20, Connecticut State Prison, a white female is arrested trying to smuggle AG onto BLA prisoners. 1975. February 17, Rikers Island, NY. BLA members are subdued by GUARD SAERGE, ing the keys from a GUARD. Police receive a telephone call as soon as the incident saying that VE men armed with shotguns, 1 in a wetsuit, RSE, ing of in 3 RAS, 1 RA is found with a map, a set of oars, SWMNS, and 3.38 caliber bullets and 9mm bullets. May 25, Brooklyn, NY. A Black Liberation Army member falls to his death in an escape Empt. A second member is recaptured NEAR the PR ISIN, TWO other BLA members return to their cell LSAER the 1 fell L. 1976. January 19. Trenton, NJ. At Trenton State PR ISIN, there is an 11-hour rampage. One inmate W. Ho began the incident by shooting a guard in an escape. Empt was killed in the opening NG exchange of G. Henri. Another inmate W. Ho instigated the incident was convicted of murdering a state trooper in a shootout between BLA members and police on the New Jersey Turnpike. Inmates threw a homemade grenade at police and guards as they rescue a wound at guard. Names of comrades meant Ione D in these police repartees have been omi, ed, as some are no longer functioning in the same capacity, or are imprisoned or dead. It is our policy not to reveal the names of comrades W who have acted within our organizational underground formations. Defensivo-ensive Lawnhead in 1970-71 politico-military initiatives was based upon the degree of repression sued in the black community due to COINTEL pro-police ac se politico. Military policy at that time was to establish a defensive front that would offensively protect the interest of the above-ground political apparatus aspiration to develop a mass movement toward national liberation. Again, it must be stated that in the early 70s, the black underground was the armed, wing of the above around BPP, which because of the split and factionalism, prevented adequate logistics. 41. And communications between Cotter and Focus in the black underground in various parts of the country. It was this situation which caused the greatest problem to the advent of the Black Liberation Army, upon which the commencement of armed struggle could be said to have been premature in the sense that subjectively, our capacity to wage a sustained, protracted, national liberation war was not possible. Was due to the split in the above-ground political apparatus, the black underground still depending on the above-ground for logistics and communications. Black underground was composed of militants who had no grow into political maturity, and were without a military structure and strategy to merge the black underground into a national formation employing both stable and mobile urban and rural guerrilla warfare, in conjunction with the rising militant of the oppressed masses. In the same regard, an objective reality was present, that being a historical transition evolving from the civil rights movement, the RIOTIS 1960s, the creation of the BPP chapters in black communities across the country, which fought bravely against police ACS, and the MAS mobilization in support of the Vietnamese National Liberation War, etc. Henke, the commencement of armed struggle by our forces was according to the development of history. By late 1971, it was ordered for the black underground to enter a strategic retreat, to reorganize itself and build a national structure, but the call for the strategic retreat for many cadres was too late. Many of the most mature militants were already deeply underground, separated from those functioning with the logistics provided by BPP chapters who in the split served to support armed struggle. Repression of the state continued to mount, especially know that the black underground was hampered by internal strife with the loss of the above-ground political support apparatus. It should be stated, a major contradiction was developing between the black underground and those Euro-American forces who were employing armed tactics in support of Vietnamese liberation struggle. By 1973-75, this contradiction became FOL. 42. Blow N. W. Hereby Spicy Euro-American Revolutionary Armed Forces refused to give mini NGFO material and political support to the Black Liberation Movement, more specifically, to the Black Liberation Army. Arabi, in 1974, the Black Liberation Army was without an above-ground political support apparatus, logistically and structurally aired across the country without the means to unity its combat unities, abandoned 1D by Euro-American Revolutionary Armed Forces, and being relentlessly pursued by the state reactionary forces, COINTEL Pro. Us, It was only a matter of time before the Black Liberation Army would be virtually decimated as a clandestine organization. By 1974-75, the capacity of the Black Liberation Army had been destroyed, but the BLA as a politico-military organization had not been destroyed. Since those imprisoned continued their escape and fought political trials, they forged ideological and political the the building of the Black Liberation Movement and Revolutionary Armed STRUGLE. Trials of Black Liberation Army members sought to place the state on TRL, to condominium the oppressive condominium from which black people had to eke out an existence in racist America. SA trials went on for several years, which the courts and police used to embellish their position as being guardians of society. State media publications projected the Black Liberation Army trials as justice being served to protect black people from terrorism, to prevent these terrorists from starting racial strife between black and white people, to protect the interest and lives of police who are responsible for the welfare of the oppressed communities, etc. Captured and CON-NEDBLA members were deemed terrorist, criminal, racist, but never revolutionaries, never humanitarians, never political activists. But the UND and revolutionary fervor of captured BLA members continued to serve the revolution even while imprisoned. By placing the state on TRL, the BLA was more able to expose the contradictions between the philosophy of the state to protect the rights of LL people, and the actions of the state, which are only to protect the rights of the capitalist class bourgeoisie. EBLA trials sought to undermine the states. 43. Attempts to play the BLA as an insignificant group of crazies, and therefore the trials of BLA members became forums to politicize the masses of what the struggle and revolution is all about. Trials served to organize people to support those being persecuted and prosecuted by the state, as a means from which the oppressed masses would be able to protect themselves for a future persecution. In this manner, the trials of the Black Liberation Army voiced the discontent, dissatisfaction, and disenfranchisement of black people in racist America. By late 1975, the Black Liberation Army established a coordinating committee, which was essentially composed of imprisoned members and outside supporters gained during the years of political prosecution in the courts. Task of the coordinating committee was to distribute an ideological and political document depicting the theoretical foundations of the political determination of the Black Liberation Army. His document was entitled, A Message to the BLAC Movement, a political statement from the Black Underground, a message to the Black Movement, put forth several political premises from which the BLA should be noted as a revolutionary political, military organization for national liberation of African people in the United States. In late 1975 and 1976, coordinating committee distributed the RSTBLANEWSLE, an organizational publication for the purpose of forging ideological and political clarity and unity between BLA members captured and CON-NED in various parts of the country. EBLANEWSLE, began to serve as a means through which BLA members would voice their political understanding of the national liberation struggle, and in this way, for the entire organized body to share in ideas and strengthen our collective political determination as a force. Over the years, the newsletter has served to help develop cadres inside and outside of PRISNs and to broaden the capacity from which the BLA could continue to serve the national liberation struggle. Also, in 1976, members of the Black Liberation Army launched a national campaign to petition the United Nations concerning the plight of political prisoners of war and 44. Condominium of the U.S. penal system, on behalf of the PRISN movement. UN Prisoners Petition Camp initiated and directed by members of the BLA, virtually revitalized the PRISN movement across the country and forged impetus to the present human rights campaign to the United Nations. It was the UN Prisoners Petition campaign that RST-CAL led for an international investigation into the condominium-itions of USPR ISINs, and CAL led for the release of political prisoners of war to a no-imperialist country that would accept them. LSTLY, in 1976-77, the Coordinating Committee, distributed had been termed a study guide to captured members of the BLA as a means to consolidate the ideological perspectives from which the BLA would provide political leadership to the national liberation struggle. Since 1974 to the present, the BLA has continuously provided ideological and political perspectives within the Black liberation movement, and in this way gave leadership to the movement. However, the Black Liberation Army is still lacking in PR support by progressive forces throughout the country. EPRMRY aspect of lack of support is the fact that the BL is still CAL-LS for the NED for armed struggle, and the building of a revolutionary armed front. Black Liberation Army is a politico-military organization, which in the last VE years has served to develop the political MOS movement to merge with the political determination of the Black underground. Merger is based upon the development of a national politico-military strategy in unity with the aspirations and strategic initiatives of the various political organizations throughout the country. Consistently, the Black Liberation Army has led for the development of the Black Liberation Front or Black United Front, a united front of Black revolutionary nationalists, establishing the political determination of the CLASS and national liberation STRUGLE toward independence and for the freeing of the land. At this stage in struggle, there are several areas of progress being formulated that may serve to strengthen, consolidate, and mobilize the national liberation struggle UNDER the aspirations of the oppressed. 45. Black masses. Building of the African National Prisoners Organization is a positive step in which various progressive black forces can develop PR-encoupled working relationships, alliances, and coalitions, and further build toward the Black Liberation Front. In the same regard, the development of the National Black Human Rights Coalition provides a means from which a greater number of black organizations and groups representing oppressed black masses can be educated, organized, and mobilized to confront racist capitalist imperialism, in conjunction with the high-teen struggles in Namibia and Azania, and human rights violations here in North America. But it is imperative that these NEW formations develop a struggle line that supports the need for armed struggle to be waged in the United States, and therefore support the oldest revolutionary armed force in North America, the Black Liberation Army. It is practically 1980, and the Black Liberation Army has been in existence for over 10 years. The last 10 years have been hard years of struggle, we have lost many comrades, we have made many mistakes, but we have never lied nor compromised our PR-encoupled in struggle. Growth and development of the BLA depends on the growth and development of the entire CLASS and National Liberation struggle. Means from which the BLA can build revolutionary armed struggle is based upon the willingness of the oppressed masses to support the BLA, to call for the BLA to act, to build areas of support in the workplace, in the home, and the social places of entertainment, but most of all amongst the political organizations, and groups that the oppressed masses are alliated with. It is essential and necessary that the general masses and popular movement understand the need for revolutionary armed struggle/forces to exist, and that the existence of the Black Liberation Army is the criteria from which the class and national liberation struggle will be preserved, as the socio-economic condominium-itions of the U.S. monopoly, capitalism worsens, and as racist repression intensifies. As meant Ione earlier, another national political campaign has been launched. Is NEW campaign CAL-LS for the release and/or exchange of captured members of the Black Underground and other revolutionary forces across the 46 country. but it must be understood that the principal objective of this campaign is to also build support for revolutionary armed struggle, employing international law and politics concerning the execution of political prisoners of war in the United States. Arabi, supporting the release of political prisoners of war brings understanding of how these revolutionaries came to be imprisoned and the need for them to be released, as well as the need for revolutionary armed struggle. Is the challenge in uniting the masses and popular movements under the auspices of building the Black Liberation Front. It can only be objectively realized by supporting the re-emergence of the Black Underground, the Black Liberation Army. Support the Black Liberation Army. Build the National POW Amnesty Campaign. Free all political prisoners of war. Originally re+N on September 18, 1979, and printed in Arm the Spirit, the RST National Revolutionary Prisoners newspaper. Since the original writing of this brief historical account of the BPP-BLA, Assata Shakur was liberated, and BLA soldiers were captured during the 1981 Nyack Brink's armored car expropriation. 47. A case against United States. Domestic colonialism for the National POW Amnesty Campaign and preliminary statement is document is to provide political organizations with the essential theoretical and ideological perspective to formulate a political determination in building a campaign for the amnesty of political prisoners of war. EINF formation herein discloses the BAS is from WH the amnesty campaign must be part of the General Prison movement united with the overall development of the CLASS and national liberation struggle. A national program must be organized that will forge the amnesty campaign in all areas of the class and national liberation struggle, and further consolidate the prison movement within a national strategy for amnesty. Although this document is theoretically connected to the condominiumizations of African political prisoners of war, the concepts and political determination of the amnesty campaign will objectively build toward the liberation of political prisoners of war of all oppressed nations and CLASSES. We recognize the execution of Native American, Puerto Rican, Mexican American, Asian, and Euro-American political prisoners of war. Based upon this recognition all ideological and political concepts, goals, and objectives meant in this document apply to all political prisoners of war in relation to their movements for national liberation, independence and sovereignty. A historical determination that has led to this document stems from the history of struggle of oppressed nations and CLASSES in the United States. It is in the background of struggle for CLASS and national liberation that political prisoners of war came into execution, and the present need for an amnesty campaign becomes necessary for Native Americans and Mexicans who have lost their land due to Euro-American conquests and wars of territorial aggression, for the slavery and involuntary servitude of Africans and Asians, and for the colonial domination of Puerto Rico, third-world people in 48. The United States have been forced to wage a struggle for civil and human rights, and further, to demand freedom and independence from continued socio-economic and political domination, colonization, and racist genocidal control over their lives. In response to these struggles and demands, the United States government has established various laws and judicial procedures to prevent, and virtually liquidate any means by which the growth and development of their people's struggles can take place. With racism at the fore in the government scheme to control the national aspirations of the oppressed colonies, the U.S. government uses the police and judicial court system as the primary coercive measure to stay national liberation struggles. Is ultimately leads to many oppressed people being sent to prison for a variety of violations of U.S. laws. While in prison many members of the oppressed nations develop resistance to the inhumane and cruel treatment found throughout America's penal system. EY continue to organize for civil and human rights, freedom, and independence from racist colonial domination. Oppressed persons locked away in the U.S. penal system are exposed to the most repressive measures the U.S. government has to or in its attempts to prevent the continued growth and development of the class and national liberation struggle. In the United States, prisoners have rebelled against racism and in living and working condominium have been killed en masse, dehumanized and degraded in such ways as forced sterilizations and drugging, con-ned in segregated areas and deprived of sensor and audible perceptions, and denied adequate diets, health care, and safe working condominium families of these prisoners have been harassed and treated in dehumanizing ways for visiting and writing to their loved ones. For the most part, a person entering the U.S. penal system is demeaned to the condominium of a slave as mandated by the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. SA condominium are no the exception, but rather the daily situation and per ank ell prisoners may sue while in any one of America's prisons. But for the political prisoners of war, whose imprisonment is directly based upon a conscious or to rebel. 49. Against continued racist genocide and colonialism, their con-ment is even more abusive and dehumanizing. In this document, political prisoners of war are denied as those prisoners who have consciously rebelled against prison administrators, in work and living condominium racism and gurd, polis utilid y, and who have for their exposed condominium to the public by organizing strikes, takeovers, and sit-in demonstrations supporting and building the prison movement in conjunction with the anti-colonial, anti-imperialist movement are those prisoners who have been con-ned for their political activity in the oppressed nation communities, for educating, organizing and mobilizing the oppressed people to resist colonialism. And they are those prisoners who have been imprisoned because of their direct military acts against a system of national oppression, for the liberation of an oppressed class or nation is de nation categorizes an identity as a particular segment of the general prison population, and distinguishes these prisoners based upon their political determination to GHT against domestic colonial rule. Henke these prisoners are politically motivated and conscious of their oppressive condominium in relation to the overall condominium of their oppressed nation with respect to their colonial enemies. SA prisoners have either formulated an organized body of politico-military cance to wage war on the colonial government or acting in support of the general popular movement against racist capitalist imperialism. The core SE of Struggle. African, Mexican, American, Native American, Asian, Puerto Rican and Euro, American political prisoners of war have been imprisoned or remain in prison because of the relationship of their oppressed nations to the colonial rule of the U.S. government. Third world nations are alleging wars of national liberation, seeking independence and sovereignty from capitalist exploitation. African, Native American and Puerto Rican nationalists have in the past submitted documents to the United Nations pertaining to the con-ment of their respective nationals languishing in the U.S. prisons. Each of these national liberation struggles has developed to the extent of being established. 50. Revolutionary armed forces to combat the racist aggression of the state against their nationalist movements. Euro-Americans have also organized armed combat unities, which in the party have committed acts of militant resistance to U.S. imperialism. Mexican and Asian nationalists have resisted imperialist aggression in the MAS formations through political organizations. The essential aspect is that resistance to the U.S. capitalist imperialism has been militant, employing armed unities to combat U.S. colonial domination and capitalist exploitation. In response to this resistance and the cries of the oppressed nationalities for freedom and independence, the U.S. government has implemented such aggressive policies as the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Counterintelligence Program. His program was originally put into effect in 1956 against the American Communist Party and the Socialist Workers Party, but by the early 1960s counter-intelligence operations had been extended to the Puerto-Rican nationalist movement, specifically against the nationalist party of Puerto Rico and the Movimiento Pro Independencia de Puerto Rico. U.S. government, employing the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Central Intelligence Agency and local police departments, set out to disrupt and destroy the nationalist movement. By 1967 COINTELPRO operations had been extended to the civil rights struggle and the national liberation movements of Native Americans, Mexican Americans, Asians, and Africans inside the United States. In the case of Africans in America, the Federal Bureau of Investigation declared war against their national liberation movement. A memorandum issued by the former director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, dated February 29, 1968, stated: 1. Prevent the coalition of militant black nationalist groups. An active coalition of black nationalist groups might be the RST step toward a real Mau Mau in America, the beginning of a true black revolution. 51. 2. Prevent the rise of a Messiah W. Ho could uni fy and electrify the militant black nationalist movement. Malcolm X might have been such a Messiah, he is the martyr of the movement today. 3. Prevent violence on the part of black nationalist groups. Rough counter-intelligence it should be possibly to pinpoint potential troublemakers and neutralize them before they exercise their potential for violence. 4. Prevent militant black nationalist groups and leaders from gaining respectability, by discrediting them to the separate segments of the community. 5. Anal goal should be to prevent the long-range growth of militant black nationalist groups, especially youth, is sy no size of the FBI directive to destroy the black liberation movement in North America provides an insight to which the FBI used COINTELPRO and virtually declared war on the nationalist movement. Is CRITIA used against black nationalists is basically the same policy used against all other nationalist formations within the United States. U.S. government aggression intended to either contain and control or disrupt and destroy these national liberation movements, and the government's use of force and violence made it necessary for these nationalists to arm themselves and organize revolutionary armed unities to combat U.S. aggression. Thus, the advent of the Black Liberation Army, the armed forces of the 52. Liberation of Puerto Rico, the Eswimbayan Liberation Army, armed confrontations of the American INDEN movement and the Republic of New Africa against U.S. racist colonialism and various other clandestine groups. Even in PRISON, militant armed formations such as the Black Guerrilla La Famille were established to GHT against racist ACS and PRISON GURD SA revolutionary armed forces began to ferment an armed presence in the various national liberation struggles, establishing armed STRUGLE as a necessary means to secure national liberation from racist, genocidal colonial domination. It is within the context of the development of revolutionary armed struggles strengthening national liberation struggles that the excision of political prisoners of war must be viewed, and the BAS's from which an amnesty campaign must be organized. SA national liberation struggles PRMRY objectives are WNENG self-determination and independence from colonial domination. It is necessary to unite these struggles with the national liberation struggle being fought in various parts of the world. To develop an international anti-imperialist perspective within nationalist struggles in the U.S., and further forge the means from which amnesty of political prisoners of war will be supported by progressives throughout the world. Is essential in order to bring pressure on the U.S. government to release political prisoners of war and or have them exchanged and released to a non-imperialist country that will accept them. In broadening the theoretical and ideological foundation of this document, it is necessary to elucidate on the international concepts of national wars against colonialism and for self-determination, and United Nations sanctions awarded political prisoners of war. International Law on Wars of Nation AL Liberation Against Colonialism and for Self-Determination and Independence Sine the European Conquest of North America, the genocidal slaughter of Native Americans, African chattel slavery, Asian involuntary servitude, and the 53. Territorial aggression against Mexican land. These oppressed nations through the Centurias have fought for national liberation and the regaining of lost territory, self-determination over their lives, and independence from U.S. colonial domination. Accordingly, Article 15 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states: 1. Everyone has a right to a nationality. 2. No one shall be arbitrarily deprived of his nationality nor denied the right to change his nationality. In the case of Africans in America, they have been deprived of their national origin by the U.S. government, named Negroes and Black, but no Africans, which is their national origin and heritage. Native Americans have had their various nations decimated by the genocidal actions of corralling them into federal reservations, thereby denying them a national identity. Thus it is determined that the U.S. has violated the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Such violations ensure further violations of international standards of the rights of colonized peoples, such as the International Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Here the International Court states in Article 2. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed plus ed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, such as 1. Killing members of the group. 2. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. 3. Deliberately insisting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. 4. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. 5. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. 54. Article 3 further states: following shall be punishable: a. Genocide, b. Conspiracy to commit genocide, c. Direct and public incitement to commit genocide, d. A plus M to commit genocide, e. Complicit in genocide. It should be understood that the crime of genocide is against international law in times of war and peace. The historical aspects of colonialism, as employed in the United States against oppressed nations, has been one of continued implementations of containment, control, and in certain instances, the destruction of the growth and development of a particular group. Is can be more so evaluated considering the degree to which sterilization programs have 55. Been carried out in oppressed nation communities, the trafficking of Dr. Uggs, constant police killings of oppressed people, and the wholesale imprisonment of Africans, Native Americans, Puerto Ricans, Asians, and Mexican people. The American penal system is presently composed of 78% third-world people, while such people make up less than 20% of the total American population. Hanky, U.S. colonial rule has been found to be against international law, which gives cause for these colonized people to wage national liberation struggle against continued colonization. The United Nations Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Country IES and Peoples ARMS. The inherent right of colonial people to struggle by all means at their disposal against colonial powers which suppress their aspirations for freedom and independence, while the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights states: all people have the right of self-determination. By virtue of that right the yearly determine their political status and yearly pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. Inherent right of colonized peoples to secure self-determination and independence is further granted protection as peoples is denied by the United Nations Charter and Covenant. Traditional definitions of an ethnic group as people linked by a common history with requirements of common territory, religion and language, have been criticized as being unduly harsh due to the vicissitudes of history. Here there may be a loss of territory or involuntary dispersal of their populace. A more subjective view is urged. Which considers it essential for a people to have a present ethos or state of mind, and a more practical definition is of a group or people entitled to self-determinations cal for a nation, a people, a national possessing a common territory, and most and a common language who are united in a struggle for national liberation. In light of the traditional and modern definitions of a people which 56 is entitled to self-determination, the colonial status of oppressed nations in the United States meets demand as preserved by international law. Colonized nations have a distinct national or social and cultural identity that separates them from their colonizers and establishes the criteria of peoplehood. The inherent dignity of the human person within a body or group is preserved, and the trust for self-determination is that a people, if it so wills, is entitled to independence from foreign domination, and may establish a sovereign state in the territory in which it constitutes a major right of self-determination for all peoples is within the spirit of customary international law as defined in the Covenants on Human Rights. Therefore the principle of self-determination is intimately related to the development of fundamental human rights, upon which Article 2 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights ensures that any person whose rights or freedoms have been abridged shall have an effective remedy. Violations of fundamental human rights and exercising of self-determination is based upon whether a people 1 is governed according to the will of the people. 2. Here there is an absence of internal or external domination. 3. Having free pursuit of economic, social and cultural development. 4. Enjoying the fundamental human rights and equal before the law, and 5. Absence of discrimination based upon race, color, class, caste, creed, or political conviction. It can be easily that the United States government fails to preserve each of these points by which Native Americans, Puerto Ricans, and Africans in America have petitioned the United Nations for redress of said violations, charging the United States government with the practice of racist genocide and colonial domination. Ed. by Native. 57. Americans, E/CN.4/sub.2/NGO/67, most recent petition submit, ed. to the Subcommission on Prevention of Discrimination and Protection of Minorities by the National Conference of Black Lawyers, the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, and the United Church of Christ, Commission for Racial Justice, on December 11, 1978, presented factual, historical documentation of human rights violations affecting domestic colonized peoples in the United States. Especially in regard to political prisoners. United Nations General Assembly in Resolution 3103 on December 12, 1973, emphatically reaffirmed that the continuation of colonialism in all its forms and manifestations, as noted in General Assembly Resolution 2621 of October 1970, is a crime, and that colonial peoples have the inherent right to struggle by all necessary means at their disposal against colonial powers and alien domination in exercise of their rights of self-determination recognized in this Charter of the United Nations. Because the United States is member and party to the United Nations Charter, which is a treaty approved by the U.S. Senate on July 28, 1945, and as such is part of the supreme law of the land, and because CAI law asserts that the U.S. judicial system has no right to annul or disregard provisions of treaties upon any motion of equity, general convenience, or substantial justice as put for in King Feature Syndicate vs. Valet Broadcasting Company, 43 F Sup 137, ARMED 133 F.2 D 127, violations of Side treaties in continuing to hold domestic colonies against their inherent rights to self-determination, make it incumbent upon these oppressed colonies to wage wars of national liberation for independent and sovereign Internation all on politic alpr iseners of war. 58. Based upon the foregoing, recognizing that oppressed nations in the United States have been waging national liberation struggles for independent and sovereign that the U.S. government has instituted repressive military campaigns to suppress, liquidate, and neutralize these national liberation struggles, and that these national liberation struggles for self-determination have evolved revolutionary armed forces to combat the repression of the state, and furthermore that international law preserves the right of these colonies to wage such a liberation struggle. It is necessary to also recognize the existence of political prisoners of war. Recognizing the purpose of the FBI/CIA joint COINTELPRO programs and the manner in which they were employed will serve to provide standing as to who are political prisoners of war and why they exist. Points elucidated above Ernie NG COINTELPRO show its primary goal was to prevent the building of the TRUE Black Revolution or any real national liberation struggle in this country. Means the government military campaigns employed were subversion and infiltration, electronic and physical surveillance, armed military ACS, and covert operations to neutralize political leaders by means of assassination, imprisonment on false accusations, and forcing them into exile by ing them up to be killed or imprisoned. Operations by the FBI/CIA and local police departments under the tutelage of the federal government. Which caused thousands to be imprisoned for their political beliefs and for implementing their First Amendment right to voice dissent to government actions, were belligerent military aggression, and in many instances, overkill. Declared war by the government against national liberation forces was in disregard of international law and the governing principles of human rights. The political person was imprisoned, they were further humiliated and degraded, as government operations under the auspices of COINTELPRO continued. In December of 1973, the House Committee on Internal Security released a report entitled Our Evolutionary Target, American Penal System. In June 1974, the FBI initiated a CONFRN led the National Swimpasum on 59 penal institutions as our evolutionary target. Out of the CONFRN, the FBI initiated the extremist, our evolutionary, terrorist, and subversive activities in penal institutions program in July of 1974. Government continued to wage its campaign to control, contain, and neutralize these freedomers. Those imprisoned for their political beliefs and those revolutionaries who are imprisoned for direct acts on the system of racist oppression continued to be harassed, utilized and killed while in prison. Because of the degree of political activism in prison, many persons, originally imprisoned for criminal offenses, began to gain a political consciousness about their incarceration and the relationship of their oppressed nations to the state of colonialism. Many of these prisoners alliated themselves with political organizations and movements, and/or organized a prison group to combat humana prison condominiumations and violence perpetuated by prison administrators and racists. His situation has developed to the extent that the U.S. penal system is a hotbed of political activism. Here political prisoners and POWs continue to serve the CLASS and national liberation struggles. Political prisoners of war are protected by international law, as they are members of organized bodies of oppressed colonies ghting for national liberation and self-determination. General Assembly Resolution 2621 specifically provides in that subsequent solutions of the General Assembly REARMED the legitimacy of the people's struggle for liberation from colonial and foreign domination by all means available, including armed struggle, and that persons participating in resistant movements for independent and self-determination, in cas of arrest be treated as prisoners of war in accordance with principles of the Geneva Convention is important based upon the fact that the U.S. government continued to Ac. 60. These political prisoners of war in its ts to prevent the development and fruition of national liberation struggles. To broaden the political and legal ramifications of these documents pertaining to political prisoners of war, it is necessary to direct consideration to specific condemnations of imprisonment and the international law which the U.S. government is in violation of for those condemnations. For instance, the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution mandates that all prisoners are slaves of the state. The 13th Amendment reads as follows. Section 1. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except as a punishment for crime whereof the party has been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. His constitutional amendment is against several international charters, specifically the Declaration of Human Rights, Article 4, which states 61. No one shall be held in slavery or servitude. Slavery and the slave trade shall be prohibited in all their forms. Also, the Convention concerning the abolition of forced labor, 1957, states in Article 1. Each member of the International Labor Organization which ratifies this Convention undertakes to suppress and not make use of any form of forced or compulsory labor. 1 as means of political coercion or education or as a punishment for holding or expressing political views or views ideologically opposed to the established political, social, or economic system. 2 as a method of mobilizing and using labor for purpose of economic development. 3 as a means of labor discipline. 4 as a punishment for having participated in strikes. 5 as a means of racial, social, national or religious discrimination. 62. For the political prisoner of war whose incarceration is based upon clear opposition to colonialism by the U.S. government, whose colonial domination is based on racism and national oppression, the use of the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution against persons imprisoned for asserting their political beliefs, and for the manifestations of such ideals in the course of waging a war of national liberation, serves as a double aberration against the POW according to international law. To further establish the status of the political prisoner of war based upon international charters, the additional protocol S to the Geneva Convention of August 12, 1949, adopted on June 8, 1977 by the diplomatic CONFRNE on reaffirmation and development of international humanitarian law applicable to Armedcon ICT expanded the Geneva Convention to protect those acting against colonialism and foreign domination, and conferred prisoner of war status to anti-colonial F. Redemptors. Article 1, concerning the scope of the Convention's application provides, UNDER paragraph. Situation referred to in the preceding paragraph includes armed ICT in which peoples are acting against colonial domination and alien occupation and against racist regimes, in exercise of self-determination, as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations and the Declaration of Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. His paragraph specifically applies the protections of the Geneva Convention to wars of national liberation, and CODESW has been recognized by most countries of the world, that such wars have an international character for the purpose of the application of humanitarian law. Article 43 of 63. The additional protocol provides that the armed forces of a party to a CONICT consists of all organized armed forces, groups, and units which are under command and responsible to the party for the conduct of its subordinates, even if that party is represented by a government or authority not recognized by an adverse party. Article 44 into ning combatants and prisoners of war, recognize as that owing to the nature of hostilities, an armed combatant cannot always distinguish himself from the civilian population, and that, provided that such combatant carries his arms openly during each military deployment preceding the launching of an A+AC, he shall retain his status as a combatant. In determining ngw whether a combatant is a prisoner of war, Article 45 of the Additional Protocol provides that a combatant shall be presumed to be a prisoner of war and shall be entitled to that status until such time as his status has been determined by a competent tribunal. Paragraph of Article 45, ons arising out of hostilities, he shall have the right to ascertain his entitlement to prisoner of war status before a judicial tribunal and to have the question adjudicated. Finally, Article 75, among other protection, provides the right to be tried by a fair and impartial tribunal and prohibits imposing a heavier penalty and impartial tribunal than applicable at the time of the offense. Spirit of Article 45, as well as the entire Additional Protocol 1, is to confer as liberally as possibly prisoners of war protection on legitimate national liberation combatants. United States is a signator to the GNVA, it was ratified by the Senate in 1955. Ratification of the treaty was accomplished without major disagreement. Opening ng statement of the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, conveys the over helming acceptance of the principles of this document. Since the U.S. has long been associated with EORTS to prescribe humane standards of treatment for POWs, we welcome this opportunity to proceed with these four humanitarian instruments whose 64 purpose is to relieve and reduce the swearing of those caught in the maelstrom of armed conflict. Henke, the treaty has full force UNDERUSLA. Supreme Court that specifically recognized the applicability of PRI or prisoner of war conventions to bail migrants who qualify under the language of these covenants. CESPARTE queer in 317 US 1, 31. See also in RE Yamashita, 327 US 1, EXPARTE me el Ligan, 71 US 1. Although the court in Queer in and Yamashita found that the defendant's actions were not protected by the prevailing POW conventions, the court recognized that the conventions and the force of law would protect proper combatants. In determining the application of the GNVA Convention to those presently imprisoned, the court should follow the principles set for th in Factor V. L. Oben Imwi, 290 US, 292-4. If a treaty fairly admits of two constructions, one restricting the rights which may be claimed under it, the other enlarging it, the more liberal construction is to be preferred. The United Nations Charter is also a treaty of the United States, part of the Supreme Law of the land, and binding upon U.S. Courts. Habana. Article 55 and 56 of the UN Charter create the obligation on its signatories to observe human rights and fundamental freedoms, and this is given for their specificity by the General Assembly resolutions and the Declaration of the United Nations. 65. Decolonization Committee, E. United Nations General Assembly resolutions specifically recognize the right of dependent peoples to use any means necessary, including armed and violent means, to GHT colonialism. Resolutions for the recognize that captured anti-colonial freedomers must be treated as prisoners of war in accordance with the GNVA Convention. In addition to the treaty clause, which mandates consideration of POW status, the Ninth Amendment and federal common law require that POW status be considered. Federal law and federal court decision have recognized the existence of the law of civilized nations, which inures to the people. A law of human rights and civilized nations can be applied to create a remedy UNDER federal common law, as can the concept of the basic human rights retired by the people UNDER the Ninth Amendment. UNDER either the or the right of the captured anti-colonial freedom to be treated as a prisoner of war, rather than as a common criminal, is recognized in the law of nations and confers a protected status on all political prisoners of war presently con-ned in the U.S. penal system. Building the nation al prisoner of war amnesty pain based upon the above, both international and U.S. federal law determines that persons con-ned for engaging in wars of national liberation against U.S. racist colonialism must be awarded status as POWs, according to the Geneva Conventions. It is therefore necessary for political activists and organizations to recognize the validity of these political prisoners of war's CAL for amnesty and to GHT for their release from prison or exchange to a non-imperialist country that will accept them. 66. Not long ago the American public witnessed the U.S. government exchange of dissidents from Russia for Russian secret agents. We have seen the same in respects to Cuba, and also with the exchange of prisoners between the U.S. and Mexico. On December 24, 1977, the Premier of Cuba, Fidel Castro, ordered to exchange certain persons in Cuban prisons for poor black and third world peoples in U.S. prisons. His order by Fidel Castro must be commended, but also sought out to ensure the actual exchange. His type of exchange should be considered through the governments of Angola, Tanzania, Zambia, and Mozambique who may have captured American mercenaries and CIA operatives. The prospects for establishing the bases of exchange is based upon the amnesty campaign building an international perspective and political determination. His determination would project U.S. political prisoners of war as legitimate freedomers against U.S. racist colonialism, thereby forging the national liberation struggle of their oppressed nations into the international political arena. It would be necessary to propagate the amnesty campaign to the United Nations, the Organization of African Unity, the Organization of American States, the non-aligned nations, the OPEC nations and various progressive international bodies and groups. Nationally, the amnesty campaign must establish a national conference to forge strategies that will award the campaign united strength of many groups and progressives, building tactical and strategic objectives to provide the means to W in amnesty for U.S. political prisoners of war. Many groups and organizations need to build towards concerted actions both as part of the national prison movement, and as one that will address itself specifically to the demands of amnesty for political prisoners of war. The United Nations Prisoners Petition Campaign of 1976 through 1977, submit to the Subcommission on Prevention of Discrimination and Protection of Minorities by members of the Black Liberation Army on behalf of U.S. political prisoners requested the UN Human Rights Commission to adopt the following recommendations. 67. 1. The UN would appoint an international commission to investigate the genocidal implications of the over third world population in prisons across the country, and the existence of racist groups within prison administrations. 2. Investigate drug/behavior or modification unities, their uses, methods, prison selection, racial makeup, drug used, medication in food, resulting deaths and forced sterilizations. 3. Investigate inhumane treatment of prisoners, which we recognize to include as assassination, torture, and brutality. 4. Investigate the U.S. government COINTELPRO and FBI coercion to frame and set up people in order to imprison or murder them. 5. Investigate forced labor, slave wages, and involuntary servitude, guarantee minimum wages. 6. Set up a UN court where political prisoners have the right to be tried. Already convicted political prisoners should be retried or be able to appeal to a UN court with automatic appeal. 7. Provide political prisoners of war the opportunity to be given their freedom to any other non-capitalist imperialist country that will accept them. 8. Investigate forced interstate transfers and the establishment of concentration camps for the special oppression of political prisoners. 9. US should recognize the existence of political prisoners of war in the United States. SA recommendations must be binding on all those working in support of the amnesty campaign to project as the goals and objectives to and in the course of building the campaign and substantiating the PRISN movement on national and international level. Conclusion. 68. It has been put for in this document that the course of STRUGLE is based upon the oppressed CLASSES and nations getting for an end to racist colonial domination and capitalist exploitation by US imperialism. It has also been determined that these oppressed nations have a right governed by international law to wage armed struggle for self-determination and independence. It has been determined that US imperialism has employed COINTELPRO operations, the FBI/CIA and local police departments to contain, control and or disrupt and destroy these national liberation struggle using military and covert tactics. The US government, in its efforts to prevent the rise of revolution, has imprisoned thousands of political dissidents, many of whom were revolutionaries engaged in armed combat against racism and genocide perpetrated by US imperialism. Furthermore, these captured political prisoners of war continue to sue while in PRISN, based upon extended COINTELPRO operations in the penal system and penal laws that are in violation of international law. With this understanding of the condemnations from which political prisoners of war come into existence, and with the continuation of these struggles for national liberation in and seeing the prospects for their United Nations Charter violations, and given that national liberation struggles led by the Southwest African People's Organization, the Palestine Liberation Organization, the Pan-African Congress, and the Patriotic Front were legitimately recognized and governed by the PR. Inciples of the Law of Nations, and that Puerto Rico has been judged a colony of the US government, it is therefore necessary that the development of the amnesty campaign be based on the PR inciples of the Laws of Nations, and that progressives throughout the Americas recognize these condemnations in Alabama of their support of the PRISN movement. It is essential that progressives begin to support armed struggle as a legitimate politico-military initiative in the anti-colonial/anti-imperialist movement, and that the CLASS and National Liberation struggle begin to call for the exchange of political prisoners of war who have been captured due to their involvement in armed struggle. It is essential that revolutionaries who have been 69. Captured for organizing the oppressed masses against US racist genocide be released from PRISN, and that those prisoners who have rebel-led against humana PRISN condemnations be granted clement y. All victims of COINTELPRO must be released from PRISN. PRISN struggle within the United States is potentially the largest organized body of progressive revolutionaries throughout the country. Revolutionaries who have the best advantage to build a movement based upon the concrete condemnations of the repressive measures of the state. His movement is quantitatively at a greater level of struggle than those on the streets, primarily because many of those imprisoned are the most politically educated, determined and inspired individuals in the country, many of whom had been leaders on the streets before their imprisonment. Also, because of the direct frontline relationship between prisoners and representatives of the state, the repressive measures of the state are combated more vigorously and relentlessly. The ideological perspective that emanates from the PRISN movement conceptually earns itself with the entire CLASS and National Liberation Movement. It builds revolutionary consciousness toward human and organizational relationships that forge united political actions amongst many progressive for CES within the various oppressed CLASS and national struggles for self-determination and independence. It is hereby led for LL Progressive Revolutionary IES in support of the PRISN movement to recognize this amnesty campaign as a major PRI or IDY in their organizational program, and begin to give direct political and material support to the development of the National POW Amnesty Campaign. Revolution and live tion in our lifetime evence remos. 70. For the liberation of North America, the purpose of this book is to forge theoretical and political determination within the CLASS and national liberation struggles. Such determination will destroy the lackadaisical and erroneous concepts many LEists hold about revolutionary armed struggle. My primary premise is that our struggle must become more militant, with a greater anticipation of armed confrontation with the enemy of the poor and oppressed masses. I do not present an elaborate evaluation of the present political condominium nor an in-depth historical analysis of what has brought us to the present level of struggle. My intent is to discuss particular objective realities and circumstances that the class and national liberation struggle is no confronted with, and to provide the theoretical concepts, principles, and policies of revolution that have been tested in past revolutions as they are applicable to our situation today. Many LEists in the CLASS and national liberation struggle have labeled individuals or groups who advocated revolutionary armed struggle ultra LEist or LEist reactionary ys erroneous postulations have ILLEX on the entire revolutionary movement. EY tend to strip the revolutionary movement of its militant Y and prevent certain measures of defense from developing with a greater participation from the oppressed masses on local, regional, and national level. Thus, those who partake in armed actions are not only monopoly capitalist enemies, but are also isolated and abandoned by those claiming to be progressive political activists and revolutionary IES. It is my belief for the most part that those who condominium revolutionary armed struggle are either in CAHOITS with US imperialism, seeking to subvert and defuse the revolutionary development of the masses and popular movement, or lack understanding of the necessity of the revolutionary armed struggle and thus speak in UNPR incipient ways on issues they know le about. EY fear the repression of the state in defense of its continued existence. In the meantime, those who engage in revolutionary armed actions must struggle against pseudo. 71. Revolutionary IES who negate armed struggle and postulate political the IES from safe positions in progressive publications and close to the public sector and meetings. Urban and rural guerrilla warfare must establish a political and military strategy that embraces the political determination of the mass and popular movement, and it must forge such a movement toward class and national liberation struggle. Urban and rural guerrilla warfare must apply to such a politico-military strategy directly to the disenfranchised workers and oppressed nationalities struggle for socio-economic and political stability. And the oppressed nationalities and workers march and demonstrate their discontent and dissatisfaction with racist, capitalist imperialism. Guerrillas must support such actions through revolutionary armed actions, especially and this can accentuate the oppressed masses' discontent by hacking the various agents of oppression the oppressed masses are rebelling against. Is unication of political and military activity in the mass and popular movement will eventually develop a culture of armed resistance and intensify the struggle toward CLASS and national liberation. It is this development of a culture of armed resistance which continuously intensifies the revolutionary struggle that will preserve the momentum and growth of the revolution. Growth and development through a culture of armed resistance ensures the prospects of the overthrow of US imperialism. In this book, I elucidate 3 types of organizational structures. These are not absolutes, but for the most part are the structures most relied upon and used in today's revolutions. Us, they do not exclude the creative imagination or ingenuity of the various nationalities in developing organizational structures that are culturally imperative or applicable to a particular time, circumstance, or environmental situation. For instance, through the Revolutionary International, there has been much debate on the advantage and disadvantage of the FOCO the Y and column system of clandestine guerrilla formations. Whether these organizational structures can be successfully applied in America have yet to be proven. FOCO motor the Y has been tested by 72. Several guerrilla formations in North America with LE success. But whether FAI lures have been due to structural defects or lack of politico-military strategy and correct leadership is still debatable. While I am familiar with any attempts to implement the column system in North America, this clandestine organizational structure has gained significant success in Latin American and various European countries. My major point is that a blueprint for building revolutionary armed structure has not been developed. Revolutionaries must be capable of constructing organizational structures that satisfy the needs, purposes, and goals of revolutionary warfare. I would like to comment here on the riwing thrust of racist capitalist imperialism. Within the government, various riwing forces are working toward an overt military coup under the pretense that the democratic electoral process is failing. Past and present U.S. presidents have secured either executive authority over Congress and legislative bodies of government, and have built closer relationships with the military. General Haig's brief intercession in the White House during the last days of the NIX on Reg IME is but one example of terror. Jimmy Carter led various cabinet and national security positions with old Navy cronies, as he made frequent trips to his military retreat at Camp David and increased the already huge military budget. In light of the decline of U.S. imperialism throughout the world, the threat of a new world war looms as the only means by which U.S. imperialism can recover from its defensive posture as national liberation struggles of oppressed nations take the offensive in bringing to an end imperialist neo-colonial domination. U.S. imperialist warmongers are strengthening their positions with riwing political forces in government and corporate industrial, military complex il superti. Fascism is broadening its capacity to emerge as an open policy-making force in North America. Its development in government can be greatly compromised if revolutionary nationalists and internationalists begin to develop an anti-fascist political program within the anti-capitalist, anti-73 imperialist movement. Such a program must stay and prevent the attempts of Edward Kennedy to force the NEW Federal Criminal Code through Congress. It must prevent the military DRA from being reinstated. It must call for Vietnam veterans to join the revolution and to infiltrate the U.S. military rank and LE. It is my anticipation that the practical means to subvert the U.S. military is through its military PRISons and by bringing out the contradictions of racism and sexism that pervade the U.S. military. In closing, I must state I am no THWR here. But every word of this book is my how and is how I view the development of the CLASS and national liberation struggle at this stage of my personal development within the revolution being waged in North America. His book is aired as a treatise for revolutionary nationalists and internationalists to discuss and develop in direct relationship to their own levels of resistance in struggle. Undoubtedly, it is no the last word on revolutionary armed struggle in North America. But it is hoped it will provide a beacon for the future course of politico-military action in the American Revolution. February 21. 1979. Auburn State. Prison New York, USA. Conspts of revolutionary leadership e versatility of our evolutionary leadership is based upon rational empirical and acquired knowledge. Such knowledge through practice and understanding develops personal wisdom toward adhering to principles and laws which dictate governing policies of action, according to the particularities of a given situation and environmental condominium. Working from 74. The exime circumstanc es mac men as well as men make circumstanc es enables revolutionary leaders to make adequate analysis of various problems which confront them, and to overcome obstacles which prevent forward progress in either organizational development or the full element of political programs, the direction and momentum of the struggle. Our evolutionary leadership varies in degree according to the responsibility and obligation of the individual. Most people have the potential to become leaders, from cadre squad leader, to the committee, collective or commune leader, to the coalitional leadership, to the party front leadership. Each level of responsibility dictates certain obligations and experiences of the leader, to maintain order, discipline, and conscious, deliberate political activity in relationship to a particular course of action. As soon as a person is thoroughly versed in the principles of revolutionary analysis and the science of Marxist Leninist, Mautzedong thought, and understands the historical dialectical experiences of such principles applicable to revolutionary nationalism and internationalism, he/she is subjectively capable of taking leadership positions. But not until one is able to associate and apply these principles in direct relationship to the socio-economic and political condominium of CLASS and national liberation struggle, will the objective basis for determining the qualities of revolutionary leadership be established, and thus the integration of the RY and practice. Here is our evolutionary leadership found. Leadership in revolution is found in the here T of the STRUGLE, in those working among GST the workers and the masses, educating, organizing and mobilizing the poor and oppressed against racist, capitalism imperialism. Amongst the masses we will those men and women who have clarity of mind and understanding of a given situation and who will be at the core of building the resistance of ing up means for combatants to continue the GHT. Are the people who take control of spontaneous uprisings or to the professional revolutionary 75. And /or party members entering the area. Are the people who establish cadres to patrol the community and watch the police and national guard, who develop food lines, house the homeless, and tack up the essential block-by-block administration of the community in the height of revolutionary warfare and when the state has declared martial law in its campaign against the urban guerrilla. Such leadership is the most important throughout the struggle because it is the foundation from which the ILL trained ILL expert ILL equipped will join the revolution, swell the rank S of the PARTY and armed guerrilla unities, and assure the inevitable V-I of the revolution. In the course of building the revolutionary movement, the majority of those individuals who join the struggle, who participate in the various organizations parties/fronts and eventually, through contact work, hardships, and self-sacrificing contribution to the revolution RISE to leadership positions, will come from various segments of the working CLASS. One segment will be from lower and mid-LE CLASS students and workers, and the other will be from the lumpen proletariat. Students and workers may join the revolution because of CLASS and/or national aspirations of the struggle. Student and worker will search for alternatives to the existing mode of social order. Each has a particular and personal interest in the revolution. Students who learn of the inequities and disenfranchisement of CLASS divisions and national oppression through their academic quest will seek reasons, causes, and possibly solutions to the problem ing America's social order, LLW Hitch will Jihud some to revolution. Students will be arguing various political perspectives and concerns together, especially those that directly affect the educational system. For example, the Bak-K decision forged discussions and debate about the Rami cations of racism and SoCal-led reverse discrimination in opposition to affirmative action. Just as the Vietnam War brought issues of colonialism and imperialism onto COL-led campuses, the National Liberation War in South Africa, Palestine, and various parts of Latin America are developing a political basis from which students will recognize that the world is in turmoil, and that this touches LL. 76. Aspects of American society sa internal and external phenomenon of social strfe will cause students to gain a deeper insight into the historical foundation and present-day working of the philosophical, socio-economics and political determination of U.S. imperialism. Political struggles taking root on COL-led campuses, high schools, and elementary schools will eventually cause questions to be raised as to why these problems exist, and how to overcome them. Some students will seek to change the system from within. By acquiring socio-political government positions, they will present either legal reform and institute socialist philosophies as the means of breaking down and the present racist foundation on which U.S. imperialism is based. His avenue of working within the system can foster philosophical ideological change, and through reform, preservation, and restoration of democratic rights, inhibit the government's continued practices of overt national oppression. But students can only do this to the extent that it does not affect the military and industrial complex's motive for protest. These students' mode will be of compromise and conciliation, my anti-ning the system by G4ing leg item y2 and becoming part of it. Other students will reach toward the progressive, revolutionary elements in social struggle for the solutions of the American CRISs. SA students, with their academic understanding of the socio-economic and political development of government, will be a greater asset to the revolution on they have gone through a process of re-education. Most students will join the revolution because of their disagreement with the present government process, policies, and social order. Necessity for their re-education comes from their lack of real understanding of the principles, policies, and political motivation of revolution. Many students who have studied Marxist-Leninism will attempt to enter the revolution with an academic no WLL, elitist attitude either toward the present revolutionary leadership of the various progressive organizations parties/fronts, or toward their lumpen proletariat comrades whose academic life may be less than a student's real life experience. Because of 77. The subjective realities, it will be necessary for the students upon joining the revolution to undergo a thorough re-education process alongside lumpen proletariat and worker comrades. In this way, a BASs will be provided for even development amongst LL potential revolutionaries joining the rank S of the class and national liberation struggle. Those workers who will join the revolution will be their active at YPRMRILE in the workplace and local unions, although many political activists involved in organizations/parties/fronts will be either PART time or FOL time workers. Much of their activity will be divided between organ PARTY community work, and organ PARTY workplace organizing. Workers will involve themselves on progressive revolutionary activity out of sheer frustration with their class exploitation and with trying to eke out a living through the socio-economic CRISs of capitalism imperialism. For the most PART, Euro-American workers, progressive political activity will be solely connected to the class issue of their particular area of work. Not until these CLASS war workers have developed a revolutionary consciousness of anti-imperialism will they become PART of the overall LCLASS and national liberation struggle. EIR development is dependent on those individual workers or organizations/PARTIs/front members who are anti-imperialist, pro-national liberation and are educating, organizing, and mobilizing the general proletariat to become revolutionary in class consciousness and practice, demanding the destruction of capitalism imperialism. Is also applies to those third world workers who are not politically class conscious of the nature of their pronged class and national oppression. EY will be vague about the condominiumitions of class exploitation and class divisions. IRD world workers will deem racism and national oppression as the primary aspect of their oppression, and will believe that if racism were destroyed such oppression would not exist. Of course, without national oppression, IRD world workers would fare generally as WELL or badly as Euro-American workers, both being exploited and oppressed by the bourgeois ruling class. It is when IRD world workers become class conscious and anti-imperialist in their 78th standing of their class exploitation that the proletariat class as a whole will begin to become part of the class and national liberation struggle. People from the lumpen proletariat will join the revolution because it will provide hope for their future, offering life some meaning and purpose devoid of the self-destructive cycle of hanging out on street corners, shooting dope, prostitution, and going in and out of jail/prison. Hanky, it will offer an alternative to the illicit activity of the lumpen proletariat subculture, which usually amounts to no more than preying on their ownkind and desperately aspiring the social values of the bourgeoisie, the accumulation of material goods by means of legitimate capitalism. Organization/parties/efforts of the revolution will rack members of the lumpen proletariat at RST as an escape mechanism in their hopes that the revolution will provide some comfort from the turmoil of the subculture. In joining the rank S of the revolution, the lumpen proletariat will be bringing both positive and negative qualities to the movement. Positive qualities will be sheer determination of the individual to not only withstand hardships, but to strive to overcome obstacles that will confront him or her in the course of securing a position in the movement, bringing the political program into realization amongst the masses, and generally building the revolution. Will utilize the same inganud cunning strength of mind, and courage as was used in their individual struggles to survive in the OESKILLS of GE, over will be forged to the bayonet of the revolution. But along with these positive qualities the lumpens have such negative attributes as individualism, which hampers collective organizational discipline and prevents them from taking and following orders. Is subjective of personal motivations will manifest in many ways. One unwillingness to do and study, to learn the principles, history, and political determinations of the revolution. 2. Not wanting to take great responsibility and work that will tax the human will, seeking to do no more than is necessary to get over. 79. 3. Discipline adherence to organizational policy. Negative elements of individualism, subjective and resistance to discipline found in the lumpen proletariat will be purged on the individual gains and standing of the principles of revolution. Gain and standing and historical foundation from WHLL revolutionary evolve and acknowledge the necessity of organizational development, as WELL as the collective interrelationship between the individual and the organization/parties/efforts. On this standing has been fully grouped, the lumpen proletariat, no W becoming politically conscious, will strive to ensure that the relationship of the organization/parties/efforts have a political program that is united with the aspirations of the masses. Hen students, workers, and lumpen proletariat recognize the serious problems affecting U.S. imperialism that the socio-economic crisis of monopoly capitalism reaches into their workplace, homes, and social circles in the form of disenfranchisement, exploitation, and national oppression, they will join the revolution. It will be incumbent on those progressive revolutionaries who are alliated with various organizations parties/efronts to urge the masses discontent with the political aspirations of the revolutionary movement, providing revolutionary leadership to every class, sector, national throughout racist America. Our evolutionary leadership. Political activists who are in leadership in progressive organizations parties/efronts of a given national or class will have the great responsibility of building the revolution. Such revolutionary leaders place greater emphasis on building and their groups than building the revolution. Subordinate the state of the revolution to the state of their group. When the masses struggle for socio-economic and political change is the prime base from which revolution can be successful. Is that many revolutionary leaders attempt to motivate their group with a dominating theoretical position. Such is the case with the 80 vanguardist and organizational chauvinists, who usually isolate and alienate themselves from the masses. Are too busy jockeying and vying for position with other groups claiming to be this or that. In the meantime, the masses' struggles are co-opted, diffused, and subverted into reformist elements with government the bureaucratic union representatives or the capitalist owners of the means of production. The worst part of this is that the masses begin to depend on the legitimate bargaining process and become distributeful of those who claim to represent the ideals of the revolution. Our evolutionary leadership should make the development and building of the revolution the task of their organizations. To ensure that the organizational work is responsive to the needs of the revolution, politics in command must be a basic operating principle. Must be compromising in building the revolution in direct relationship with the masses ugly. Is also means they must not only guard against liberalism, opportunism, sectarianism, and revisionist manipulations in their political commitment, but they must 1. Seek to establish the organization /party/efront in direct relationship with the masses' struggles, having the masses' struggles become the group's struggle, and have the organization /party/efront's political determination become the masses' political aspirations. 2. Place politics in command. Political program and strategic objective become the bases from which to secure internal discipline, prevent liberalism and opportunism from subverting the prospects of the group, establishing practical relationships with the masses, and build coupled and congenial working relationships with other progressives and revolutionaries. 3. Seek greater unity and working relationships amongst other political groups and activists. Combat revisionism and sectarian manipulation by other groups and activists in the struggle by seeking to establish working alliances, coalitions, and united fronts amongst progressives and revolutionaries of the various nationalities and classes. 81. Equality of revolutionary leadership depends on the ability to apply these 3 dictates and to my every aspect which consolidates and pushes forward the revolution across the entire country. Our evolutionary leadership in any given organization /party/efront that is working to reach a particular goal must be no legible of the organizational structure, the purpose of the organization, and it here from which such an organization builds and develops its axis and leadership characteristically must hold a deep commitment to the concepts of truth, justice, and equality. Must be capable of judging whether the means the ends in their political determinations, employing tactical discretion in being persuasive, manipulative, or coercive in accomplishing a task or having the means the ends. Being persuasive essentially means gaining consent in forging the organization's purpose void of deceit, force, or villainy. It means being able to project the course of action and convening others. It is for the good and advantage of LLPARTIES CONC. Pursues ion can be verbal, through speeches in meetings, rallies, forums, or it can be by means of literature and the media. EART of pursues ion bas es its practice on appealing to the psychosociological and emotional fears, desires, and aspirations of those either involved in the organizational support of the masses struggle or against those hindering the progress of the organization's purpose, goals and objectives. Therefore, it is necessary for such revolutionary leadership to understand the total psychological, socio-economic, and political condominiums of the movement, applying the necessary tool or pursues ion to W in an advantageous position. Manipulation objectively manifests its means to secure an end W and the posse by lit Y exists to maneuver around a formidable obstacle without having to confront such an obstacle on its own ground or terms. To play the end against the mid-le essentially means to work the subjective condominium against the objective real it y of the disadvantaged, by employing one's strength to seek a weak ness in the obstacle, and work that weak ness against the obstacle until it becomes one's own strength. Manipulation is for the most part and art of 82. Deception, parwying and feigning a direct confrontation while at the same time continuing to build toward the desired objective. Coercion is to meet force with force and to overcome an obstacle by compelling it to submit to a will or force beyond its immediate control. Coercion for the most part is the lost resort, W hen one is empting to salvage W had it is possibly to gain by destroying LL opposition and anything W hitch hind ERS forward progress. Our evolutionary Y leadership must be capable of intermingling these three principles as condominium dictate. Ere should ever be any hesitation to use any one of these three principles W hen an organization or political purpose is confronted with an obstacle. In this same regard, these principles prevent obstacles from becoming insurmountable in organizational development. A leader must care for the welfare of his/her comrades and the masses. His VIR Tuesday will be clearly determined in the course of building the revolution. A leader must listen to the cries of the masses despite and establish political programs that will address themselves to the needs of the masses. Political programs will not be an end, but rather a means to build the revolution and to gain the support of the masses in revolution. A revolutionary leader must be a statesman in character, capable of speaking to the masses' discontent and addressing the imperialist government, the bureaucratic Y, and LL vestiges of monopoly capitalism. To turn the masses' cries into words of discontent and upheaval, challenging the imperialist political reader with revolutionary political perspectives, analysis, and proposals for socio-economic and political change is imperative. A revolutionary leader must be an excellent administrator, being capable of strengthening discipline, consolidating the organization/group, and propagating and building the group's political program as a living part of the revolution. In this respect, such an administrator will connect the organization with the masses' struggles, building toward particular goals and objectives within the CLASS and national liberation struggle. 83. A revolutionary leader WHO is humanitarian in VIR Tuesday, a statesman in character, and an administrator toward the organization/group, while keeping politics in command in his/her theoretical ideological determinations of political motivations in struggle, will be most capable of following the arduous task of a professional revolutionary, to make the revolution. A team/cadre or squad leader must be capable of following orders as they are given and of asserting the response by lit Y to him or her. This level of leadership must also have a moral foundation with personalities endowed with the necessary VIR Tuesday for struggle, such VIR Tuesday as strict discipline and regiment adherent to the implementation of the group's political directives and policies. His personal at Y is important because such a team/cadre squad will have the closest association with the masses, and must be capable of presenting an image that will re-ect the character of the group. SA cadres must possess the intellectual foundation to grasp a struggle situation and apply the PR-encoupled dialectics of the struggle to it. In this perspective, the cadre must thoroughly understand the organizational geodelines to build the struggle situation, and to take control of the situation by implementing the political program and ideals of the revolution. Therefore, it is important for the team/cadre squad to have the technical foundation, the skills, and the methods appropriate for organizing and mobilizing the masses in struggle and confrontation. Such method include agitation propaganda, street rallies, marches, strikes and demonstrations, which are the most relied upon means of mobilizing the masses. Such leadership would be building upon revolutionary enthusiasm and fervor of the masses united with the political determination of the organizations. Elective, or commune leader must be capable of working as a team leader. By understanding the principles above, a elective, or commune that compare several teams or squads can employ such a body of progressives to move in different directions in team/cadre formations, or to work and move as a single elective body. Determining factors for a elective or commune leader to uphold are the sheer grasp of the 84 political program, and to implement the tactical initiatives of the organization/party/front strategic objective. Coalitionality leadership is usually composed of members of several different organizations, in PR-encoupled working relationships, are the banner of the masses' struggle for social change and justice. Such leadership must be capable of subordinating their individual groups' political aspirations to the united goals of the coalitionality. In this way, the elective purpose of the coalitionality determines the relationship of the coalition's alliance with the masses' struggle. Its leadership must be capable of maintaining PR-encoupled and congenial relationships the geoiding PR-encoupled of democratic centralism, as these PR-encoupled act any member body of the coalition alliance. It is important that the leadership recognizes the points of unity and the differences between each member/body of the coalition alliance and secures the working unity based upon goals common to each member body. EPARTY leadership is very much like the cadre or committee leadership, while the front leadership is compared to the coalition alliance leadership. Each leadership has the overall responsibility of overseeing the factions of the party/front to present practical theoretical and ideological directives and to formulate statute, regional, national and international strategies. Such strategies must include mobilizing the entire party/front or a particular segment by instituting a party/front directive which determines and explains an exclusive political aspiration of the party/front in implementing its political program in direct relationship with the masses' struggle. His leadership must have the entire revolution in perspective at all times, understanding the principles of anti-racist and anti-imperialist revolution, capable of employing such principles as condominium dictate. The core of the party/front leadership is based upon 4 points. 1. party/front leadership's personal rational empirical and acquired knowledge of revolution, and the ability to apply such knowledge according to the need and condominium in struggle. 85. 2. Comprehension of the principles of organizational structures and development, employing democratic centralism along with interworking of the personality of party/front members. 3. A clear understanding of the socio-economic and political condominium of the social structure of monopoly capitalism, and the political motivations of the revolution. 4. Capability of building national and international strategies, and the tactical implementation of such strategies as part of the entire class and national liberation struggle. It is the response I by lit Y of ever Y progressive and revolutionary to propagate and build the revolution. Ever Y political activist should be capable of directing the masses toward political struggle, to confront the state bureaucratic repression, and monopoly capitalist means to exploit and reap exorbitant protests, to promote the masses' hatred of racism, capitalism, and imperialism, and move them to support armed struggle. EY must show masses that it is in their interest to support and become a part of the revolution by teaching the techniques of politico-military warfare, how to engage the enemy in revolution, and in this way develop the masses' faith and self-confidence in maintaining their revolutionary fervor. Revoluzione reorganizzationale. DEVELOPMENTAND responsibility establishment of revolutionary organizations is based upon the stage of the struggle and the needs of the revolution. Ever Y organization has its own structure which determines the criteria from which the masses can be educated, organized, and mobilized in struggle to confront and resist their oppressive condominiumation. From the Cotter, elective, coalition to the party and front, each determines its abi lit Y to serve a particular purpose in struggle. For the organized body to be functional, it must have a purpose and the abi lit Y to gauge its strength and weaknesses. Such a structure should foll ever Y functional means of becoming self-reliant and have self-control in all of its operations. 86. There are essentially three types of organizational structures that will be discussed. First structure is called the pyramid system. Is structure is the most used and relied upon system. It enables a large body to develop and maintain its purpose, and to have control of its internal and external function. A pyramid system is based upon centralization of the organization's mode of operating at the top of the structure, with centralization reaching into every Y segment of the organization. All sections are accountable to those at the top of the structure for the implementation of all directives and policies pertaining to the criteria and extent of the organization's growth and its abi lit Y to continue to forge its purpose. The top position are subordinates who are usually the Pollock Y enacting OCHALS who determine how the implementation of a given directive is to be carried out. A pyramid system or their provides various bodies or representatives, whose primary function is to implement the directive in accord with the policies and purpose of the organization. Although this structure is usually organized from the top down, the pyramid system can be structurally composed of three functioning bodies or as many as primary aspect of the pyramid system is that the centralization at the top of the structure, and the sole authority of the top OCHAL or central committee, to determine the direction and purpose of the organization. A practical function of any system is based upon its purpose and the need for the structure to exist. A pyramid system has the abi lit Y to develop large and expansive organizations, which is close-knit in its structure. A top position of the pyramid system may be occupied by a single person or by a central committee. In most progressive and revolutionary organizations the pyramid system is established with a central committee and organized bodies, branching down into cadres and team formations. While the pyramid system of a progressive or revolutionary organization is the same type of structure as a government bureaucratic which delegates its authority through a process of dictatorial and or totalitarian directives and policies from the top down, the progressive revolutionary organization establishes its authoritative function through a process of democratic centralism. Democratic centralism is an 87. Organizational principle and which the minority is subordinate to the will of the majority and the lower bodies to the higher bodies while the entire organization is subordinate to the central committee. All members and committees of the organization may discuss or construction actively criticize a particular directive or policy, but on a decision has been made, All members and EES must abide by it. Another organizational structure commonly referred to as the THIRD system. Is system is very similar in principle to the pyramid system, except that instead of a single top position, there are 3 top positions. Each OCHAL is responsible to educate and organize 3 other persons, to be a total of NINE, and each of the NINE is to educate and organize 3, a total of 30 etc. Each top OCHAL is responsible for the 3 he/she has educated and organized, and all subordinate members of the organization are responsible for the 3 they have educated, organized, and recruited. E3 system can maintain a security of operation for a clandestine organizational structure, sin no single EIND for igual no WS no more than the 1 IND for igual W ho recruited him or her and the 3 IND for igual S he or she recruited. In this system each top OCHAL can work in a specific area of responsibility, utilizing the resources of other areas as necessary, only having the members of either one of the 3 working parts together or associated with each other as condominium dictate for the purpose of the organization and the accomplishment of its task. Although the 3 system functions similarly to the pyramid system, in which directives are issued from the top down, the my antinomy of the 3 system is the responsibility of each member body of the system, and the implementation of a directive or policy is layered down the system from those who did the recruiting to the recruited. A disadvantage of the system is that if a part of the structure is lost or communications are broken in any part of the system, the possibility of losing the lower level of the structure is increased. 88. E3 system is most used in clandestine and military formations of irregular guerrillas. It allows each unity to develop independently of others and to build its eld of operation as directed. Each unity is only subordinate to that person or unity that recruited and organized it, and is regimentally disciplined to adhere to all operational directives. E3 system has sometimes evolved a liaison structure composed of each unity leader, in an E or T to consolidate the organizational ability to forge operations using several unities. Is liaison structure can be no more than a single unity, of which the primary task would be the logistics and / or communication from the leaders of the overall L system to each unity leader. Is process, of course, ultimately lead toward the pyramid system in organizational structural development. E3 system is best used when participants are supported by the populace in the area of operations. But if each of these participants operates in one particular area, the interrelationship of the 3 could preserve the entire 3 organizational structure. In a clandestine military organization, it is necessary that at least 3 unities are NED, the operational unity, the logistical and supply unity, and communication intelligence/agitation propaganda unities. Unities are essential to any clandestine military organization, and the 3 system serve the purpose WELL. A third structure is called the 10-20-30 system. Unlike the pyramid system, the 10-20-30 system is organized on a horizontal platform, in which each group is equal to the group which organized and recruited it. E10-20-30 is based upon those IND4 igual SRST involved in the organization having the responsibility to recruit a NEW member, and that member recruiting another until the organization doubles, triples, and quadruples in size. E10-20-30 system is utilized for TWOPRMRY purposes, 1. To build mass formations for rallies or organizations, and 2. To organize the populace into large sections or areas. When security is not the most important aspect of the organizing, The 10-to-20-to-30 system is essential for political organizations to reach large numbers of people in a short period of time. A political organization usually employs the system its members have thoroughly secured a working relationship with. 89. The masses and have determined a particular direction in THIRD-WORLDISM based upon its political program. Us. W. The political organization CALLS for the organizing and mobilization of the masses. This can be done through word of mouth, through the media or various other forms of communication. E10-to-20-to-30 system can be used, disbanded and used again to organize a single formation, having that formation structured either in a pyramid system, or it can be utilized to develop another formation through the process of 10-to-20-to-30 until hundreds are organized. A major of the 10-to-20-to-30 system is that it is subject to infiltration and provocateurism, and it is difficult to regiment or discipline unless structured into a pyramid system. Each of the three systems has a particular modus operandi which makes it most effective in respects to its purpose. In the same vein, each system can be used intermittently by any one of the three systems. For instance, the pyramid system can branch at its lower level S into a 3-3-3 system, while the 3-3-3 system, establishing an extensive structure, can consolidate the structure into a pyramid system or a 10-to-20-to-30 system. Or the 10-to-20-to-30 system can develop into a pyramid system, because of the open recruitment of its original structure. Based upon these three systems, a revolutionary organization must build according to the real ideas of the masses and popular movement. A revolutionary organization will have a particular responsibility to FOLL based upon its political program in relationship to the masses' struggle. Such political programs must guarantee the revolutionary organization a close relationship with the masses upon which the political aspirations of the revolutionary organization will be wholly embraced by the masses, and the masses' struggles will become the revolutionary organization's total existence. The organizational structure and political program of each organization /party/front will determine the extent of the group's relationship to the masses. A single revolutionary organization is likely to have a greater limitation in its outreach to the masses because of the nature of its 90. Organizational structure. A revolutionary party may have the capacity to render various cadre and services to the masses' struggle. A revolutionary front apparatus comprising several parties and or organizations will have the greater capacity to a consistent, direct, and prolonged relationship with the masses' struggle. A revolutionary organization, based upon its structure, composition, and ability to interrelate with masses, will determine the revolution's continued growth and development. Most revolutionary organizations' compositions are based upon the motivating forces which brought them into existence. Various members would adhere to a single ideological political perspective that enjoins them to function in an organized body for particular goal to ain. Whether based on a pyramid system, 3-3-3 system or the 10-to-20-to-30 system, the revolutionary organization must provide the masses' struggle with the essential services and perform the necessary duties of the revolution. A revolutionary party will usually be structured in a pyramid system, consisting of various committees which are responsible for various obligations in relationship with the masses' struggles. A committee in the party would develop youth cadres, trade union locals, women's groups, cultural programs, PRIs and survival support alliances, and revolutionary international solidarity coalitions. All of these are the active means and methods the revolutionary party employs to implement its political program in response to the masses to resist capitalist imperialist oppression. A revolutionary front apparatus is also usually structured in a pyramid system, although its composition is made up of various parties and organizations. Its ultimate function is to forge a single political program of national and international cance. Henke, the many parties and organizations can build in the greatest unity possible toward particular goals based upon common ideals and practical interrelationships, in their relationship with the masses strugle for class and national liberation. In the course of building the revolution, these revolutionary organizations must employ certai and tactical initiatives to develop the movement. A most necessary tactical initiative must be through the use of agitation propaganda. 91. The use of agitation propaganda is essential in raising the political consciousness of the masses, to arouse the masses' hatred of monopoly capitalism and imperialism, and to enhance their willingness to engage and confront the enemy in struggle. Agitation propaganda is the basic means by which a revolutionary class consciousness is forged within every level of the class and national liberation struggle. Because the revolution is protracted in nature, agitation propaganda must develop from simple slogans, ing, and distribution of literature, toward larger rallies, marches, and demonstrations. Agitation propaganda must develop into a cultural foundation of the revolution. Such an approach evolves from a means to agitate the masses and propagate the revolution, to build the historical transition of the movement in establishing the to sustain itself by forging a living culture of struggle in securing the inevitable of the revolution. Thus, agitation propaganda in total is the education of the oppressed masses toward revolution, the organization of the oppressed masses in revolution, and the mobilization of the oppressed masses to confront the capitalist imperialism in the course of building the revolution. By employing such tactical initiatives as agitation propaganda, the revolutionary organization /party/front is responsible for establishing community liberation associations, such as food co-ops, tenant strik groups, community patrol systems, friheel clinics, community daycare centers, community liberation schools, and other organized forms of extending the political program. Community liberation associations must become politically motivated, and morally and culturally inspired. EIRPRMRY objective is to serve the community by instituting a means for community participation and involvement in community development. Community needs to become reliant on the resources available within the community, and in this way control the growth and development of the community. Community Liberation Association leaders must know the subjective and objective realities to expose the wrongdoers, to support those who are working for the welfare of the community. To propagate. 92. The political mass line of the revolutionary organization, and to organize the community to resist racist police brutality, economic exploitation, and cultural imperialism. Furthermore, each community liberation association must seek to have meetings and forums here the people can express their discontent and here grievances can be read. Such grievances should be recorded and become a means from which members of the community liberation associations and the revolutionary organization devote attention to solving problems affecting the community. EY must address these issues in a political campaign to organize and consolidate the community as liberated areas, by which the community becomes self-reliant in staunch support of the revolution. Community liberation associations are to forge a united organizational network in which information and intelligence can be exchanged for the welfare and protection of the revolution. Community liberation associations are organized by the revolutionary organizations and are jointly led with representatives of the community. Construction action of these community liberation associations, led by community representatives, ties both the masses struggle and the representatives of the revolution together. It ensures that the political program of the revolutionary organization will be thoroughly supported by the masses' participation in the revolutionary movement. Community liberation associations are the ARTIES of the revolutionary organization, establishing a life-giving system to build the revolutionary movement in the heart of the community. Essentially, they are part of the defensive mechanism of the movement, the survival apparatuses that ensure that the needs of the oppressed masses are being met as part of the revolutionary process. Eventually, these community liberation associations will develop into a network of community service organizations whose concept in class consciousness and being part of the revolution, is to establish alternative social services that the ENEMI government is not adequately providing. All of this is in the expansion and entrenchment of the 93 revolutionary organizations, which must send collectives to rural areas and establish communes in townships and farm areas. His course of development would also provide the infrastructure of the guerrilla front with the basic means to recruit personnel, gather information, intelligence, and supplies because a larger segment of the community will be organized in support of the revolution. A revolutionary organization must have the various community liberation associations thoroughly entrenched in the heart of both urban and rural communities. In this way, they would be establishing the political program and determination of the revolution in the various communities. Is termed the social development of the revolution, when the revolution becomes a social movement, culturally inspired and politically determined towards the destruction of racist capitalist imperialism. Another aspect of this development of the revolution and the responsibility of the revolutionary organization is the initiation of confrontation politics. Confrontation politics is the counter-offensive of the revolutionary movement. Confrontation politics is to engage the ENEMI in struggle in the course of representing the will of the masses. Is the highest form of agitation propaganda possibly for an above-ground political apparatus. What must be understood is that these above-ground political organizations must be more capable of integrating the legal organization building of the social development of the revolution with the legal concepts and purpose for the revolution, to overthrow the state. A legal and illegal methods of building the revolution are developed by the process of establishing a struggle line of confrontation politics. It is when the issues of repression and oppression have been clearly delineated, and the agents of the antinomy of such oppression have been identified, that confrontation politics will be employed. The most effective time to confront the ENEMI is when agitation propaganda has been used to educate, organize, and mobilize the masses concerning their oppressive condemnations. Henke, it has been determined that a struggle line must be employed to effectuate change, or to heighten the contradiction until it has become antagonistic, and a clear demarcation has 94. Been drawn between the oppressed masses and the nature of their oppression by the state. Confrontation politics is in many cases illegal because its objective is to disrupt the working order of those responsible for the oppressive condemnation to prevent the state from fulfilling its expectations and from instituting programs and projects that are against the will of the masses. Confrontation politics takes the form of strikes, picketing, boycotts, occupation/sit-ins and other forms of civil disobedience may include such actions as disrupting a racist, capitalist imperialist function by developing a counter-protest or demonstration, throwing objects missile, heckling the speaker at rallies, and reacting inching towards the political aspirations of the revolution. Acts of confrontation politics in support armed struggle, bridging the gap between peaceful resistance of organization building and the military means to annihilate the ENEMI. Confrontation politics is the means by which revolutionary organizations develop the masses' political consciousness to a greater determination to resist racist capitalist imperialism, and to defend themselves against ac. It is when seemingly peaceful marches and demonstrations turn into streeting against the police and racist vigilance, and when rallies turn to riots, that the militant Y of the masses builds to a point of supporting the armed overthrow of the state. Thus, the revolution will tack on the character of being an insurrection supported by and participated in by the masses. Arabi, confrontation politics lend its greatest strength as a tactical initiative by the above-ground political apparatus moving the revolution to V to Y. In preserving the social development of the revolution, various revolutionary parties may involve themselves in government status quo politics, to have socialist and revolutionary social democratic activists elected to political positions. Our goal is to preserve the revolution by being elected into political positions within the government, in order to ensure the government nanks community programs and social services, rather than the industrial military complex and monopoly capitalist ventures. Aspiration to stay the 95. Government's means to continue its oppressive stranglehold on the masses from within the system, may seem politically correct in the Y. But pragmatically, such efforts by progressive activists are liberal and reformist, in recognizing and providing credence to the system, preserving the system rather than destroying the system. For progressive activists to engage in status quo politics, directing the masses' political consciousness to the electoral process, is to substantiate an ilconceived idea that the political and socio-economic condominiums of the oppressed masses' disenfranchisement can be altered through the gradual, peaceful electoral process. Is notion ultimately stees the militant social development of the revolution and inhibits the primary objective of having the oppressed masses control the means and mode of social production. Os revolutionary activists who want to direct the oppressed masses toward the electoral process, should instead exert energies to building the social development of the revolution, toward undermining the secured Y of the bourgeoisie capitalists class means of appropriating wealth and continued exploitative relationships with the masses. Is secured Y is based upon several factors. 1. Means from which the ruling class continues to propagate its ideas, philosophy, and culture through the various media. 2. My antinomy of class divisions, national oppression, the interrelationship and struggle between national ideas competing as wage earners in the labor market, and the struggle between laborers and managers as the means of production. 3. Maintenance of the threat or use of force by the police departments and the judicial process, with the power to take life or liberty when the bourgeoisie ruling class laws are attained. SA 3 essential aspects of ruling class secured Y can be aptly understood in similitude to the power to persuade, to manipulate and coerce the oppressed masses in control. Revolutionary organization /parties/efforts leadership must direct its membership in their agitation propaganda active at Y and in 96. Confrontation politics to call for the defection of civil service workers from the police, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Central Intelligence Agency, National Security Agency and the National Guard. Agents of the state should be encouraged to furnish information and intelligence on how the government is attempting to destroy the revolution, by employing counter-revolutionary and insurgent tactics. Revolutionary organization, parties/efforts must have trust-worthy and disciplined political activists infiltrate and disrupt the domestic and international security forces of U.S. imperialism. Revolution will be secured in its cultural and social development when a clear demarcation has been drawn between revolutionaries and the government's counterinsurgent forces. Same consideration must also be applied in respect to the U.S. military, who will be used as the last resort by the government to stay the revolution. In conclusion, revolution is a conspiracy Y, and all revolutionaries are conspirators to overthrow the state. Al revolutionary organizations must understand the subjective criteria from which the revolutionary movement can be preserved in marking the historical course of development. Al conspirators of the revolution, in their planned activities and political programs, must realize that legal and illegal methods must be employed to support the revolutionary armed forces, and the inevitable violent overthrow of the state. Although some political activists still believe the social transition from capitalist imperialism to social democracy and socialism can be peaceful, the truth of the matter is that the protracted struggle of class and national liberation has been marked by the violence of the state against the revolution. Violence and terror perpetrated by the state, such as assassinations of revolutionary leaders, midni ghtrid's on political partyoses and the homes of party members, the killing, persecution and imprisonment of supporters of the revolution, ongoing infiltration and disruption of the revolutionary movement, and various acts of counterinsurgency have determined the extent to which peaceful resistance to state repression can be successful. Furthermore, the state 97 has devised various national security laws to repress the means and method by which the revolution can be organized, virtually repressing the ideals of democracy that the state hypocritically and demagogically espouses. Acts by the state in the preservation of its existence, foreclose any possible means for a non-violent transition of the state. A New York prospects of gaining the support of members of the ruling class elite in our protracted struggle, such members as scientists, intellectuals and military advisors, is based upon the ruling class mitigated measures to repress the revolutionary aspirations of the oppressed masses. It is the contradiction between the bourgeoisie's accumulation and appropriation of surplus value of material goods, and ownership of the means of production, has become antagonistic to the oppressed masses' will to unburden itself of this exploitative and oppressive relationship. Will the revolution gain the greatest support of the entire working class? The revolution threatens the monopoly capitalist exploitative means of social production. The bourgeoisie ruling class will employ every means to preserve its existence even to the extent of consolidating ritwing imperialism against members of the bourgeoisie who recognize the inevitable vice of the revolution. It is essential that progressive and revolutionary forces build the revolution toward the development of the antagonistic contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie ruling class. It is this antagonistic contradiction that draws the demarcation between friend and foe in the revolution, and allows the revolutionary movement to strengthen its capacity to engage the enemies of the revolution in political and military warfare. Revolutionary organizations /parties/fronts must forge their political programs toward the social development of the revolution. To employ tactical initiatives as agitation propaganda and confrontation politics, with the understanding that the antagonistic contradiction between the oppressed masses and the bourgeoisie ruling class, is the principal basis upon which the revolution will grow and develop toward the violent overthrow and defeat of capitalist imperialist world domination. 98. The MASSAND Popular Move MENTE United States is an imperialist empire of monopoly capitalist domination. Country's existence is based upon the domination and exploitation of internal and external nations. Acquisition of North America by Europeans was by use of force and genocidal slaughter of Native Americans, and the Europeans lit to forge a nation into its present economic and technological condominium has been based on hundreds of years of racist exploitation of Africans, Asians, and Mexicans, along with the plunder, colonizing, and controlling the natural resources, human labor and institutions of commerce of various third world countries. US empire is no being threatened with the loss of such colonies, as natives of these colonies ed country IES develop national liberation STR-UGLE and GHTS for their independent external colony ESSTR-UGLE for national liberation causes the empire to seek alternatives in its capacity to continue to acquire enormous pro-TS from cheap labor and the control of valuable raw materials essential for US imperialist development. As these national liberation struggles succeed in their independent movements against imperialism, the loss of pro-TS from those colonies eventually AX the socio-economic and political condominiumation of US workers and neo-colonies. Is loss of pro-TS leads to the devaluation of the US dollar. The value of American-made products is lost in the world market because the old markets are closing their institutions of commerce to American trade, Ustry, COR port ions, etc. Only alternative the US imperialists have to preserve the accumulation of high pro-TS is to cut back the production of American goods at home, establishing Ustry in IRD world country IESW here labor is cheap, by importing the niched product rather than exporting it. Is develops ENERGYCR ISIS, which ultimately raises manufacturing costs in Ustry that depend upon these resources. At the same time, increasing productivity while my anti-ning high unemployment in the US leads to a greater competition in the workplace, causing cuts in salaries and GI backed by workers. Is inevitably leads to innovation in the American economy, with products costing more than 99. The limits of standard living wages, sine US monopoly capitalism has cut back workers' employment while the cost of products are ISE. And this situation develops to the point here the American public is unable to buy American products at unaided prices, the capitalist system develops a recession in an to balance the economic disparity of innovation and keep some degree of stability in the economy. Is manipulation of interest rates and bond prices, serves as an to ensure that monopoly capitalists continue to reap exorbitant pro-TS, and the American public can continue to consume/purchase products. The maintenance of the system is achieved. But this economic condominiumation AX various nations in the American populace differently. Because America is composed of the neo-colonialization of third world nations, the minorities of the American populace are affected by innovation and recession more harshly than the majority of Euro-Americans. Primary reason for this unven act of monopoly capitalist economic action on IRD world nations, in comparison to the majority of Euro-Americans, is due to neo-colonial socio-economic domination of these third world nations and the racist national oppression. Is socio-economic and political condominiumation of racist national oppression and domestic neo-colonial domination of third world nationalities by U.S. capitalist imperialism, along with the continued disenfranchisement of Euro-Americans by either the closing of foreign markets, the moving of Ustry to IRD world country IES, and/or higher competition internationally between capitalist country IES for DWIND-ling markets, alongside the continued STR-UGLE of US domestic neo-colonies against their super-exploitation and racism, virtually determine the essential aspects of the mass and popular movement within the borders of North America. ECLASS and national divisions between the American population preserves ever y condominiumation from which the revolution will be tested, molded and developed into a mass movement for the destruction of capitalist imperialism. ECLASS struggle of Euro-Americans, united with the CLASS and national determination of third world nations in the U.S. will ensure 100. The V-I of external colonies independent movements against U.S. imperialism. But it is necessary that the mass and popular movement in the U.S. become cognizant of its own force and power. Is power of the people is based upon workers of all nationalities developing a political movement against racism and the neo-colonization of oppressed nations, and for the end of class divisions, exploitation, Arguling class appropriation of pro-ts from workers' labor, toward the end of monopoly capitalist ownership of the means of production. These political determinations have been forged into a struggle for socio-economic, political and cultural change in the U.S., the character of the revolution will have developed a personal toward the collective ownership of the means of production, with each national having the eternal right to determine their own destiny. In recent years the mass and popular movements have made strides in socialization. Various domestic nations have developed united actions and mobilizations over such issues as the Bokeh decision and SoCal-led reverse discrimination, support for the Equal Rights Amendment, class war worker support of minors strik, and against such repressive bills as Senate Bill 1, and other opposition to higher taxes. Also, the anti-nuclear movement grows in momentum and gaining in anti-imperialist perspective. Furthermore, such anti-racist and anti-imperialist mobilizations as those on COL-led campuses and in various ethnic communities against U.S. support of the apartheid government of South Africa, against Zionism of Israel, against fascist regimes in Latin America, in support of the struggle for liberation of Puerto Rico, LLPROVIDE strength to the entire mass and popular movement, inserting an anti-racist and anti-imperialist perspective within the class struggle of Euro-Americans. In the same way, various domestic national liberation ts are forged with an international perspective in solidarity with the national liberation struggle of external colonialism for independence against U.S. imperialism. 101. At present, the mass and popular movements are characterized by the struggle for the preservation of democratic rights and equality amongst the various nationalities and sexes. Although this present stage is progressive, the movement has no TTAC and the initiatives to call for the end of monopoly capitalist arguling class control and ownership of the means of production. Therefore, it is the responsibility of all progressive and revolutionary organizations and individuals to build the mass and popular movement toward class and national liberation struggle. To build upon the present level of the mass and popular movement, progressives and revolutionaries must analyze the socio-economic base of the masses' discontent and disenfranchisement, starting from the economic and political crisis of U.S. capitalism imperialism. His analysis must evolve a political program that addresses the problems in the masses. As racism and monopoly capitalism divide the oppressed masses on class and national line S, and F or their divide each nation into classes. Such a program must build the oppressed masses' struggle for the preservation of democratic rights and forge the popular movement toward the revolution. The oppressed masses' struggle must be defined in terms of strategy and tactics, with specific goals and objectives to be attained. Each goal must heighten the contradiction between the oppressed masses and the ruling class bourgeoisie, and strengthen the criteria from which the struggle for the preservation of democratic rights transform into an anti-colonial and anti-imperialist movement. Transformation of the masses' struggle from a defensive posture demanding civil rights into an offensive popular movement for social democratic change is condominiumation on the popular movements being responsive to the heightened oppressive condominiumations of the crisis of monopoly capitalism and imperialism. It is when the crisis develops at greater levels that the oppressed masses are unable to maintain a stable livelihood, and third world people's disenfranchisement will be at an intolerable level of subsistence being the norm of survival. Such is the when transformation of the popular 102 movement becomes qualitatively different in form from the civilities demands for the preservation of democratic rights and equality. Equalitative difference is depicted by the demands of the popular movement, when the demands are not only for the preservation and restoration of democratic rights and equality, but also the end of national oppression and neo-colonialism, calling for the collective ownership by the workers of the means of production, equal distribution of the will of the country to relieve the unjust tax burden on the lower and mid-classes, and the end of racism and national oppression. Will the popular movement take a significant qualitative change and become revolutionary in character? It is the responsibility of progressive and revolutionary organizations to comprehend the subjective condominiums and objective reality of the mass and popular movement. With this understanding, these organizations will be capable of developing national strategies and political programs that accentuate the character of the oppressed people's struggle, developing the means by which the popular movement can be transformed. Subjective condominiums are that the masses' struggle is determined by the socio-economic crisis and the extent of the crisis as it affects the oppressed masses' livelihood. The oppressed masses struggle for equality between the sexes and the end of racist domination of third world people are determinative factors of the subjective condominiums. Also, unemployment, inequality in education, expensive and/or intolerable healthcare, deteriorating housing condominiums lower standard of living because of the socio-economic crisis and low moral/social values of cultural cancel form the motive base for revolutionary transformation. The objective reality is that the socio-economic crisis tends to polarize issues, classes, and national minorities as the crisis develops. Is polarization of classes and national minorities has a twofold effect in the popular movement. Is twofold effect is consolidation of both LE and RIWing forces simultaneously while the divisions between nations and classes become more acute. The oppressor nation of Euro-Americans will be most affected by the RIWing racist politics for the antinomy of national oppression while LEWing, Euro-Americans. 103. Will to divide the prospects of continued national oppression by developing the class struggle within the oppressor nation. Essentially, the Euro-American LEWing forces will have two objectives: 1. To develop the contradiction in the class struggle of the oppressor nation to become antagonistic, and to concentrate the contradiction between oppressor nation classes on the destruction of capitalism, and 2. To forge the most progressive elements of the oppressor nation classes to support the national liberation struggle of domestic neo-colonies to combat racism and national oppression, and to call for the independence of these neo-colonies in support of their GHT for autonomy and sovereignty. In the same vein, third world LEWing forces must develop an anti-colonial movement which is anti-imperialist in nature. EY must also recognize the necessity for international solidarity amongst the various third world nationalities, oppressor nation progressive/revolutionaries, and their class struggle. Also, the anti-colonial movement has two aspects to develop: 1. class struggle within the oppressed nations to destroy the colonies and mentality within the quasi-class divisions of the oppressed neo-colony. For individual SW who have gained influential status in the domestic neo-colony and are recognized as spokespersons of the neo-colony by the imperialists must become responsive to the aspirations of the national liberation movement. 2. To arouse third world populace to confront monopoly capitalism from an anti-imperialist political perspective. The mass and popular movement gains momentum in its struggle against capitalist imperialism, and the polarization of the LE and RIWing forces has substantially drawn the lines between contending political forces. The masses' struggle will have reached its nodal point, transforming from a civil rights movement into a human rights movement of revolutionary cance with international ramifications. The question of human rights raises the mass and popular movement to a qualitatively higher level than when it was earned only with civil rights, as civil rights are the minimum political objective. The oppressive relationship. 104. Between the neo-colonies of third world nations and our ruling class, and the ruling CLASS relationship with the Euro-American oppressor nation must be altered, sine they conc earn the BAS is upon which a livelihood can be maintained d for LL peoples. The relationship of the workers to the means of production must be changed until the workers gain collective possession of the means of production. Also, the various third world nations must be able to determine their own destiny, based upon their socio-economic and political aspirations as expressed during the course of the revolution. Therefore, the question of human rights embodies the collective human will to be free from racist, capitalist imperialist oppression and domination. To transform the popular movement for the preservation and restoration of democratic rights into a mass struggle for human rights is therefore a revolutionary concept. The aspirations of the oppressed masses are taken out of the context of allowing the imperialists any basis for shadowing the determination of the oppressed masses to control their own lives and destiny, recognizing the inalienable rights of humanity for human rights within the masses and popular movement provides impetus toward international anti-imperialist solidarity. On the masses and popular movement has developed a revolutionary character, the means from which progressive and revolutionary organizations can build the movement will be greatly enhanced. The political program of national organizations in the masses and popular movement will ensure and support the course of the CLASS and national liberation struggle. SA political programs must highlight national goals and objectives, accentuating the anti-colonial, anti-capitalist imperialist demands of the popular movement. Such demands as national care and service, FOL employment for LL workers, the end of national oppression and racism, LL of which are civil and human rights issues, give credence to the demands for the end of private ownership of the means of production, and the right of third world nations to become independent and sovereign. Thus, the political programs of national conce of progressive revolutionary organizations in the masses, popular movement must 105. Change the character of the movement in the direction of the class and national liberation struggle. It is imperative that these political programs project solutions onto the socio-economic and political crisis of monopoly capitalism and address themselves to specific disenfranchised people within the class and national liberation struggle. Condominium of disenfranchisement and oppression affecting women must be thoroughly developed in a political program of national conce. Distinction must be made between the level of oppression between oppressed nation women and that of the oppressor nation women. Is distinction must be for their clarified in developing provisions of redress in the oppressed masses struggle. For third world women, their national condominium of oppression must be addressed on local grassroots level with the establishment of third world women community liberation associations, independent of the oppressor nation's women's movement. Third world women community associations must uphold the demands of the class and national liberation struggle. In this way, national aspirations of third world women can realize their goal as part of, and take a leading role in, the national liberation struggle. Condominium of disenfranchisement and oppression affecting youth must be addressed in a national political program. Here two distinctions must be made between youth of the oppressed and oppressor nations in respect to the nature of their oppression, and the criteria for developing a solution in a political program. Essentially, the question of education and employment exll youth. But for the oppressed nations, it is imperative that alternative education be established in third world communities. Such educational institutions as community liberation schools would have the responsibility to develop youth's skills in reading, writing and mathematics, and would also broaden their cultural and political consciousness of their relationship to the class and national liberation struggle. A liberation schools will be responsible for the development of future leaders and the organization of youth to be more responsive to the needs of the community. Therefore, an essential part of the 106 Curriculum of these schools will be the development of skills for building and preserving the community, such as plumbing, electrical work, carpentry, as well as printing, typing and agitation propaganda work. A political program must address the needs of the proletarians of all nations, especially in the trade unions. Trade unions have the responsibility of confronting the needs of the means of production with the needs of the workers. It is the responsibility of workers to be sure that their trade union representatives develop the issues and depict their disenfranchisement and restore equitable working standards and wages. But it is the responsibility of progressives and revolutionaries to move workers and trade union representatives toward the ideals of revolution. The prospect of integrating the trade union revolt in the mass and popular movement depends on the masses' arousal. Such an arousal, through agitation propaganda and confrontation politics by progressive revolutionaries must be responsive to ready condominiums of union workers. Socio-economic and political instability issues will include rising taxes acting workers and continued tax cuts for big businesses, the demand for greater productivity from the employed, the huge military budget and cutbacks in social services, imported products hitting U.S. markets because of cheap labor. In U.S. external colonies while exports decrease. All of this, along with concerns of the huge federal deficit that has made the U.S. a debtor nation, must be addressed in a political program. SA issues will serve as an impetus to motivate workers to seek change in the economic system. A political program must demand that the taxes of workers become stable and big businesses taxes be used to subsidize social services, that short-term hours be established at wages comparable to living standards, that the unemployed be able to gain employment meeting the needs of productivity, and that a low ceiling must be imposed on imports so American consumers could purchase American-made products and an exportee quota toward a more equitable trade balance could be established. SA demand would serve to indos the 107. Ultimate demand of the end of capitalist imperialism, the nationalization and workers' ownership, and the control of the means of production. Finally, the masses and popular movement must be directed toward understanding the various aspects of the judicial process, the police, courts, and prisons, and their functions in a capitalist social structure. A demystification of the judicial system will provide the mass and popular movement with an understanding of how they are being controlled and manipulated by the courts, Congress, and legislative bodies of government for the benefit of monopoly capitalism. As poverty begets crime and social revolution, it is imperative that the judicial process be exposed as an instrument of controlling the oppressed masses along lines of class divisions and national oppression. Most laws serve the continued mode of national oppression and class exploitation. Us the police, courts, and prisons preserve the system of domestic monopoly capitalist domination. Also, it must be exposed how the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Central Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, and the Department of Defense operate, and how the various branches of the judiciary create laws which undermine justice and equality and uphold the existing system of national and class oppression. Domestically, the police, courts, and prisons are the primary institutions used to repress the social democratic and socialist aspirations of the mass and popular movement, prisons being the last terrain in the ladder of judicial coercion. Political programs must, therefore, support the prison movement, calling for the release of political prisoners of war, the end of torture of captured revolutionaries, the abolition of capital punishment, and the end of prison slavery must further explain how the judicial process is inequitable, indicating how most laws serve to suppress the will of the oppressed masses' aspirations for social democracy and socialist freedom, and show how the police, courtiers, and PRISons are coercive bureaucracies of monopoly capitalism. Will ultimately demystify the judicial process and will forge mass and popular consciousness to become fearless in confronting the state. 108. At this time the mass and popular movement is fractionalized on various issues subject to the socio-economic crisis, and the relationship of the crisis to a particular class or national ity. Such issues include, the struggle in the trade union industry, miners, farmers, teachers, social services, and industrial workers strikes, anti-nuclear issues, unemployment, the prisoners involuntary servitude strikes, and various other civil rights issues. All of these are substantial concerns to many progressives and revolutionaries in many different ways. But factionalism tends to drain the oppressed masses' enthusiasm in struggle, inserting their participation in struggle only when their livelihood is being jeopardized. Reaction to struggle can preserve competitive NESS that will create anti-divisions between classes and nationalities. To remedy factionalism, the progressive and revolutionary forces must build national campaigns and mobilizations that develop anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist, working class solidarity amongst the many progressive elements within the masses and popular movement. It is this revolutionary internationalist solidarity amongst the most progressive and revolutionary forces combating racist, capitalist imperialism that will provide the impetus for greater unity through the entire masses and popular movement. Masses and popular movement must evolve a national concept of itself, and become mobilized nationally toward specific goals and objectives. Concept and understanding should urge the class and national liberation struggle to confront the socio-economic and political crises of capitalist imperialism. Struggle for the preservation and restoration of social democratic and civil rights must evolve toward struggle for human rights. Inevitably, the revolutionary struggle for human rights will develop the class and national liberation struggle toward the NAL and complete destruction of capitalist class exploitation and racist imperialist neo-colonial oppression. 109. National Strategy for Fraunen. Front for the Liberation of the New African Nation. Author's preface. In the last several years from many corners of the new African independence movement, there has been a clear call for the building of the Front for the Liberation of the New African Nation, a revolutionary nationalist front to establish a movement for national independence, to free the national territory of Kush from the colonial government. His call has mostly come from BLA POWs and their supporters who recognize the need to resurrect a militant resistance to continued national oppression, identifying the bases of our people's colonial subjugation as part of the anti-imperialist struggle being waged by third-world peoples in many parts of the world. Of course, this means we have to again develop a militant political organization that would challenge US colonialism and organize new Africans to offensively pursue the ultimate objective of national independence. His task has to be greater than a survival program pending revolution, as all survival programs are in essence defensive in posture, based on the ideal that to survive is to defend against ACS. But survival programs do not forge a movement, only sustain an existence. Therefore, to build Frauleinen is to push forward the quest of national emancipation, as Frauleinen's national strategy is not based simply on survival pending revolution, but rather on building the revolution to survive. His position on survival is not relegated to a defensive posture, but develops an offensive program for decolonization, establishing a revolutionary program to militantly GHT for national independence. I have taken the initiative to write this proposal and treat why for our numbers and revolutionary nationalists to build upon, for us to unite our forces UNDER a single program and national strategy. Sine the destruction of the Black Panther. 110. PARTY, our movement has fallen into the hands of passive resistors, losing its vitality, momentum, and revolutionary fervor. It is no W necessary to rekindle the spirit of militant resistance and rebuild our nationalist front, comparising the neated national organizations and programs that will ensure not only our survival, but also, our inevitable vice in establishing the Republic of New Africa in the Western Hemisphere. His document is presented for revolutionary nationalists to discuss and seek the means and methods to create condominiumations to manifest the national strategy of Fraulein. Of course, this is my conception of what needs to be done based on varied discussions amongst comrades, and basic analysis of the general situation of opportunism, liberalism, and sectarianism acting our overall struggle. Therefore, this document is no conclusive or inclusive of our needs in struggle, rather, it seeks to forge the basis to establish a durable foundation by which we may unite our talents and resources to build Fraulein. Henke, this document is aired as a pivot to create the needed center of gravity from which we can rally our forces, and move forward in unity and struggle. Based on the foregoing, I'm requesting of those receiving this document and who are able, to make copies and redistribute to those you believe might be interested in building Fraulein. Furthermore, I'm requesting all authentic revolutionary nationalists to do the following upon review of this document. 1. Submit proposal S to strengthen the BAS is to build Fraulein, i.e., organizational structure, ideological format, political programs, etc. 2. Establish a Fraulein organizing cadre to build one of the programs of decolonization in your area, adopting Fraulein's national strategy. 3. Discuss this document with others, and contract ibutnank materially, and personally to the national strategy of Fraulein. In the NEAR future, an EORT will be made to organize a national congress/CONFRNE of revolutionary nationalists who have expressed an 111. Interest and commitment to build Fraulein and support a particular aspect of the program for decolonization, to come together, and develop this revolutionary nationalist front. Introductory note. Fraulein is initially a cadre organization of new African revolutionary nationalists, whose primary objective is to evolve a united strategy and direction amongst the many new African nationalist formations. His objective is to further enjoin new African revolutionary nationalists to accept a position within the front, to develop greater coupled unity of action in the new African independence movement, in accordance with the national strategy of Fraulein. There are many progressive and revolutionary organizations/parties/fronts in the name of local, regional, and national cance. Fraulein recognizes each organization/party/front has a specific and general role in the name, but it is our faith this role must be formulated in unity and struggle amongst our oppressed new African masses under the geoidony of a single national strategy and program. We believe that with the tactical implementation of a national strategy, which embraces the specific and general cause of NIAM in the and practice, the various organizations/parties/fronts will greatly enhance the overall development of the new African independence movement. Fraulein is characterized as a revolutionary nationalist front, recognizing the human and inalienable rights of new Africans to be free from racist colonialism, genocide, and imperialist national oppression/exploitation. It recognizes that new African human rights encompass the right to be self-governed and independent of the U.S. colonial government, thus, national rights in accordance with international law and politics. A prerequisite for becoming a member of Fraulein are as follows. 1. Our recognition of the existence of the new African nation as an oppressed nation within the colonial government of the United States of America in the Western Hemisphere. 112. 2. At the Republic of New Afrika is the name and government of the new African nation, a government in exile, struggling for the liberation of the national territory of Kush. 3. Acceptance of the new African Declaration of Independence, Creed, and Code of Umoja. 4. Recognize and support the New African People Liberation Army as the armed front of the new African nation. 5. Support and work to manifest the national strategy of Fralinnen as the legitimate representative of New African Independence movement, and work to support all groups in alliance to Fralinnen. 6. Must be anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist, anti-racist/fascist, pro-national independence, and willing to participate in the class and national liberation struggle for land and social democracy. 7. Believe and have faith in the creative ingenuity, spiritual quality and humanity of our new African people and the historical, cultural, socio-economic, and political productivity of our struggle for national independence. Fralinnen national strategy is based on the refazi for national independence. It is our faith. This revolutionary the Y is the CR from which our revolutionary movement is to be organized. Fralinnen's national strategy is exemplified in our 10-point platform, Y, organizational program for decolonization, strategy and practice, and will serve to manifest in real it Y the 10-point platform, a program accepted in principle by all members of Fralinnen. We anticipate and work toward Fralinnen to develop into a mass-based revolutionary nationalist front, comprising national organizations and groups, to organize and mobilize our oppressed new African people for our inevitable independence. Historical conception and overview. 113. We accept all aspects of our history from the beginning of civilization on the African continent, to the present stages of technological development of African nation-states, and the continued struggle of African people throughout the world against tyranny and imperialist oppression. With this conception of history, we view the material basis in which history evolved to its present and ongoing developing modes of history, as African people relate and interrelate with one another, other people of color in the third world, and the European races. Is standing and materialist outlook of history notes that dialectically, our present condominiumation and struggle is based on our party experience in a continuing development of an African history. A new African experience in America is not separate from the African experience on the continent, rather, they are linked in a chain of events which imposes socio-economic, political, and historical realities encompassing the CRITIA by which new African struggle for independence must be developed. We call ourselves New African because of the degree of force breeding and miscegenation we as a people have suffered, as well as cultural imperialism, the psychological plunder and rape of our nity to Afrika, stripping away our African language, art, and world outlook, and national oppression, which in our efforts to combat have created a national heritage in resistance based on ideals of integration and or separation. Sax per ank esle us stripped of our Africanist perspective despite miscegenation and cultural imperialism, encompassing those ex per ank es into an African national heritage in diaspora, creating the new African independence movement. Is conception of history in a dialectical materialist perspective provides the means to formulate a program and strategy to conquer racist oppression and national subjugation, utilizing the truth of our entire history as a guide to enlighten our practice. For instance, in terms of a policy of African intercommunalism with our people on the African continent, it is essential to know had our relationship had been in history providing a substantial 114 foundation to develop incoupled relations today. For new Africans it is important to know that slavery did not begin as an American phenomenon, rather, American cha, L slaver Y of Africans is a direct outgrow th of Africans enslaving Africans on the African continent. Many of our ancestors had been enslaved by Africans due to intern struggles, border wars of territorial imperative amongst tribes and wars of aggression between African nation-states. Prisoners of war, and/or because of debt, were placed in bondage and sold or traded. When the Europeans made contact with northern and western coastal areas of Africa, they not only redevil lages and kidnapped Africans, but more and productively brought already enslaved Africans from African GINS and traders. Henke, for the most part, our existence in the Western Hemisphere is as much a consequence of African history as it is of European history. Us, as we see ourselves in history, we must place responsibility of our condominiumation in context to the actual historical development leading to our present situation. In this regard, we don't expect assistance from our African brother nations simply because we are of one people, only separated by destiny, but because history demands recompense for a people whose existence and suffering is based on our unfortunate relation in the history of slavery mutual to us and the commonality of our GHT against a mutual enemy, imperialism. Is same conception and relation to history is binding on any relationship established with other past enslavers, such as the Dutch, Portuguese, British, Spanish, etc. As we struggle against continued U.S. colonization, new Africans must have a determined sense of history in regard to the new African nation relationship to the world. Without this common national consciousness and perception of our existence, based on history, our practice will continue to be confused and chaotic, without historical continuity which serves to gi practical geoidentity on the road to independence. As an oppressed nation, we have a rich history of resistance to bondage, revolts on slave ships during the 115 Mid-Le Passage, revolts and rebellions for hundreds of years on slave plantations, fighting for freedom in the War of Independence, War of 1812, and the Civil War, and fighting in the U.S. Army in the name of U.S. democracy can also be considered part of the national determination to be free. We preserve 4 epochs in our history as indicative of our struggle to be free of U.S. national subjugation and colonial domination. The signing of the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863 and the 13th Amendment in 1865, and the Civil War having ended barbarity slavery, the 14th Amendment stripped Africans in America of their land and imposed American citizenship on these African nationals as this country entered a period de need as Reconstruction and the Industrial Revolution. Was a period when the slavocracy gave birth to mercantile capitalism, the gross surplus of such commodities as tobacco, sugar, etc., produced from slave labor in the South provided economic textile and industrial growth and development in no northern states. Our reconstruction found millions of new Africans either re-enslaved by the vestiges of the Black Code to sharecropping, unemployment, and landless, or migrating in search of educational and employment opportunities. But the Hayes-Tilden Agreement restored racist national oppression and colonial domination prevailed with terrorist Ku Klux Klan riots, race riots, mob violence, seeing of new Africans in the North and South. In 1905, the Niagara Movement was consummated. We recognize the Niagara Movement as a significant epoch in our continued struggle for independence. Niagara Movement was no the RST time new Africans organized themselves, as there had been many abolitionist groups composed of freedmen of African descent. But the Niagara Movement marks a stage in the leadership of W.E.B. Du Bois. They developed a concept and an organization which prevails today. Concept of integration comprehensively evolved during the Niagara Movement by Du Bois, and is adamantly held today by the NAACP. Which came into existence out of the Niagara movement in 116. 1910, with Dubois as a founding member and incorporator. It was Dubois who forged the conceptual appeal of Pan-Africanism during this time, while the NAACP up until 1940 had campaigned for anti-LNCH legislation, and from 1950 to present campaigned for desegregation, integration, and civil rights. A second epoch of historical importance was the 1920 Marcus Garvey back to Africa movement. His movement which has yet to be surpassed, appealed to an organized alliance of new Africans, and established national pride and dignity directly associated with the African continent. Although the back to Africa movement only lost head until 1925, Henvia in juxtaposition and in historical continuity to the Niagara movement and Pan-Africanist ideas developing at the time, the thread of struggle and our people's conscious determination to be free of colonial domination becomes very significant. A third epoch is divided into two distinct and interdependent parts as they actualized the RST and second epochs in character and content. Elijah Muhammad Nation of Islam movement, which came into existence in the 1940s but had no come into national prominence until the 1960s, developed many of the separatist ideals held by the Marcus Garvey movement. It generally appealed to those who had been adherents of the separatist movement of Marcus Garvey. In the 1960s, Malcolm X brought the Nation of Islam separatist movement into national attention. Recruitment reported to be approximately 1 million black Muslims by some estimates. Elijah Muhammad led for the separation of blacks into a government of their own in the South Black Belt, basing his program on misty-ed interpretation of Islam and black self-help economics. During this same epoch, in 1955, the SoCal-led Civil Rights movement was launched, with our Reverend Martin Luther King, Jr. as its PRMRY leader and spokesperson. Given the political character and objective of Martin L. King, Jr.'s movement, it ushered the line and principle of struggle RST established in the Niagara movement. principal organizations of this course of struggle were SCLC, NAACP, Urban League, CORE, and SNCCLL working in a united front. 117. Strategy for desegregation, integration, and civil rights. Politically, this movement could actually be defined as a negro bourgeoisie democratic revolution. It act and did be with the essential foundation and cornerstone of colonial domination of new Africans in America, racism and national oppression. A civil rights movement suffered the fruition of democratic civil rights guaranteed to whites to be equally administered to black people. It was a nationally organized movement, which put in motion masses of people in freedom rides, sit-ins, and marches, which precipitated the eventful call for black power, a nationalist political consciousness, resulting in riots and rebel lions across the country. A dialectical relationship between the Elijah Muhammad separatist and Martin L. King, Jr. integrationist movement, preserved in historical continuity the ideals of both the Marcus Garvey separatist and W.E.B. Du Bois integrationist movement, forging the cause of struggle toward a SY thesis of ideal SRST espoused with the CRY and BER-TH pains of black power. E4-TH epoch, an outgrow TH of the preceding era, adopted the SY-enthetic conception of black power, uniting the symbolic determination of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic PARTY and Malcolm X black nationalist ideas in the Black Panther PARTY. Black Panther PARTY for self-defense was established in 1966, and in 1967 Black Panthers captured national attention by entering the California state capitol hearing on gun control, carrying RIES and shot UNS, killing for community control of police, self-defense, and black political power. Even though, during this period, there had been other black nationalist groups and formations that evolved out of the Negro bourgeois democratic revolution. No ne made such an indelible historic impression on the developing struggle like the Black Panther Party. From its inception, the BPP had considered the necessity for armed struggle to wrestle black power from the US white power structure. EBPP developed the Black Underground which evolved into the Black Liberation Army, a clandestine net work of armed urban. 118. Guerrillas. It had been the BPP that raised the concept of class struggle, introducing NINF using the ideology of Marxist-Leninist Mao Zedong thought with the black nationalist ideas of Malcolm X in accordancy with the concrete realities of the struggle taking shape in black GHOS/communities across the country. With its 10-point platform and program, the BPPA attempted to manifest black political power on the basis of community control as a tactical objective toward the strategic goal of total independence. By 1967, the colonial government had directed its Inchen and Counterintelligence program on the BPP/BLA and other nationalist formations as the RNA's counter-revolutionary action by the government was implemented with the intent to discredit, disrupt and destroy the BPP with murderous raids, infiltration and provocation. In a 4-year BALE with the police, by 1971, the BPP had been significantly subverted on a national level. Hereupon by 1973, the BPP was in actuality defunct. Is inevitably led to the defeat and decimation of the BLA as a clandestine urban guerrilla net work. It is these 4 epochs in the continuing struggle of new Africans for political power and independence that are of great significance had the greatest inyan and impact on new Africans nationally in juxtaposition with our relationship to the my colonial government. We accept these 4 epochs as the foundation in which current and future development in the new African independence movement will be objectively molded, shaped, and forged to be y. History shows us that there are direct and distinct lines and inyan in the new African people's struggle for political power and self-determination. Our oppressed people have fought for integration and civil rights, and we've fought for independence and human rights. It is these directions that characterize any real DRNES in our people's aspiration to be free of racist colonial domination. Furthermore, it will be integration versus independence that will be a determinative aspect for the building of national. 119. Unity amongst new Africans to engage the colonial government for political power and self-determination in the future. Is understanding of history and the ideological political forces that have shaped our provides conscious and deliberate activity to combat national oppression and colonialism, with the continuity of preserving history and the mode of struggle toward independence. We of Fraulein must take a stand on the side of independence, and in doing so, give recognition to those forces who are currently making history in building the independence movement. We recognize the organization of the provisional government of the Republic of New Africa for its contribution, but no necessarily to subordinate ourselves to its current strategy and program in the movement. We therefore reserve the right to formulate a revolutionary strategy and program to educate, organize, and mobilize new Africans toward national emancipation, and unite our strategy and program of action with other new African revolutionary forces who are also going for independence, no excluding the present Republic of New Africa provisional government. Fraulein recognizes and understands the history of resistance our oppressed nation has fought in both the integrationist and separatist movements. But because we believe in our inalienable human rights, as a nation of people, to be self-governed, and because we are anti-capitalist imperialist, we no practical bases, in accordance to our history, to integrate in this colonial government. Therefore, we will concentrate our energies in preserving our nation people's history to separate, to establish an independent self-governed socio-economic, political and cultural sovereign nation in the Western Hemisphere. Ar evolutionary perspective. In our refutation of black capitalism. Sine the advent of the government-sponsored Economic Opportunity Commission and the various poverty programs instituted as a result of the black insurrections during the 1960s, the quest for black capitalism as an integral part of the freedom struggle surged as the political, socio-economic alternative to 120. White capitalism and exploitation, and established a unique obstacle before the new African Revolution. By 1970, the U.S. government managed to consolidate a national bourgeoisie neo-colonial class comprised of black businessmen, civil rights leaders, and elected officials. In the process of this development, evolved a black mid-classw whose political alliance remained with the oppressed black masses and who recognized a political responsibility that in essence contradicts the economic realities of black capitalism. No WND themselves at a loss to the real ideals, programs, and objectives of the black struggle. While the national bourgeoisie aspires integration and assimilation into the mainstream of monopoly capitalism, the black middle class, PEY bourgeoisie are split in their socio-political aspirations, although economically, the black middle-class can't afford to negate their tie to the system of national oppression without forfeiting material advantage and livelihood. But as the crisis of monopoly capitalism worsens, the exisne of the black middle-class is threatened, as the national bourgeoisie intensifies their integrationist program on the deaf ear of the U.S. conservatism. Overall roll back of affirmative action and economic programs that served the needs of the black masses during the late 60s and throughout the 70s, provides the basis in which the new African Revolution will be mounted, the socio-economic contradiction between the owners of the means of production and the laborers becoming antagonistic, the principal ideal of black capitalism in juxtaposition in capitalist imperialism is refuted. From a new African revolutionary nationalist analysis of the developing struggle, dialectical historical materialism must be the basis in which such an analysis serves to manifest an ideology, and political program that will strengthen the socio-economic and political determination of the new African independence movement. In this way, the new African Revolution will not become short-sighted and bend to reformist conscience the national bourgeoisie neocolonialist, in behalf of their class interest and the interest of colonialism, may throw in the path of the revolution via the black middle class. 121. Why bourgeoisie and working class? Henke, this new African revolutionary nationalist analysis must be a class analysis of national cance. It then becomes RST to identify the classes of neo-colonial oppression, the national black bourgeoisie. Neo-colonialists are identified as those business people/cor port such as Johnson Publication and Products, Moto and Music /Moviend Ustra etc. whose economic policy in class col laboration and col illusion with monopoly capitalism serves as nanciers to political entities /ind for igual sw who espouse the neo-colonialist dictates of integration and assimilation. Os socio-political personages of the national bourgeoisie are identified as the Rev. Jesse Jackson, Rev. Joseph L. Auer, Rev. Benjamin Hook S., Rev. L. Ian Sullivan, R. On Brow N., Claren Eames, Kwasi Mfume, Colin Powell L., Perk Y. Su, On, Cor, A. S. King, Dorothy High Ght, Eleanor Holmes Norton, and other such national neo-colonist representatives. SAIND for individuals and organizations my anti and direct ties to the colonial government in their relationship to the oppressed neo-colony and espouse the socio-political illusion of integration assimilation and no violent struggle for black survival in racist imperialist America. EY are the bulwark of neo-colonialist leaders who serve the colonial government by institutionalizing the concept of gradualism, reformism, and black capitalism as the socio-economic policy for political struggle by the oppressed new African masses. Our entire program is based on acculturation, assimilation and integration on a monopoly capitalist platform. Such a program has ed the established black mid-leclasspe, bourgeoisie skilled laborers in their or ts to gain material will and status in the colonial system of oppression. In many cases, the bourgeoisie comes face to face with racist institutions and standards that cause them to reconsider socio-politically the aspects in which acculturation, integration, and assimilation are realistic. But because of their socio-economic ties to the system of oppression, they aren't totally able or willing to sever their relationship and join the oppressed new African masses in the national independence movement. 122. Henke, the black mid-leclassa, empts to employ a cultural identity to the development of black capitalism, which is progressive in form and reactionary in content. Is bourgeoisie cultural nationalism has evoked socio-economically an exploitative relationship to the oppressed neo-colony by developing black business, employment, etc., in the black community but taking the pro-T out of the community while politically they espouse black community self-control in which black capitalists and politicians will over helmingly Bainey TEIR most recent scheme to an ANCE. This development is the building of a national black independent political party. Why? Question of a national black independent political party as elucidated by the black bourgeoisie cultural nationalists would consolidate in a program for independent black capitalism and confr midway to white capitalism/imperialism, thus a neo-colonial relationship to colonial rulers. Political determination of the national black independent political party as developed by the National Black Political Assembly, would seek to compete with the Democratic and Republican party, uni-ng black politicians for various local, regional, and national OSAs and GHT for federal funds, laws, and policy in response to the needs of the new African neo-colony, and / or against U.S. foreign policy to Africa. Hereupon, the need for such a national black independent political party is real. The political goal and direction of this party cannot be based on the development of black capitalism nor hold to a concept of coexistence to imperialism. Black mid-le class, bourgeoisie cultural nationalist, economic and political aspiration as currently forged is progressive in form by electing and consolidating our talented, educated, and skilled black people in a national formation to supposedly represent the interests of the oppressed new African masses. It is reactionary in content by developing black capitalism intricately tied to U.S. monopoly capitalism. Black capitalism would rely on capitalist imperialism for its and growth and development, strengthening a neo-colonial relationship to the oppressed new African masses who are a colonized nation. Henke, black capitalism perpetuates. 123. Classdivision, exploitation of new Africans, and neo-colonial subjugation to U.S. imperialism. It can hereby be determined the black mid-le class bourgeoisie cultural nationalist can be allied to the new African working class upon realizing black capitalism is a tool of the colonial ruling class oppressors, utilized by their neo-colonialist agents, the national black bourgeoisie. Furthermore, here black capitalism is tied to monopoly capitalism and imperialism. Its existence and development is based on the existence and development of imperialism, and imperialism is based on colonial domination of oppressed people nations. Us, socio-economically and politically black capitalism is a neo-colonialist institution demanding continued black exploitation and colonial oppression domestically and U.S. imperialist expansion in third world. THREEPHASE theory for a nation AL. Independence. With a full understanding of our history in relationship to the colonial government and its economic system of monopoly capitalism and imperialism, we are then able to develop a practical way to formulate a decisive working strategy by which to educate, organize, and mobilize our oppressed new African nation for complete sovereign and independence. It is important that recognition is given to our task for a social, political, economic and cultural perspective. We totally commit ourselves to an arduous struggle for national emancipation and liberation, allowing absolutely nothing from preventing our success and freedom from racist colonial and neo-colonial subjugation. Our efforts for national independence is based on the historical manifestation of our national oppression in racist capitalist America. Negates nothing from our history, although it establishes its pragmatic foundation on prevailing condominium and moves from these condominium building conceptual understanding of how our practice must conform to given realities, if we are to be free. Arifaz 4. 124. National independence is based on the principles of dialectical materialism, determining the need of both class and national struggle. 1. We recognize we are a subjugated and oppressed colonized nation in the imperialist government of the United States of America. 2. Racist national oppression and monopoly capitalism are the THOLL pervasive means in which U.S. imperialism maintains a colonial stranglehold on the new African nation, with miscegenation, acculturation, assimilation, individualism, sexism, and competition being the character of control and our super-exploitation. 3. Our colonial condominium is reinforced by the institutionalization of class divisions and neo-colonial control by members of the new African nation. 4. The new African nation is entitled to restitution reparation from the U.S. government for 4 centuries of colonial domination, including monetary compensation, land, machine and military equipment to establish our sovereignty and secure it to defend against future aggression. 5. As an oppressed nation of colonized people. We are the third largest nation of African people in the Western Hemisphere. We have a population of 30+ million with a purchasing power of $250 to $350 by lion and must be awarded international recognition and status in both the United Nations and the Organization of African Unity. For STPHASE. Class STRUGGLE for National Unit Y. It is RST important to identify the various CLASSES in which national unity is to be brought. We recognize the fact that the new African people are a colonized nation in the United States. We also recognize that new Africans' colonization is one of race and class oppression. Division of oppression between Euro-Americans and new Africans is bulletinated by a system of neo-colonization established and anti-NED by members of the new African. 125. Nation who are in SNE neo-colonialist agents of the oppressor nation government. SA neo-colonialists are the national bourgeoisie of the oppressed new African nation. National bourgeoisie are black politicians and Bazine SS people who are integrationist and assimilationist. Aspire to have the oppressed new African people to integrate and assimilate into the government of oppression. Is ideal, as it has been historically manifest, is in SNE an illusion in which it is the national bourgeoisie who benefits, with token conscience from the colonial government, rewarded for their efforts to maintain order and control of the new African people. National bourgeoisie are identified as leaders of the NAACP, PUSH, National Urban League, Congressional Black Caucus, Johnson Products, Moto N, etc. All of them work in the interests of the colonial government and in their own interests, as purring integration and assimilation into the system of capitalist imperialism, and by seeking to stay the militant struggle of the oppressed new African people for independence. The political wing of the national bourgeoisie is nanked by black capitalists and liberal white institutions and corporate groups. Essentially they epitomize the structure of the colonial government by seeming to represent the interests of new African people. To persuade new Africans is in their interest to struggle for or against in relationship to the policies of the colonial government. Political interests are that of neo-colonial capitalists and integrationists in relation to the oppressed new African nation. The national bourgeoisie are the bourgeoisie mid-leclass are the skilled black professional and marginal small business people which can be divided into two segments in a socio-psychological conception, but are equally black capitalist. On the one hand, there are assimilationists and integrationists who are in every way like the national bourgeoisie, and on the other hand there are the cultural nationalists. Mid-leclass cultural nationalist empts to maintain a black social. 126. Consciousness in terms of identifying with the new African oppressed masses, but because they are in essence capitalist, their aspirations as pseudo-nationalist is forsaken. Are economically and materially tied to the system of oppression, and these ties are manifest politically as they tend to support and enhance the prospects of neo-colonialism, inserting black S are the representatives of black S, who are the representatives of the colonial government. As an example, they seek to establish an independent black political party to compete with other capitalist political institutions. Work to broaden and secure their class and national interest, working within the legitimate cons and avenues the colonial government allows for even class or national to address their problems and seek redress to disenfranchisement and aspects of colonial subjugation. Henke, they are in actual social and political reformists, utilizing the oppression of the new African masses as stepping stones to assure their own security and survival as capitalists. Also support upward mobility of other aspiring black capitalists from the lower classes, building and strengthening their class status in competition with white mid-le and upper classes capitalists. Are the bulwark supporters of the national bourgeoisie, even though as social reformers, potentially, they are capable of developing national black social consciousness to motivate and in the new African people's struggle for the end of colonial oppression, if they were to confront the colonial government for national emancipation and independence. Major of new Africans are of the lower classes, workers and laborers, the proletariat classes are the semi-skilled and manual laborers, the OCE and factor Y workers, etc., whose standard of living is just above or at poverty Y level. Many of whom subsist on a combination of work, welfare, and hustling. Black proletariat suffers from the brunt of the socio-economic oppression of capitalist exploitation and are most politically disenfranchised by the system of colonial domination. In juxtaposition to neo-colonial class divisions within the new African nation, the capitalist system employs racist national oppression as the 127. Primary mechanism to keep the aspirations of the black proletariat in check. Is racist national oppression is found in every vestige of a black proletariat existence, in housing, employment, health, and social institutions. Colonial government ns the policies and regulates when and how such living means are to be dispensed in the new African community and / or to the benefit of the black proletariat. Racist national oppression and class division, serve to trap the black proletariat in a socio-economic condominium and level of subsistence here poverty is always close at hand. But, socio-politically, the black proletariat aspires to an end to colonial domination and racist oppression, and no tea for such condominium to be covered up in blackface. EY are no tea in SNE capitalist, but rather, they recognize they live in a capitalist society, and thereby must live in accordance to the no RMS by which a livelihood can be maintained hence such condominium of oppression become unbearable, the black proletariat and youth are more likely to rebel etc., and demonstrate their frustration and anger to continued exploitation and racism. Bani the black working class are the subculture lumpen proletariat, the unskilled and menial laborers whose primary means of subsistence is based on hustling, marginal employment, and welfare. For the most part, the socio-economic provisions within the subculture are maintained by the legitimate capitalist activity of the lumpen proletariat. In accordance with their aspirations to fulfill the social values of the bourgeoisie, they employ business acumen in criminal activity for subsistence and proti. As they seek material will and social status of the bourgeoisie within the cons of the subculture, they are in many cases politically reactionary, unc unearned with anything other than personal survival and for individual gain. It is only when the lumpen proletariat are educated and become politically aware of their socio-economic condominium that the possibility exists for them to become staunch supporters of the revolution, recognizing their dire standard of living is based wholly on the system of oppression they are desperately trying to emulate. 128. Is brief description of the CLASS breakdown and of the oppressed new African nation provides some indication as to why it is so difficult for the oppressed black masses to challenge the government of oppression in unity and struggle. Is also determine why the RST fazi of Fraulein and theoretical position is one in which struggle must commence within the class divisions of the NEO colony, before new Africans can adequately challenge the colonial government to bend to the will of the new African nation for complete independence and sovereignty. By comprehending the CLASS divisions within the NEO colony, we end the particularity of the principal contradiction that exists between the NEO colony and the colonial government with its national and international ramifications. Essentially, the particularity of the contradiction is one between the direction of the liberation movement, is it for integration or independence from this capitalist imperialist system of oppression. It is this contradiction within the movement that determines the necessity for CLASS within the new African nation. Such a struggle is necessary to evolve unity toward a single and principled revolutionary program and strategy to confront the colonial government. A contradiction as it presently exists, between the forces of integration and the forces for independence, is one in which each is building ideological, political programs and direction within the objective reality of the GHT for civil and human rights. At this point, the contradiction is not antagonistic, but rather one of coexistence and in some cases mutual cohesion and accountability. It is this aspect of mutual accountability, if continued in principled CLASSCOL elaboration, that will prevent the forces for independence from building and sustain a revolutionary movement for complete independence. Us, CLASS struggle for national unity must begin by understanding the aspects of the particular contradiction existing between two contending forces within the NEO colony, and how these forces in unity and struggle dialectically, react and repel one another politically, and determine the basis of this relationship with the oppressed new African people in building and sustaining NG. 129. Their aspiration to GHT for independence. Here it can be said that the struggle must commence by drawing a line of demarcation between programs and objectives of the TWO forces in relation to the oppressed new African masses. This line of demarcation must be forged through ideological and political struggle, as well as socio-economic programs addressing the concrete realities of the oppressed disenfranchisement. Here the forces of integration GHT for civil rights, the forces for independence must GHT for civil rights as minimum objectives to AIN within the process of building toward complete emancipation. In so doing, the forces for independence must at times call on the forces of integration to do more, to GHT harder, to make greater demand on the colonial government and hand the FAIL to do this, to condominium them for national betrayal, class collaboration and collusion with the ENEMI government. Hand such demands are made on the national bourgeoisie, for them to become responsive to the demands being made by revolutionary forces, they will either have to capitulate and show the oppressed masses their true political nature, as bootlicking lackeys, or antagonize the principal contradiction existing between the neo colony and the colonial government, leading to confrontation. Is the point in WHCLASS struggle for national unity broadens and strengthens the capacity for revolutionary forces to organize and mobilize the oppressed new African masses to support and GHT for national liberation. At this time, the forces of integration have for the most part the greater influence over the new African people, because they are recognized as the OCHAL leaders and speak ERS of the neo colony by the colonialist, while the oppressed masses are, for the most part, politically integrated into the working mechanism of the system of oppression, and thereby provide the neocolonialist assembly of Legitimac as representatives. Henke, the purpose of class struggle within the neo colony is to erode this ideal of Legitimac the neo-colonialist yields, expose their relationship as it exists. To expose the means and method in WH the 130. Colonial government anti-NS control over the oppressed new African nation, by causing the contradiction between the neo-colonial integrationist and the colonialist to become antagonistic. Momentous of the CLASS struggle for national unity is for revolutionary nationalist forces to build support of the independent movement by dissecting the prospects of integration into this capitalist system. Class divisions within the structural foundation of capitalism determine the essential basis by which the particular contradiction rests, which in and of itself its integration in this system would be to perpetuate CLASS division and exploitation of the neo colony. Thus, CLASS struggle for national unity also hold the principal contradiction, hereby to end CLASS divisions within the neo colony would be to end the means and method of control and national oppression the neo colony swears by the system of capitalist colonial imperialism. Class struggle will inevitably cause a contradiction to ARISE amongst the neo-colonialist and their supporters, and it will heighten political consciousness and combative NESS amongst LLCLASSES within the neo-colony. Various segments of the mid-LECLASS will split for and against the course of development between the national bourgeoisie of the neo-colony, and the revolutionary nationalist working CLASS as epitomized by the forces for independent working CLASS will gain a standing of the political determination of the movement, gaining a class consciousness that will reinforce their nationalist fervor. Lumpen proletariat subculture will also gain a CLASS consciousness in which they will come to understand that their survival and development are based on the full element of the revolutionary nationalist direction of the independent movement. In this way, national unity can be AINED and evolve to a level here a greater number of the oppressed new African people will support the endeavors of the forces for independence and become staunch supporters of the independence movement. In this way, national unity can be AINED and evolve to a level W. Here a greater number of the oppressed new African people will support the endeavors of the forces for independence and become staunch supporters of the independence movement. 131. It must also be stated, during the course of the CLASSSTRUGLE for national unity, the ENEMI government will seek to preserve the legitimacy of the neo-colonialist. EY will award them greater amounts of VISI by lit Y in the media, become more politically friendly, give larger conscience and author it Y to command the mode and direction of the struggle. Is W high. It is so important that revolutionary nationalist forces make their programs for black community control no WN amongst the new African people. EY must diligently, relentlessly, and vigorously challenge the national bourgeoisie civil rights program as minimum demands, insouciant to the needs of the new African nation. At RST, the CLASS struggle may appear to be divisive, but only until lines of demarcation have been drawn between two contending forces and directions in the neo-colony struggle for self-determination and independence Arabi. Class struggle for national unity becomes an essential part of the liberation movement, a GHT for black community control, a part in WH. The particular ideas of the contradiction of CLASS divisions within the neo-colony become a motivating factor by WH. The principal contradiction between the neo-colony and the colonial government becomes acute and antagonistic, and separation/independence become the ultimate goal and in a revolutionary nationalist struggle between the nationally oppressed and the national oppressor. Second PHASE. National unity for self-government. Within the development of the RST phase lies the seed of the second phase, the phase W. Hereby national unity haben AINED for the ideal S of the independence movement. It then becomes possible to challenge the colonial government with a single national program to make ECONC ready our immediate demands as expressed during the RST phase in terms of civil and human rights. ECONC ready social and political struggle of the new African peoples GHT for self-determination is characterized in economic and political terms of self-government. 132. Henke. It can be established that the RST phase is one in WH the revolutionary nationalist forces GHT to W in the oppressed new African masses to support black community control in the independence movement. Programs and struggle for civil and human rights are tactical initiatives to build and sustain the movement on the socio-economic level, while ideologically and politically the CLASS struggle evolves political CLASS consciousness on a national level to the ideal S of independence and self-government. Arabi, the new African nation has become educated and organized into a national liberation front, a united front in national unity, and in the second phase, they are mobilized for self-determination and self-government. Our national unity is decisive, it is our strength and foundation for the future, and our GHT for self-government is prerequisite to total and complete independence. In encompassing this, the Y for emancipation is the objective and CONC real ideas of the GHT for civil and human rights as expressed in the RST phase. It is manifest, and the fertilization of the seed for independence as planted in the RST phase, CLASS struggle for national unity is then cultivated in the second phase, national unity for self-government, and will be harvested in the last phase. Political programs of Fraulein in national unity for self-government is to cement the struggle for independence. To demand of control of the socio-economic and political institutions in the GHE, OS/IOS of the urban and rural areas W. Here new African people compare ISE the major it Y, independent of the federal colonial government control. To strengthen and intensify the political struggle between the nationally oppressed and the national oppressor, and to socio-economically consolidate the prospects for national independence are the Bass IC condominiumations by WH. The movement will evolve qualitatively in both the national and international political arena. is lead s to the principal contradiction of TWO antagonistic, contending political forces and national will se demand and struggle for complete control of institutions, resources, and the will of the oppressed nation will be the character of the second phase. It then becomes essential at this phase to cal L4. 133. The assistance of Fraulein and international supporters, to support and assist in the socio-economic and political objectives in building new African communities independent of the colonial government. But at the same time, it will be incumbent upon the colonial government to preserve a practical relationship with the new African nation, a relationship of economic and political coexistence and interdependence. Hence, we see the dialectics of unity and struggle of opposites in the principal contradiction, between TWO contending forces and national us. This second phase is a prerequisite to national independence. It is a phase in which the new African nation begins to formulate the means and method of self-government in the geographical areas here new Africans constitute the major to control and direct the resources, labor, institutions, and will which determine the extent of their livelihood. Demand of civil and human rights as applicable to these social, political, and economic condominiums will preserve the growth and development of the liberation movement, as new Africans become self-determinative in manifesting their future on LLF fronts. Federal colonial government will be led upon to relinquish taxation on new Africans so that this tax money will be redistributed in accordance to the needs of the new African nation communities, and for the establishment of the new African sovereign It will also be led for the building of the new African security force/military, for the construction of new African industries in the national territory of Kush, building a national economic system to support the autonomous regions across the country and developing economic ties internationally, to demand the release of new African prisoners to support the building of the new African nation in both rural and urban areas, to organize a national plebiscite and vote for independence. To be monitored by the United Nations and Organization of African Unity to demand reparations for slave labor of over 400 years and damages for colonial exploitation and domination at cost of $500 million at 6% semi-annual interest, Sine 1865 to the present. Essay and other aspects of Fraulein's national political program will become the 134. Predominant objective to raise in confrontation with the colonial government in national unity for self-government. In this way, the new African people will consolidate their national aspirations to be independent of racist, national oppression, and capitalist imperialist exploitation. While the RST phase is to W in the minds of new African people in national unity to the concept of black community control, and an end to classdivisions and neo-colonialism, the second phase is to mobilize the body of new Africans to become self-determinative, self-governed, and bring an end to colonial domination toward the ultimate goal of national independence. THIRD-PHASE. Self-government for national independence ERSTTWO phase ES were for building the movement and consolidating it. Here new African people compare ISE the major geographically, establishing a national political consciousness, socio-economic and cultural development for national independence. Third phase, self-government for national independence, is to GHT for the national territory of Kush, to W in the war and free the land. It can be easily determined based on this proposition that the third phase depends much on the success of the RSTTWO phase ES. Fraulein has established a revolutionary nationalist social consciousness amongst the oppressed masses to want and GHT for control of the black community and further consolidate this social and political consciousness towards self-government. The prospects of substantiating the ultimate goal of national independence become more realistic and plausible in the overall scheme of this UNDER tacking. Each step is a tactical initiative within a national strategy, Each tactical initiative being strategically developed to formulate the necessary socio-economic, political, and cultural ingredients into a national program in which the various segments of the independent movement can FOLL. Third phase is the NAL stage, to mobilize the entire nation to free the land, employing the resources available to the movement in challenging the 135. Colonial government for complete independent goal is to recover the territory the oppressed nation on occupied and control led by its labor and ownership of the land granted by the government when it freed new Africans from slavery in 1863. Is the phase in which the national aspirations of new Africans, as determined through the course of the STRUGLE, will be led to task to wrestle the national territory from the colonial government. Immobilization of new Africans will be in national demonstrations, and strangling the economic development of the colonial government, as well as intensifying the guerrilla war in both urban and rural areas, gaining international support in the specific objectives of national independence. Is a time when the call will be made for mass migration to Kush and here economic, social, and political development will concentrate in the national territory transferring of economic and political resources and nanks from out of the autonomous regions to the national territory will create a social, economic, and political upheaval for the colonial government, greater than the struggles created in the RSTTWO phase. It will cause a major shift in the relationship of the autonomous regions with the colonial government in each area, using and disrupting what may have been tentatively secured economic and political areas of coexistence between the colonial government and new African communities. Of course, this GHT for Kush cannot be fully developed until the course of the struggle for self-government has evolved the mechanisms and institutions for governmental organization of national magnitude with international recognition, providing the essential tasks of a government in all socio-economic and political fronts, such as in agriculture, industry for national security, etc. It cannot be expected of new Africans to succeed beyond the exercise and expectations of a government to provide stable livelihood for its national Henke, the reasons for the RSTTWO phases, in which new Africans will be organized in national unity and self-government. 136. Utilizing the skills and resources within the oppressed nation, establishing a national social consciousness and political determination for the inevitable GHT to free the land. Arabi, the RSTTWO phases line up the social, economic, and political aspects of the struggle in a strategic position to challenge the colonial government weaknesses. In so doing, Fralinan will establish the CRITIA by which the CRICES for the GHT for national independence will be minimized. It will then maximize the prospects of securing a liberated new African government in the national territory, having the government of new Afrikafun with as much ECNY as possibly arising out of the national liberation struggle. Self-government for national independence. The third phase of this strategically is the phase in which all others work to accomplish, the point in the national liberation struggle here new Africans are in a position of strength beyond the capacity of the colonial government to destroy the independent movement. Seed of independent planted in the RST phase and cultivated in the second phase will have blossomed in the third phase in which national independent will become an accomplished reality. In conclusion, this theoretical proposition determines the need of the national liberation struggle, RST by recognizing and organizing the new African nation on the ideal of national independence, having our talented, skilled, and educated return to the black communities, then by having them to live, work, and build the political and social movement in the black community the geoiding principles of CLASS struggle for national unity and NAL by developing a political and socio-economic foundation towards self-sustaining and self-reliance amongst the new African people on the principle of national unity for self-government. His course of struggle will assure the independent movement will not become subjugated to the CLASS struggle of Euro-Americans. Fralinnen will not hold the CLASS and national struggle of new Africans in abeyance or subject to the CLASS struggle of Euro-Americans. Fralinnen maintains the new African independent movement is independent of and held in juxtaposition. 137. To the CLASS struggle of Euro-Americans. Araby, the full element of this proposition does not negate a relationship with the class struggle of Euro-Americans, but rather bases such a relationship on the political determination of the new African independent movement and not in reverse. Furthermore, Fralinnen holds that building the national liberation struggle is to renew African socio-psychologically, socio-economically, politically, and culturally from neocolonialism as a particular aspect of the principal struggle to end colonial domination. The course of the struggle for self-government for national independence is to free the land, the national territory of Kush. His theoretical proposition is no tll encompassing addressing the current direction and sector and condominiumation of the national liberation Ugla American Samoa it exists at this time. W hat is elucidated herein, is the position of Fralinnen to provide a motivating factor in W hitch to play down and sectarianism and heighten the prospect of united action amongst the many revolutionary nationalist organizations across the country. Such united actions that will embrace the new African nation in national unity toward the objective goal of self-government as prerequisite to national independence. Therefore, it is Fralinnen's position, this theoretical proposition aches to the national liberation movement a concept for the development of a national strategy. A national strategy WHLL authentic revolutionary nationalist organizations must embrace and FOLLUNDER the auspices of Fralinnen in unity and STRUGLE. It is the concept for the development of a national liberation strategy WH will build, strengthen and fortify the national liberation struggle. It is based on the revolutionary principle that without a revolutionary there can be no revolutionary movement. Here rests the theoretical proposition to build and sustain a revolutionary movement, the new African independent movement. Nation ALSTTEGY. Basic aim and objectives Projram for decolonization national strategies BAS ICAIMS and objectives are to establish a program for decolonization that encompasses the strategic and tactical goals of the new 138. African independent movement. It is within the development of a program for decolonization that national liberation will be accomplished. A program for decolonization must or the tactical initiative acting the social, political, economic, and cultural manifestation of disenfranchisement new Africans suar as a neo colony, and it seeks the means to rid new Africans of oppression, strategically leading to national independence. A program of decolonization is a program for national liberation and a strategy in the independence movement to be led tactically by the various members of Fralinnen and new African revolutionary nationalists across the country. We therefore call for the establishment of several national organizations to be construction UNDER the auspices of Fralinnen. National Union of NEU of Friday and Worka RSE National Union of New African Workers is a national NET work of new African political activists in urban and rural areas, WHOFUNCtion on the organizing principle of Fralinnen in the workplace. EIRPRMRY goal and objective is to raise the political consciousness of new African workers to the socio-economic condominiumation inherent in the system of monopoly capitalism. In so doing, they will organize new African workers into labor federations. WHO will call for the implementation of Fralinnen's program for decolonization at the workplace. It will be the responsibility of NUNA to address the problems of affirmative action in the workplace, To Kal-El for ONERs of the means of production to relinquish pro-TS for the development of new African communities, and have them no T engage in economic ventures in reactionary Y African country IES. Nana will also be responsible for establishing a national body of workers in a union formation to for TIFY the political THRUST of the independent movement in the economic sphere. On the rural front, Nana will be responsible for organizing agrarian collectives and co-ops, and for establishing rural Ustra IES. 139. Eventually, it will be the responsibility to Nana to develop a national economic system as a foundation for the liberated national territory of Kush and the establishment of the new African nation. Henki, Nana is the backbone of the independent movement in building and strengthening the CLASS struggle for national unity by organizing the black proletariat under the auspices of Frauenen's program for decolonization. Furthermore, because of the role Nana will play in support of new African workers, it has the potential to become the most powerful sector within the new African communities across the country. As new Africans are victims of inequality in the economic system of monopoly capitalism, they have organized separately on the job to advance their interests and protect their rights. New African workers in general, and those who are employed by multinational corporations in particular, should be organized around demands that more jobs be made available to our people by ing back in the use of cheap labor abroad. New African workers should be organized against state and federal government sanctions allowing multinational corporations to hire foreign workers abroad at less than the national minimum wage required by state and federal law in the U.S. There should be a minimum wage hearing act that applies to LLU.SONED Bazine SS and corporations and that applies to LL employees on their payroll regardless of territory aims can be furthered through the following demands. 1. Kal-El for rank and LE democratic and control of the unions currently in existence and for the elimination of LL racial practices in the labor movement. Equal rights for LL new African workers. 2. Kal-El the preferential hearing and advancement of new African workers and free access to apprentice training programs, the skilled trades and higher paying supervisory posts in affirmative action. 3. Kal-El for an escalator clause in LL union contracts to assure automatic wage adjustment to keep up with the rising cost of living. 140. 4. Kal-El for a shorter work week at standard living wages allowing the means for unemployed to gain employment, preserving the need of productivity. 5. Kal-El for speedier even procedures and SAFET inspection with no restrictions on the RI to STRIK. 6. Kal-El for the complete independence of unions from government interference. Repeal of LL anti-labor laws. End prisoners' slavery and uphold their right to unionize. 7. Kal-El for the establishment of a national import quota on products made by foreign corporations outside the U.S. territory, a balance in import/export trade. 8. Kal-El for workers' control of Ustra through Factor Y Committee, EES elected by the workers on the job. 9. Kal-El for Big Bazine SS Ta XES to subsidize new African community projects, i.e., Heal TH Clinic CS, Chi LD daycare centers, DRUG rehabilitation programs, prisoners parole training programs, senior or citizen daycare programs, etc. 10. Kal-El for multinational corporations in conjunction with the U.S. government to give reparations to the new African nation by subsidizing industrial construction and agricultural development in the new African nation. A democratic demand within the program for decolonization build the foundation in which Fraulen and political activists can organize new African workers in Nana, and have Nana become a motivating factor in building the CLASS struggle for national unity in the independent movement. National Alliance of NEU of Friday and Stud NTSE National Alliance of New African Students is a national NET work of new African student groups and activists functioning under the auspices of Frauenens Program for Decolonisation. It will be the responsi by Litwy of Nana S to formulate a national direction on school campuses. 141. Across the country, to support development on the new African independence movement, to have new African history programs established, taught, and my anti-NED by professional SWHOR in support of the independence movement, and to have new African students become more aware of their responsi by Litwy in the independence movement, by organizing tutoring courses in high school, and building liberation schools in the GHE/O/BAR-IO. It is important that new African students know they are the future of the independence movement and essentially are the principal leaders of the movement. With this understanding, they will be able to apply themselves in education and in other extracurricular activity to the well-being of the movement and the security of the nation. Students must recognize that their education is not solely for individual gain and pleasure, but rather, for the building of mind to serve the movement and the nation. EY must become politically aware of their relationship to the nation, and it is the responsi by Litwy of Nana S to assure new African students are organized in support of Frauenens Program for Decolonisation. His program dealing in the area of education will allow Nana S to become the motivating factor in assuring its development and success. Following are the Nana S program. 1. Election of Community Control Board S to supervise schools in the new African community. 2. Establish an educational system and curriculum which meets the needs of new African children, prepares them for the future in economic and technical skills and technical security of the new African nation, and gives them a knowledge of themselves and an understanding of the true history and culture of African people. 3. To involve parents in every phase of school life as part of the development of community involvement in the political life of the independence movement. 4. Under the direction of Frauenen to support a program to train black academicians, historians, intellectuals, and administrators in 142. The principles and policy of CLASS and National Liberation STRUGLE, and the objective of community control of the education system. 5. To support Frauenen's position that community groups should be entitled to use school facilities to promote activities for the benefit of the community and the independence movement. 6. In support of Frauenen's direction, to call for the dismissal of all school ochales who victimize or insult students or racial groups, or are found to be directly in CAHOITS with the colonial government or TS to suppress Frauenen's education program for decolonisation. 7. Support the establishment of community liberation schools to introduce special tutoring programs for LL students who have fallen behind in their studies and to ORAFOL program of adult education to teach the political motives and direction of the new African independence movement, the prospect of a national social democratic society. For high school students. 1. Establishing student policy making board to on student activities in the high schools, handle disciplinary problems and participate in the general supervision of the schools. 2. To hold regular school assemblies to discuss school problems and assert and the will of the student body in conjunction with the independence movement. 3. My anti and the rights of LL students and teachers. Include the freedom of expression, freedom to organize and to pass out literature, freedom from censorship of school NEW's papers, freedom of assembly and the right to invite outside speak regardless of their political views. 4. End disciplinary expulsions and suspensions. If there is a problem with a particular student, it must be brought to the policy making board. 4. 143. Them to deal with the problem, without having the student lose in education. 5. Special tutoring for LL students who fall behind in their studies, and for the development of a study program teaching new African history and the real nature of monopoly capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism. To further upgrade job training programs and adequate preparation for LL students to a NCOL leg. In this aspect of the program for decolonization, NANA-S will be able to organize students on both the high school and COL leg level S, working in conjunction with one another in support of Fräuleinen's political program. In this way, the political development of the independent movement becomes a total part of the education process of students, each working for the benefit of the other for as long as new African students must and school's control led by the colonial government. EPRMRY objective is to control the schools in the GHE/BARIOS and within the development of the CLASS struggle for national unity to have new African educators become responsible to the NEEDS and development of the independent movement. It is in the process of freeing our minds of cultural imperialism that our oppressed nation will be able to free ourselves from national oppression and colonial domination. Building of NANA-S will be the forging of a youth movement on school campuses under the auspices of Fräuleinen. His youth movement will have a practical program to develop directly in relation to education and the political development of Fräuleinen. Henke, NANA-S is the spirit of the independent movement, new African youth organized in a national net work of groups and activists to establish Fräuleinen's program for decolonization in the heart of the new African community, strengthening the foundation of the new African nation. NEU Friday N in the PE and NCEACA DMI. 144. Building of the new African independent Academy is the essential tool with which Fräuleinen broadens its organizing ABI lit Y in the new African community. New African independent Academy is the NEAted Liberation School established for the purpose of teaching and training new African youth, adults, and members of Fräuleinen in the political direction of the independent movement. A Liberation School will be organized in a national net work by new African members of NANA-S, NANA, political educators, and activists in support of the independent movement. It is Fräuleinen's position that the new African community should have universities which are in support of new African independent struggle and against national oppression, cultural imperialism and colonialism. Here such universities do not exist. The new African independent Academy will serve this program. SA academies will be education centers, established in urban and rural communities to forge education in African history, political and social science, economics, business and organization administration, and technical training and condominium to the preservation of the independent movement. Curriculum of the Academy will be divided to serve youth and adult education, specially developed to evolve leadership quality amongst new Africans and FOLL the NEEDS of the national program and strategy of Fräuleinen. New African independent Academy will be established by a national education board consisting of progressive black academicians, historians, intellectuals, Fräuleinen political activists and students. WHO will be responsible for developing a national curriculum instituted in LL academies across the country. His national curriculum will serve to assure those involved in the independent movement understand the ideals and practice of the STRUGLE in a single or similar viewpoint, which also assists the struggle against sectarianism and narrow nationalism that retard the growth and development of the liberation struggle. PA and the RUTH Core. 145. Panther Youth Corps is Fräuleinen's preteen and young adult youth organization whose PRMRY activate Y is to learn the foundation in which the independent movement is being organized. Similar to PLO's Fadayin Youths, Simba, the P will serve to develop the young minds of our oppressed nation of the ideal S, PR Inkiples, CONCEPs, and fortitude of nationhood. In the course of the liberation movement, the most courageous brothers and sisters that have ever organized the new African community were those members of the Black Panther Party. Is history must no t before go, n, but rather my entain d in a pr incipient and dialectical phase hyon that will preserve that spirit of resistance in the liberation movement. Usly, Fralinnen will use the name Panther as the foundation in which the spirit of resistance will be taught to our young. EY will become young Panthers progressively forging this determination of our history of struggle toward the NER and BER modes of struggle embodied in the socio-economic and political program of Fralinnen. EP will also serve the aspirations of the elementary Y grade school children in conjunction with NANA-S in establishing a national curriculum condominium to their education and development. AS essential part of their activity will be LTRIPS to sites of noted interest to new Africans, community recreation activity Y, history CLASSES and other programs to strengthen their impressionable young minds in discipline DUND standing of their responsi by lit Y and place in the oppressed new African nation. NEU of Friday and Children NCENTERSE New African Children Centers are CHILD daycare centers established by Fralinnen and operated by members of the oppressed New African community and Fralinnen organizers. SA daycare centers will operate to serve the NEEDs of working parents and political activists who need someone to look at their children while they are out securing a livelihood and or following the political objectives of the independent movement. SA centers depending on location, will also serve free breakfast for school children in the NE neighborhood, and generally be supportive of the 146. Development of the community in respects to the growth of children in conjunction with the PEC and other student-related programs. Although the new African Children Center will mostly be responsible for children from the age of 1 to VE years of age, these children will be taught basic skills and practices that will enhance their intelligence aptitude and understanding of the world around them. It is in the development of the new African Children Centers that will further the building of Fralinnen and forge its program in the HERT of the new African community, FOLLing NEED and CONC earn that AX most families. HABing the community support centers would be to have new African families support political motivation by which Fralinnen seeks to build the independent movement. NEU of Friday and Communit YHALTH Clin ICSE New African Community Heal TH Clin ECS are institutions established in the New African Community for which preventive medicine will be the PRMRY method of operation. SA Clin ECS will serve the New African Community in regard to dentistry Y, abortion, DRUG rehabilitation, rape CRISs, acupuncture, hypertension, stress, and other forms of physical and mental complications New Africans are and ND common in their communities. It will also be the responsi by lit Y of the HEAL TH Clin ECS to formulate sickle cell anemia research and HIV/AIDS prevention programs as a central health awareness campaign in the New African Community, in conjunction with the overall political program of Fralinnen. SA New African Community Heal TH Clin ECS are essential tools by which Fralinnen serves a particular interest in the community, and as part of the campaign to combat genocides in Heal TH Care New Africans are across the country. It is Fralinnen's position that we as a nation must have responsibly, NED, professional doctors and medics to the various positions that these Clin ECS will serve. Upon the development of the CLASSSTRUGLE for national unity Y, these medical professionals will be organized to serve the NEEDs of New African people and the independent movement. Us, the establishment of NACHC 147 is a necessary part of Fralinnen's organizing platform, building its program for the survival and inevitable liberation of the new African nation. NEU of Friday and Food Co-op Program New African Food Co-op Program is a Fralinnen project to organize members of the New African community to unity in cooperative economic plan in securing wholesale produce and food stew. With the development of food co-ops and the socio-economic interaction of members of the community will formulate working relationships for the improvement of the entire group. Is the basic means in which Fraulein educates new Africans of the ideals of community responsibility, development and survival during the course of the independent movement. Ts will be made to develop farming cooperatives. Hereby agriculture will be used in the supplying of food co-ops in urban areas. The establishment of food co-ops will ensure the growth and development of Fraulein's national program and strategy. Food co-ops will strengthen the political determination of the NED to free the land as an essential and recognized objective, as new Africans understand the NED for us to feed ourselves. Food co-ops will become a practical organizing tool both politically and organizationally, a central foundation to serve other aspects of Fraulein's national strategy, such as the free breakfast tea program for school children. It is when new African food co-op markets are established, comprising hundreds of community co-op groups through the new African community, that Fraulein will be able to gauge the strength of its political determination in organizing new Africans under the auspices of its national program toward self-government and independence. The NU Friday and Community Yalert Patrol New African Community Alert Patrol will become a NET work of new African men and women organized for the defense of the new African community. It will establish security patrols against vigilantes, killer cops, racists, and black-on-black crime. New Africans will be trained in police tactics and codes to protect the new African community in patrols as 148. Security guard will compel formation and intelligence of high crime areas that are frequented by outsiders. They will be responsible for the protection of our senior citizens and youth, as well as various political programs, demonstrations, etc. Members of NACAP will be trained in martial arts, weapons, drilling, police science, crowd control, and military science in encompassing guerrilla warfare. One of the primary objectives of Fraulein's political program is to have the colonial government occupation army withdraw from the new African community. But in order to gain the support of new Africans in this endeavor, it is essential that community residents feel safe and content. Folks in the community must believe their lives will not be in any greater danger on the occupying army is forced to withdraw from the community. It is important that the community understand that the police occupy our territory primarily to protect the property of the capitalists, who for the most part do not live in our communities. Fraulein's call for community control and self-government will become a motivating factor by which the establishment of NACAP is an essential part. It must also be put for that drugs and black-on-black crime is a problem that causes the occupying army to be led to stay in and around the new African community. It is with the liquidation of the distribution, selling, and consumption of drugs and black-on-black crime, and when new Africans become responsible to each other in respect to the independent movement, that the community will be organized in its highest operative development. Eventually, NACAP will be organized into a people's militia to serve the development of the armed struggle for national liberation. Community Alert Patrols will be the means in which members of the new African community will gain experience in working in a disciplined security conscious apparatus. Will gain with the high ideals and responsibility of protecting the new African community. NU Friday NPOW. Assista NCE Prog. 149. New African POW. Program will be developed to assure that new African captives are assisted in their EORTS to be released from prison. Such assistance will be formulated in legal support in defense of our captured, pre-release programs for those about to be released on parole or discharged, political assistance in building programs and campaigns of national impact concerning the prison movement, and W hen possibly, nank eel aid for the family of captives. In the Pati, the PR Isen movement has lent significant political support to the General Independent movement. Many of those captured had been PR Inkipal leaders in the movement on the streets. Here they might be able to continue to give leadership, and in ANCE the development of the Independent movement, it will be the responsi by Litwy of Napaip to ensure they are provided the essential assistance in mutual regard to the Independent movement and Frauenens program for decolonization. Emphasis will be given to the development of national campaigns for amnesty/or exchange of political prisoners of war, the ending of PR slavery and repeal of the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution as it upholds PR slavery, Cal-L for the unionization of prisoners' labor and minimum wage remuneration for their labor, Cal-L for the release of new African prisoners nationally, for them to return to the national territory of Kush and support the GRI cultural development of the new African nation, for the immediate end of the death penalty and for the release of new Africans in military PRISons. All of this is part of the program for decolonization and 10-point program. National Organization of NEU of Friday and WOMENE National Organization of New African Women will become a national NET work of New African Women organized UNDER the auspices of Frauenens political direction. Express purpose of NANA will be to FOLL the program for decolonization, and to address the problems affecting new African women in general. We do note separate problems affecting new African women from the major problems confronting the oppressed nation. We must differentiate the problems in new African women from those expressed by women of the oppressor nation and their movement. It is 150. Important that new African women recognize that their responsi by Litwy in the new African Independent movement is wholly encompassing their liberation from sex discrimination, which is an essential aspect of colonial oppression. On this standing is reinforced in the political matrix of the Independent movement. New African women will take leadership roles and responsi by Litwy in the Independent movement. Furthermore, Frauenen hold dearly to the ideal that our women are the backbone of the new African nation. Nurture our young, providing them with wisdom of life, and for their secure household and family, the very fabric of the nation. It is the women of the new African nation and their staunch support and participation in the various programs for decolonization who will ensure the Independent movement is victorious. In their support of the programs for decolonization, they will become liberated by working for the liberation of the nation. EY will establish the BASs for unity and equality among gender roles while working in their responsi by Litwy toward the oppressed nation. We hold that our women can become leaders for Independent at whatever level of the struggle they wish to and or are aided. We also maintain that the establishment of secure family households is the foundation in which women are most aided. We hold to this position because over the years and due to slavery and vestiges of colonialism, the new African household has become disunited and fractionalized. Historically, it has been the women who have held hat family structure we know have together. It is most necessary that this development does not erode, but rather become stable and grows stronger, as families become a part of the Independent movement. In this regard, particular ideological and social questions need to be addressed by our women, such as the ideal of polygamy, monogamy, and the of homosexuality, how to combat prostitution, the building of viable educational institutions and development of positive images for our children in our communities, and the establishment of health and daycare centers, rape crisis and sterilization/abortion centers, etc. are issues of social and 151. Political cance that have particular on women, and our oppressed nation. We therefore call upon our women to lead the GHT against these social and political problems that have disastrous ex on our family str uctures in pa articular, and the social mores of the new African nation in general. SA and other areas of concern embodied in the program for decolonization RW. Here women will take leadership responsi by lit y, in encompassing the struggle in the home, in the community, at the workplace, and within the political development of the new African independent movement. SA 10 organizational programs are the essential determinations by which Fraulein will build its program for decolonization, establishing a national strategy within the new African independent movement. Emphasis is placed on organizing new Africans, and in doing so educating them on the ideals of independence, to build toward national liberation by employing their y for national independence, and the manifestation of the program for decolonization. It is with the full element of their phase or y, in conjunction with the program for decolonization, that Fraulein will build the new African independent movement. Each organizational program complements the other, broadening the prospects for uni-ed and even development across the country. These organizational programs are of socio-economic and political cance of strategic magnitude. There are tactical political issues that need to be addressed. For instance, the question of voter registration, as WELL as WHEN and W here time and ENERGY may be exerted to register new Africans to vote. His issue must be considered in respect to electing politicians within the framework of the colonial government. It is held within our theoretical outlook that those who work within the structure of the colonial government do not necessarily work in the interest of the independent movement. For the most part, elected ochales compare ise thus new Africans who are in actual at neo-colonialist bourgeois agents. It then becomes a of PR incipal in organizational and political. 152. Development to engage or no to engage in voter registration and the electing of new Africans to function in the colonial government. PR incipal involved is one of no comparising our theoretical and political understanding of the nature of our national oppression. In this regard, we hold that here voter registration for the election of new Africans may have short-range tactical cance, strategically, it is of no value. It is the strategic development of the new African independent movement we are concerned with foremost. Therefore, Fraulein will no seek to elect political candidates for OCE within the colonial government. It is our position the colonial government can do nothing other than relinquish to our demands for national independence to relieve our condominiumation of national oppression and colonial Alabama domination. If a political party within the new African independent movement seeks to have a member of their organization elected to a position within the colonial government, we will give critical support to them and it can be assured their aspirations do not coincide with the interests of the independent movement. The only exception to this position is and voting for positions or direction within the independent movement and the development of a struggle for community control. In this respect, it is important that new Africans take part in the development of the movement, such as a plebiscite vote, or voting for supervisors to maintain and control of the schools, the health institutions and police in our communities. Many of these political electoral positions are relative to forging social and political consciousness toward substantiating the building of the independent movement are the auspices of the Front for the Liberation of the New African Nation. Fraulein NTENPOINTPL at Form 1. We want national independence and the power to determine the destiny of the new African nation. We believe that new Africans will not be free or able to determine their own destiny until they have ended neo-colonial and capitalist imperialist domination. It hereby becomes essential that our struggle commences with the GHT for Black community control, a GHT that will be the 153. RST step toward self-government, which is a prerequisite to national independence. 2. We want full employment of our people. We believe that the federal government and the system of monopoly capitalism is responsible for the abject poverty and the BAS is for unemployment existing in the new African community. Is provides the BAS is for UNDER development in the new African community, G4ing RISE to socio-economic and political disenfranchisement of new Africans. Arabi, the GHT for Black Community Control encompasses a GHT for community development in which the federal government and multinational COR port ions provide economic incentive to produce jobs in the new African community. Is the major formulation in which revolutionary nationalists are to establish a relationship with the colonial government, to assure federal funds are allocated to the new African community for construction active development and jobs. 3. We want the end of capitalist exploitation of the new African community, national liberation of the national territory of Kush, and reparations for over 400 years of national oppression. We demand ta ex mon y expropriations from new African people be appropriated for the development in the national territory of Kush. 4. We want decent housing and control of the land in which new Africans reside. In the Pati, the landlord whooned the property of new African residents usually lived outside the community and did no care for the land and housing dwelling. Bas ed upon that ex per anki and the struggle for black community control and self-government, we demand ownership of the property in which we reside, to be developed in cooperatives and communal control. 5. We want education for our people that not only exposes the true nature of monopoly capitalism and imperialism, but also provides the historical foundation in which our cultural development is based in this country in relation to other people of color throughout the world, such an education that provides our youth with the essential skills and incentive to become a part of the independent movement. As we demand control of the community in 154. which we reside, the development of academic institutions becomes a fundamental part of the security of the independent movement, to build leaders for the future, in preserving the prospects for self-determination. Henki, education is to evolve understanding of the development of the struggle for self-determination, but also the historical and practical academic foundation in which the new African nation is to preserve its destiny. 6. We want new Africans to be exempt from military service in the colonial government, as it is our position that wars by the colonial government are wars of aggression for the colonial domination and imperialist exploitation of lesser developed nations/country IES, and other people of color victimized by the same forces of racism and capitalist exploitation. New Africans are currently under subjugation. We demand exemption from military service in the colonial government and call for the building of a new African People's Liberation Army to GHT for and establish the security and well-being of new Africans. 7. We want an immediate end to police brutality and murder of new African people. We believe that the police of the colonial government acts as an occupation force to maintain and control and order for the benefit of the colonial government. We believe that the police motives are not in the basic interest of new Africans and their community, but rather, in the interest of the capitalists CLASSW who have bezien SS and ON property in the new African community. In the course of establishing black community control, we call for the immediate withdrawal of the occupation police army from our communities, and for new Africans to establish their own security system. We also maintain the right of self-defense against racist police repression and brutality, to bear arms, and organize self-defense groups to preserve the security of the new African community. 8. We want the immediate release of new African people held in federal, state, county, and city prisons and jails. We believe that the system of national oppression has not provided new Africans with fair and impartial trials or hearings, in WH the bias and prejudice inherent in the system serve to assure. 155. Their imperisonment. Furthermore, the judicial system is one of the major tools by which the system of oppression uses to stay the fruition of the national liberation struggle and ever as pecked in WH New Africans GHT for civil and human rights. It is therefore held that the police, courts, and prisons are LLAPART of the system of oppression and are unable to dispense justice and impartile it why toward New Africans who might come before them for a trial or hearing. We cal L for LL New Africans, W hen brought to TREL, to be TRE'd by a jury of their peers or people from their New African community, and if found GUILTY for them to be sentenced to areas of con ne meant in or near the New African community. We my anti and the colonial government has no right to try any New African for as long as a state of war exists between two nations and colonial domination persists, and that LL captive members of NAPLA or the Black Underground be recognized as political prisoners of war and awarded Jean Va Accord status. 9. We want the RI to be free of colonial domination, capitalist exploitation and national oppression. We demand FOL control of the New African community W. Here we are a major at Y, for the express purpose of self-government toward national independence. We cal L on the United Nations and the Organization of African Unity to recognize the existence of a nationally oppressed New African people and nation in the United States and for them to condominium a national plebiscite for the purpose of a vote of independence, G for recognition to the New African nation in the Western Hemisphere. 10. We want the RI to migrate to the national territory of Kush and establish an independent nation separate from the colonial government of the United States of America. We believe New Africans have had enough of over 400 years of national oppression and are willing to establish their own nation employing the resources and labor inherent in the New African nation. We claim the VE states of the Black Belt as our national homeland in this country having named the national territory Kush and are bound to liberate this territory in a national liberation struggle, to eventually 156. Migrate to the national territory and establish the government of the Republic of New Africa. Author's note, since the original writing and distribution of the National Strategy of Fralina N. On August 17, 1995, revolutionary nationalists organized the New African Liberation Front. NALF adopted the Phase Y for national independence, and the various member formations of NALF are developing and implementing decolonization programs in forging a national strategy. For more information on NALF, contact the following. NALF, Administrative OCE. P.O. Box 340,084. Jamaica, New York, 11434. 157. W hat color is your blues? Blues, W hat is that? Is it a feeling or the color of a fact? EY say LL people's gots the blues, is yours like mine? It might be azure or powder, possibly aqua or navy. W hat is the blues to you? Mine. My blues is black, like the color of NIGHTW when the sun sets, aer the stars illuminate the sky in contrast to the moon. My blues is black, darker than navy, thicker than brow and grav it ain't even shady, it is plain old black. You know W, like black like that, black cat crossing your track S, like it KNEW it LL Mac EU blue. My blues AINT like jazz, improvisation, and syncopation, AF real healing RHYTHM of anticipation. Nah, blues is like slow danking in the Ryan with no umbrella to protect you against the N. 158. My blues is black. AS in shades of despair. Like Africans herded in bowels of ships, lives in disrepair. Denmark VC and Nat Turn are blues, the kind of blues white people are unaway from W when they see it coming. It is deeper than Harriet. Tubman's Underground Railroad. Yeah no WW hat I'm saying. Blues, black blues, no good NEWS, just play an old blues at Dow and South, Jim Crow blues, hen you can't choose the color of your blues, cause color is segregated into black and white. Yeah, that kind of blues, the only kind you can choose, because it is imposed upon you. At white supremac Y blues. Black blues that won't cure you hen you thought you had the U, but it was white oppression stressing you, depressing you, breaking you down into tears of a clow n, scratching W here you don't itch, got you fetch in hen you should have been step in. Ain't that a bitch? My blues is black, Lee KK ink Y high R and smooth SK in, the ave of Melanie N. Darker than charcoal and get TW ice as. Hot W hen ignited by the position of desire. 159. Beyond a aiming torrent emotions resonating from deep within, blacker than my SK in, Lee Oni X. Blue black that shine S in the sun W hen wet or DRY, you can see my blues before I arrive, Lee K heat rising from how black as full T at no on my blues will Mac you swoon. Mac you think you're seeing a mirage of paradise, disguised as an unexpected Sir Prise, W hen actually it's no thing but white lies. My blues is black faces locked in places, W here razor W ire and G untowers Denny es escape without traces to a party of fugitive slave law s and mid le passage, W here living free could mean the death penalty y. Ka t dow ni's, soul s repressed, despised by lies, a living was te, W here the only has te is to die a man and be born a slave. Yeah, my blues is black. Lee K the as assassination of Martin and Malcolm, dreams no T deferred, but Denny ed in a conspirac Y of white pride. Lee K COINTEL Pro Axe, that trapped the BPP cats, because they were too black, set freedom back to anno their me el lenny A ya feel in me? But, yo, while my blues is black, it doesn't mean it is going to stay Lee K that. In 160. Fact, I'm going to change my blues into red and green, and keep my black intact. Lee K the AG that Marcus Garvey brought, to ensure our memor IES aren't caught in psychological destruction. He wanted us to function toward a pan-African reconstruction, turn ing our blues into black gold we can use. Red, black, and green has to become more than a dream. We must make it our living real it y by working in teams, defending the means, propagating, educating, organizing the scheme, turn ing the blues into precious black gold, we standing bold, ever to be sold, so the world will behold the magnitude of our role as revealed in divine scroll ls. Yeah, my blues was black, but that was before the new African on imperialism and white supremac y. Black gold standing bold, to restore the red, black and green. Yeah ll no WW hat I mean. Now, W hat color is your blues. 161. Fraulein Handbook 4. Our Evolutioner Y Nationalist. Cotters. As we rebuild our movement for national liberation UNDER the auspices of the Front for the Liberation of the New African Nation, a revolutionary Cotter organization, many of those WHO are discussing it will never get beyond the point of discussion. While those WHO are actually beginning to organize, only amino are it Y will be around a few years from no W, but for the serious revolutionary nationalist, they will succeed in forging a durable national liberation front and revolutionary Cotter organization. It is extremely important that we begin this process without delusions of the task before us, that it will require much sacrifice and determination to GHT for NW in our national liberation.